there, by the way, on commentary for earpieces. But we have earphones. Headphones. Yeah. And then it's a headset with a mic on here.
That's where it's very easy to talk over each other.
You get no idea who's talking.
You're fun. I can hear you, Colo.
Yeah, I think that's what we're doing. That's usually. Oh, is that Jade? I would. If I were you. Samo's been using that one, but obviously he's not well, so you've got a bit of issue. I haven't, and I will email him. It's bypass surgery. Oh dear. So she's given I thought he had issues with breathing. I thought he had fluid on the lungs. The situation was to be down through the weekend. So he needs surgery. Do surgery, yeah. Quite. 3.5 minutes time. What's up? I'd be surprised if they only did 3 or 4 minutes. Yeah.
You trained and stuff around the country then, or have you been driving?
I try and avoid the car now. So I stayed with my brother down in Hove. Took the train there and back to Taunton, not just a day.
Hello. Just putting out the promotional video.
I actually drove to Birmingham with my brother's stag do at Belfry that weekend. So I went to play Belfry Saturday.
The Brabazon?
The Brabazon.
How'd you go?
The PGA. I played well on the Sunday. I haven't played for a long time. 18 months maybe. I was a bit sticky first 9 on the Brabazon. Better on the second 9. Played the PGA bloody well. Good. I'd have probably gone 6 or 7 shots. For me, not playing.
Well, you're a bloody good golfer.
We took me and my partner, we got 43 points.
230 to win it.
Didn't fucking win it.
He'd be good.
He'd be very good. I would back it.
Tag surrogate, they might show.
He wouldn't do it. Were they long rounds?
The one on the Brabazon was. PGA wasn't so bad. 4 hour 50. But it didn't feel. I mean, we were there overnight anyway.
No, it's supposed to be not in a rush to go.
Yeah.
I just think that's just too long to play golf. Last time I played at the Brabazon, it happened twice.
2 minutes to run.
Managed to get 9 holes, and it's taken nearly 3 hours. And me, Keys, and Harmson, we just sort of
Money making machine. It was ramble. I mean, built additional stuff.
Is this it, mate? Sorry. Oh, there we go.
Sorry.
Thank you. No, that's okay. Just daggers for context. The context is that obviously it's a program, but because the cameras are if you know something's happened, you get about 3 seconds delay on the YouTube feed, and you go, and you can buy yourself 3 seconds.
Gotcha.
When things aren't as clear as
That's almost like cheating.
Just when you're doing this, I know you're not telling me, just there's a grey dot behind here that is very sensitive. Don't touch it.
No, I would never dream of it. All good.
Reva?
1 minute to run air.
Reva? Or Mark? When you put the teams up, obviously I won't be able to see them, is it on one page?
Yes, on 1 page.
Gotcha, thank you.
45 seconds. Yeah, mate, no worries. I think I'm okay. I'll stick with the waters time being.
Are we okay here? As we are? I will start here and then I'll move.
30.
Just getting a bit warmer now, isn't it?
2 degrees.
20 seconds.
2 degrees, yeah.
Stand by to roll the titles in 12, 11. Roll the titles. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Despite the early start to the county championship, most games have seen decent weather, if understandably just a little fresh, and that's what we have today at the Kier Oval, our base for the next 4 days as we bring you Surrey against Essex from Division 1. And with the sun out and temperatures set to rise, Surrey are hoping for a decent crowd, and it's an area of the domestic game where they certainly lead the way, but they do not lead Division 1. Somerset do, with wins over Hampshire and today's visitors. Essex are in 5th, Surrey 7th with 2 draws. Surrey have won the toss and they have decided to bowl. Good morning to you and to Michael Atherton. 5th versus 7th, a slightly sticky start for both, would you say?
Yeah, Surrey have only played a couple of games, so they're, Essex have played 3, but Essex have lost 2 of those 3. So you'd say more of a sticky start for Essex, even though they're slightly ahead of Surrey. Surrey's issue is they can't get wickets. 2 very high-scoring games. I was actually looking at their averages yesterday. I think there's only one bowler averaging under 30. That's young Ralphie Albert, Jimmy White's grandson. I think 5 or 6 with the bat, averaging over 50, and a couple towards that 100 mark and beyond. So 2 high-scoring games. Pitch is very green here. Mind you, it was green for the high-scoring match against Leicester. But Surrey, no surprise that they're bowling first. I think, according to the stats guys upstairs, that's the 26th time now a team have won the toss here in the Championship at the Oval and bowled. So that's the nature of things. A long way away from when you were playing here. Absolutely. And the spinners were pushing for the Championship, and way back in the 50s, Laker and Locke. Well,
there is a lot of grass on the pitch, and that's why Rory Burns has won the toss and has decided to bowl. So we get a chance to see Gus Atkinson potentially open the bowling, which you sort of think England, there's subplots throughout both sides as we go through the next 4 days in terms of what might come later in the summer. Get to see him open the bowling potentially.
Well, it's a long time since he got injured. It was way back in Melbourne, wasn't it? The Boxing Day test that England won. He tweaked his hamstring. I think it was only a grade 1 injury. I think I'm right in saying. So it's taken him a while to get back. No doubt they're being very cautious with him because he's a key part of England's team. So good to see him back today. It'll be very interesting to see who does open the bowling, because that's the area, one area. There's a few areas in England's team, an opener and maybe a couple of bowling slots, the spinner. But who is going to open the bowling? That's the key. So whether Atkinson opens today, who knows? But this kind of, it's not a clash between club and country, but often a little bit of friction. You see it with Ben Foakes and Jamie Smith here, for example. Jamie Smith is batting at 3 and not keeping. Surrey prefer Ben Foakes to keep. They think he's the better keeper. Obviously, Jamie Smith is England's keeper. But also just primarily a county focus. I've been around a bit. I've been to Taunton, I've been to Hove, I've been to Birmingham. It's quite an interesting start to the summer because of the way England went in the winter, and everybody's saying they're going to reconnect more with the county game, even though there's maybe only 2 or 3 slots up for grabs. So there's a lot of people out there in the county game that will feel they've got a chance, they've got a sniff, and will be pushing hard in these opening. And there's 6 or 7 games before that first test match, so plenty to look at.
What have you taken mainly from the cricket that you've seen? And you've been keeping your beady eye on streams and all sorts of stuff around.
Well, it's been cold. I mean, April the 3rd, the start, we wouldn't have started in our day probably about now. We might have played the first Championship game. So some teams will have played 4 games by the end of April, which is basically a third of their Championship season. And there are advantages to that, well, other than the IPL, which is going on, and the PSL, the County Championship has the run of it at this time of year, so you develop that narrative over 6 or 7 weeks. So you can say that's an advantage. The real disadvantage is the nature of the pitches, which are routinely slow, and that's no criticism of the ground staff, because how do you possibly get pace in pitches when you're coming off the back of a winter and when you're starting on April the 3rd? So that's been the overriding sense of the cricket that I've seen. A lack of pace in the pitches, therefore a lack of pace with the bowlers. Very different for the batters in terms of what, they're trying to hit you on the knee roll rather than knocking your block off. That's a particular, there's value to all kinds of cricket, but it's not necessarily the cricket that you might see in July, August. Finger spinners having a minimal impact, although wrist spinners did pretty well in that opening round.
So who in particular, perhaps you could pick a couple of names out that have stood out in the cricket that you have seen? I mean, we keep talking about this reconnecting with the county games. It's a bit of a shop window for them if they want to go to further and higher honours. Who stands out so far?
The first game that I watched, I saw James Root get runs, but he got him in the middle order. And that middle order is locked up, isn't it, with Bethel, Root, Brook and Stokes. So it's hard to think that he'll open the batting unless in this next few games Somerset do push him up to the top of the order. But he has been impressive. McKinney obviously got a big double 100 against Gloucestershire, who slightly modest attack. Emilio Gay got 100 as well. So you're looking at probably 4 or 5 options at the top of the order there. Emilio Gay, Tom Haynes, James Rue if he moves up, McKinney, you know, there's 4 or 5 options there. Young Charlie Allison here, talking about the players here to look at. He's a promising young player. And then Matt Fisher, who we'll see today, talked about Gus Atkinson already, but if they're looking for a kind of English-style line bowler, we've got 2 in this game. Sam Cook, who I don't think should be dismissed on the back of one poor performance against Zimbabwe. He didn't bowl well by his own admission, but you can't ignore his numbers. Matt Fisher would be in that category, as would Ollie Robinson at Sussex. So there's lots to look at today. 2 good teams. I mean, Surrey, very proud record. They're looking for a 5th championship in 9 years, Notts having snatched it from them last year. And Essex, a very proud record of being competitive at the highest level. So both these teams will be looking to get a win and just nudge themselves up the table.
On a general point with the county game and certainly the Red Bull game, how would you change things to help the ground staff perhaps prepare better pitches so they don't have to try and do it all in April, the rest of it, which would therefore allow the players to show of their best? I mean, you've got the 100, which dominates
it's very
everything.
tricky because
that
takes a month out of the season, and the decision so far has been to play 50 over cricket under the 100. I mean, I would start the season with 50 over cricket, as in fact it used to be many years ago. You remember we played knockout 50 over cricket right at the start. And I personally would play some championship cricket under the 100. Now, not everybody agrees with me. Alec here, for example, because he loses about 15 players. He's having, combined second, third 11 playing. I mean, you could fashion it so you play for fewer points, whatever, in that period. But it's actually the people here that I'm thinking of, because in the games that I've been to, the players, it's been chilly, the players have got on with it manfully. A few hundred spectators at the games I've been to. We'll have more because Surrey do it very well in the Championship. There'll probably be 2,000 or 3,000 here today, and it's just warming up now. The spectators are sitting there in bitterly cold, freezing conditions. And under the 100, you could play Championship cricket at outgrounds, and that would be a much more amenable kind of cricket, I think, for the people who watch.
OK, well, Surrey have won the toss. They've decided to bowl on a pitch that's got a lot of green, live grass. It's Essex in 5th, Surrey in 7th. It is Somerset at the moment that are leading the way, and the spectators are now just starting to warm up. The jackets are coming off, the sun is shining. It's a glorious day in South London. Let's head upstairs. Waiting for us, Charles Dagnall and Adam Collins. Good morning, lads.
Thank you, Wardy. You're spot on. Where else would you rather be? Blameless day here in South London. And as is the custom at this ground, Surrey, under Rory Burns, have won the toss and elected to field. Daggers 26 times in a row in first-class cricket. That's now the case here at the Oval. They see the pitch, and regardless of what the conditions are, they like to get first crack with the new Dukes. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Colin. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, how lovely and settling it is to be watching County Championship cricket under glorious sunny skies and here at one of the best grounds in the country, if not the world. And you're right as well. Time was, and you hark back to your days, and you would turn up at Surrey and you were willing your captain, whoever that may have been, to call correctly and come back and tell you you're batting first. But not the case here. And you could be fooled a little bit. And I'm intrigued to see how this surface is going to play, considering what we saw against Leicestershire, where it was verdant and the runs flowed at will.
So Gus Atkinson back in the Surrey team will start us off. Pavilion end. And that pace and bounce you'd expect at the veteran Elgar.
A little wander out into the middle low just to see what the fuss was about regarding the surface. And yes, for those who may not have seen the Leicestershire game, the previous game that Surrey had played here at the Oval, it was almost like it looked as the same colour as the outfield. And you would have thought, oh goodness me, seamers are going to get much out of this. And 500 plays, 600 plays, 230 odd for 4 or whatever it was, didn't prove to be the case.
I see work from Elgar. Yeah, it was an unusual
4 days at the Oval, we've been conditioned to it actually being okay to bat for the first couple of sessions, or the first session at least, and then getting progressively more tricky. But it was the opposite. First session, bit going on, but after that, largely went to sleep. Leicestershire making a gigantic 691 here in reply to Surrey's 520. Highest score that Leicestershire have ever made at this ground.
I can tell you they didn't get that in the 2002 to 2005 seasons.
So Paul Walter opening up with Dean Elgar. He's got a couple of starts so far this season. 70 against Somerset, 46 last week at Warwickshire. Excellent season last year, 3 centuries.
And not the tallest opener Essex have ever had. Will Jefferson for many, many years at the top of the order, 6'10". Yeah, just on that surface though, Colo, is that when I went out, the grass was actually quite lengthy. So I didn't see Lee Fortis to ask about the amount left on there, but it seemed over a centimetre or so, and it did just seem like if there is going to be anything that happens, it's going to happen in this first session. I'd be intrigued to see how it behaves off the seam.
Lots of work to do down there at long leg. Easy couple. That's the long side of the ground out towards the Archbishop Tennyson School this week. So we're using a surface that's towards the gasometer, but not all the way over either. Indeed, it's the one smack bang down the middle towards the pavilion, which is where Surrey and Nottinghamshire played a terrific game to finish the season. Last time you were here with us, Daggers.
Yeah. Thrilling game. Championship cricket at its best.
Three for none.
I think there'll be a sense of trepidation for Gus Atkinson. You know, when you're coming back from long-term injury, and especially the hamstring, there is that delicacy that you feel you. And yes, he will have trained, and yes, he'll have bowled many, many balls in the nets and in warm-ups just to get yourself loose. But it's not until you actually get into live action in the middle, competitive cricket, that you're properly testing it out. And I think once you get through a couple of overs and you feel that everything's A-OK, then that just gives you that little bit more confidence and a bit more zest on the deliveries.
Yeah, and they'll manage him to within an inch of his life, won't they? As a crucial centrally contracted player. Interesting that Matt Fisher won't take the new ball and Tom Laws will. We saw Matt Fisher taking the honours here a couple of weeks ago, but presumably then will bowl first change.
It's a surprise to me. Obviously Fisher has that bit of extra pace.
Laws, who can certainly hoop it around early on. Got 3 slips for Elgar. Lovely. Checked drive. Runs away into the rope beneath us at the Vauxhall end. First boundary of the match.
And that's just what the doctor ordered. If you're Dean Elgar, lovely, floaty, full delivery that you just have to lean on. The outfield here at the Oval does the rest. Both of these bowlers starting round the wicket. It's a bit of a frustration of mine. The reason I say that, Colo, is not reinventing the wheel here, but I just think it doesn't... going over the wicket brings in LBW a lot more than coming round the wicket does. Yes, I know you want to square up left-handed batters, but I'd like to see them start. If you're going to go round the wicket, that's no problems, and I know it's a very in vogue thing to do, to start off round the wicket, but I still think lefties want to waft a few.
Bit of extra bounce. Yeah, and we've seen that routinely from this Vauxhall end when you've got Dan Worrell in the attack, and Surrey don't have Worrell this week. Indeed, they haven't had him through the first month of the season, still grappling with that calf injury that's kept him out. But yeah, that three-peat of championship victories was underpinned by Worrell starting off from this end over the wicket, that kind of old school approach on the angle. So a point of difference this week.
I also think, Colo, you've got 3 slips waiting.
And
so, I think you think of someone who's bowled thousands of overs here, Kemar Roach, who would come round the wicket and genuinely cut the ball away from the left-handers, and that angle that he used to come from wide of the crease round the wicket. Yeah, I can see that. But Tom Laws is, generally speaking, he's sort of trying to drift it in a little bit to the left-hander. So why wouldn't you start over the wicket whilst the batters aren't really moving their feet?
Yeah, try and get both edges into play. Now that has come back prodigiously, what you were describing there, Daggers, where he's trying to get that angle going early on. Elgar committed early to the leave.
Yeah, you just watch here.
Ooh.
Left a little bit on length as well, but wouldn't mind seeing that from over the wicket and challenging that front pad.
Just the boundary from the over, 7 without loss. So good memories from last season on this ground for Paul Walter. Made an excellent second innings 100. It was a game where ultimately Essex were a touch unlucky with rain on the final day. Surrey was set well in excess of 400. There must have been at least 4 or 5 rain delays when Essex were trying desperately to take those 10 wickets. They got 7 of them, but rain got the better of them. But yes, it was the performance of Paul Walter.
A few jackets and coats around. They'll be removed pretty swiftly, I'd have thought.
It's a sun trap the other side of the ground where most people are. So that man Walter facing Atkinson. Yes, towards the SSE Energy Solutions stand side of the ground. So the old Loch Lake balcony, if you like. That up there later in the day with no protection. That gets warm. Of course, work from home at the Oval's a big thing for the club here at Surrey now. That it used to be just something we spoke about on commentary every week. Bring your laptop down, don't tell your boss. All good. You'll get away with it. We'll look after you. Now, different story. It's a full-fledged marketing campaign. They've got, not only have they got the super fast Wi-Fi, whatever that means, there's power plugs all over the ground, desks on the members' side of the ground as well to make sure that people can do what they need to do.
How much work do you reckon actually gets done? You've got a marketing report to write or something like that. And you're sat in the Loch Laker and you've got a power supply and you've got super fast Wi-Fi and Gus Atkinson steaming in from the pavilion end.
Maybe a pint from downstairs as well. Oh, that's the best on show so far from Atkinson. So angling in and steering away, that's the avenue where he's been able to find so many edges, both with Surrey and England.
Yeah, and that's the perfect line. You look at the wide angle, just straightening enough. Doesn't do a huge amount, but it is enough to go from the middle of Walter's bat to just outside the edge. And so I can understand that from Atkinson being more of a hit the pitch and seam bowler.
Good diving stop, just skewed away.
Yeah, I think your marketing report would look a little different at, say, 4 o'clock in the afternoon as you've been writing it all day. Frequenting one of the bars around that sort of area.
I should note, by the way, that's Dom Sibley in the wild at backward point. Normally he's in the cordon safely behind the bat, but with Burns and Pope and Lawrence occupying those spots. Different role for Sibley. First touch, a good one. Saving 4.
Shot.
Won't save that. Just straight to the man at mid-off. They come back for a couple. Felt like he timed it to the rope, but not quite. 9 for none. Confident start from the visitors, having been sent in.
Yeah, 1 or 2 have leapt from Gus Atkinson to both Elgar and Walter, just from a length. You can see now and again that taking the bottom hand off the bat, and it's surprising them somewhat. And that is what Atkinson possesses. That's his real X factor, that whippy wrist that gets that little extra spice off the surface. A lot of moving parts in tall Paul.
9 for none after 3 overs here at the Keir Oval. Rory Burns winning the toss and fielding. Last time that Essex won here was back in 2020 during the Bob Willis Trophy. Sorry, winning against Surrey, I should say. That was over at Chelmsford when Simon Harmer picked up 14 wickets, and they last won here in 2018.
Carry's been good. You know, I think that'll get even better as the sun bakes this surface a little bit more. You know, just on Essex as well, I was speaking to Chris Silverwood ahead of the game. Lovely to see him. All the familiar faces that you get to see around the traps in the county circuit, but he was just talking about 3 players that I'd watched in the Under-19 World Cup a couple of years back over in South Africa, and Allison was one of those. Thane, who we're seeing today, who I think is a really good-looking cricketer. And Benkenstein as well, who's played in the previous championship game.
Yeah, he's missed out here. They've reshuffled the team a little bit here, Essex, with Tom Westley, of course, back available, having been injury subbed out in round 1, copping a whack to the glove, but he returns. Thane, who was his injury sub in that first weekend, is in the team proper this time around. Finds the gap, does it so nicely, Dean Elgar, doesn't overhit it. An easy 3.
Yeah, again, nothing more than a nudge. But into that sort of the wheelhouse of the front foot from Laws again. And like I say, it's just that he's not slow, but he's not express. And Matt Fisher certainly has that extra yard on him. It does surprise me a little bit. Yeah, but just to go back to, there's 3 21-year-olds, you know, who have got a great deal of talent. You probably think that Benkenstein is more of a white ball specialist at this moment in time. Bowls those little leggies as well, and his timing is magnificent. For the red ball game, I reckon he's got a little bit of work to do maybe on his movements. But there's a lot of things to like about the youth that is being injected into this Essex side, and it's hugely encouraging.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of blending quite a lot of experience, actually, with guys coming through. Just catches it on the up, times it nicely. Dive required. Just keeps it in there, Clark. So a few times now, Walter's been happy to just play down the ground without trying to overhit. See, Allison, you mentioned before, big runs here last year as well. But then you've got Dean Elgar, 38, Tom Westley, 37, Simon Harmer. I think he's 35 now. Harmer's been going around forever. So great people to learn from in the dressing room. 5 runs from the over. It's 14 for none. Nice controlled start by the Essex openers, having been sent in. Beautiful day at the Oval. Atkinson back for Surrey. First game of the season. Surrey, who've had draws away at Edgbaston, high-scoring game. So was it here against Leicestershire. Essex, who had a most impressive victory over Hampshire, but fluffed their lines last week against Warwickshire. Fourth innings chase of about 200. Couldn't get the job done.
Yeah, 20 for 4 early, weren't they?
Yeah.
And on an Edgbaston surface that really was offering a little bit. Nice to see.
Don't Warwickshire look a very useful lineup with Chris Wokes on the team sheet every week? It changes everything with someone of his experience there.
Well, you look at Lancashire and Warwickshire now,
Yeah.
and you know you've got Anderson and Wokes for a full season in county championship cricket, and it does put a different slant on the nature of your chances, and I think county cricket benefits hugely from having those two guys still operating at a very high level.
Jimmy leading the country, 21 wickets at 12 so far.
I'm not going to get on a Jimmy rant 5 overs into the first session of this game. What I will say is about this Surrey bowling attack, which has only had one innings, you know, the two innings that they have bowled, and Warwickshire batted once in that first game, and Leicestershire batted once in the second, so they've not had a huge amount of success. Yes,
No.
that may have something to do with the surfaces that they've played on, but not used to rattling through a side this season at least. Oh, very well played.
Yeah, that's a nice steer. He nearly achieved that in the previous over from Atkinson, but got it just wide enough of Sibley for his first boundary into double figures, Paul Walter.
Both of them have played really nicely so far. They're just looking to hit straight back to where the ball's come from, as you would almost as it's been written in first day tactics. You want to hit down the ground. If the ball is doing anything, show a full blade, and that's exactly what they've done. They've played it under their eye line, waited for the ball. Nicely done from both.
Top response, as he did last over. Angling in, hitting the seam, just gently nudging away and beating the bat.
Oh, it's super, and just noticed also, I'm keeping a close eye on Atkinson and his return today, and just that follow through was a little longer, just over halfway down the pitch. Pace just getting up a bit.
Another productive over for Essex, who are 19 for none. Yeah, it feels a big week for this Surrey. You're right, they've bowled twice so far in the season. Big scores against them. Back home, getting the chance to field first, which is what they want to do. Access to Gus Atkinson, which has not been the case to this point in the season. So until the blast, they go from here, they play, or they host Sussex next week, then they've got Nottinghamshire away, which of course is a 1v2 clash from last year. Then they go up to Headingley before we have the break for the Fatality Blast. So they want something from this week. Somerset at the top of the table, of course. They've got a week off. Interviewed Tom Abel, who made a brilliant fourth innings 100 of the highest quality. I watched most of that on the stream.
He's such a good cricketer.
I mean, he's the kind of player who at age 31, 32 will now be at the peak of his powers, right?
Yep.
Most cricketers sort of hit that point, don't they? So they're blessed with him at that point, and they've got James Rue, who's dominating, who's trying to bash the door down to the Test team. They're in a sweet spot, Somerset.
I just mentioned off microphone prior to coming on today about Somerset, but the one I love watching bowlers. And this Alfie Ogborn,
Yeah.
this left armour, he looks like he's put on a yard of pace from last year. He moves the ball, he swings the ball. Traditional left armour back into the right-hander. But he's lively.
You know, sometimes in county cricket, and we saw this a little bit with Shah Bashir a couple of years ago, probably the extreme example, truth told. If you have one clip that's snuck through a little bit sharper from Laws, one clip that can go viral, it can do an awful lot for you. And Ogborn had that a couple of weeks ago, didn't he? A ball that found the outside edge and was taken at second slip, diving up. The ball was still on the way up. And you're like, gee, that's quick.
Yeah.
A left armour who's tall doing that, get him in there. Sonny Baker had another one. Sonny Baker has a lot of them, to be fair, but Sonny Baker taking 2 stumps out of the ground. You're like, okay. Just a little reminder that that pace production line has got that group coming through beneath the ones playing at the moment.
It's a good point, Colo, because obviously we're talking about Atkinson, and I'm sure everyone hopes that he'll return to England colours before too long. You know, that cluster. You want to have a working group of bowlers, especially fast bowlers, and then you can manage them a little bit more. But when you talk about Josh Tongue and Jofra Archer and Gus Atkinson, Bryden Carse, and then you see that what else is around there, and you look at Sonny Baker and the success he's had this year, and following on from a couple of good previous years in white ball cricket.
Off the hip, help yourself. Short side of the ground. Dean Elgar is not going to miss out.
Yeah, just nipped off the hip.
Wouldn't be surprised if we see Fisher soon.
That's just meat and drink for left-handers. Back of a length, he knows it's not going to hold its line. And again, just play it under the eye line. Wait for it. Help yourself.
Right at the middle of the bat. 5 runs, make that 6 runs from the over, 25 for none. And the other one in that group of quicks who played Test cricket last year, and Ath made the point, pitch side before play, Sam Cook, who I was banging the drum all of last season saying, believe me, the pitches in Australia, they have changed. And when we saw 5 Test matches with, well, a combination of Boland and Nisa, a lot of the time with the keeper up to the stumps, on pitches that were rewarding traditional seamers. Cook's already started the season in really good nick, having picked up 14 wickets at 18. He'll be there and thereabouts. He should be.
Well, I think Scott Boland is the better example to use, because your love for Michael Nisa holds no bounds.
There's some truth to that, but you know what they're trying to do, right?
Yeah, totally.
Those Aussie seamers. It's not just, and that's whips. I thought it beat the man at fine leg, but straight to him.
Yeah, but you're exactly right. When you see a bowler such as Scott Boland, who, yes, he's a man-mountain of a man, and he's a hit-the-pitch bowler, but he is not express by any stretch. And when you see bowlers like that having success in Australian conditions, that does show that the shift is happening.
Yeah, the batters hate it, but it's a combination of factors: the pitches, the balls, the emphasis on trying to change the way the Sheffield Shield felt, and the culmination of it was clearly the Ashes last winter. Don't need to run for that. Dean Elgar has started in terrific nick this morning, up to 18 already.
I don't think there was a great deal wrong with the delivery either. Maybe a little bit of width, but again, with no extra cover in place, which you wouldn't expect with 3 slips in a relatively new ball. All Essex have done this morning so far, Colo, is just keep things very, very simple. He comes back. After getting hit for 4, comes back with an absolute beauty. It happened in the last over. It's happened in this. He's found his length, which is just back of a good length, which is causing concern to both. But again, I am surprised we have not seen anything from over the wicket as yet.
Of course, Elgar knows his ground well. A couple of seasons here at Surrey. A couple of hundreds at the Oval.
Yeah, just going back to that extra cover drive.
Yep.
Or the check drive, I should say, a little punch. I don't want to labour the point, but you go back over the wicket, and that is a different angle to play that. That's why you leave your extra cover open. You want the left-hander to drive. You want to bring your slips into play, and lefties, generally speaking, are wafters outside of the off stump.
It's part of their DNA.
And so I think if you just change that angle, that allows Atkinson to maybe bowl that slightly fuller length, because back of a length, yes, he's beaten the bat, but I think it's not necessarily a quick enough surface to cause batters that much worry. Whereas you want batters coming forward, especially if there is movement, and you want them to make them play.
Comfortable leave to finish, exactly what you're describing there, Daggers. 30 for none, Essex.
I'll be intrigued to see, Colo, how when the test matches come around, and who's you say about players banging on the door. Rue from Somerset, Asa Tribe was talked about. He got 80 odd in the second dig in the last Glamorgan game.
This is innovation, Daggers. First time we've had stump cam here at the Oval on a county game. We will try not to abuse that through the week, but it's a nice toy to have. There is going to be a change from the Vauxhall end. 3 overs from Tom Laws. Now, Sean Abbott, useful man to bring on a situation like this. You know exactly what you're getting.
He's a quality cricketer.
Yeah.
And has been for a while with both bat and ball. You look at that Surrey lineup actually, and the depth of batting. And you've still got to try and get through the top order first before you get to them. So no problems on that front.
It's a no ball, finds the inside edge bit going on.
But that's a
lively.
Good length.
Yeah.
That's a really probing length there. That area where your batter's not quite sure if they want to get fully forward or not. But no matter, Adam, I know it was a bit of inside edge. I realise it was a no ball, but to get an LB from that angle,
yeah,
ain't happening.
So Surrey have those 5 quicks to rotate through. Mentioned Matt Fisher, who you'd expect will be next cab off the rank at the pavilion end. And then, of course, Jordan Clark, who's been prolific since arriving here in 2019. He typically bowls at the pavilion end.
Well, standing out there this morning, the breeze, such as it is coming from that pavilion end, pushing bowlers. Yeah, lots of names and an opportunity, as you say, and Ian Ward was mentioning it in the pre-match with Michael Atherton, that connecting back to county cricket. And so the buzz goes around the circuit that not only they know there are places to play for, but that actually if they do perform, their names are going to be talked about, rather than the sort of sensation of them being shunned no matter what they do. I think that's a good thing.
I felt it was important messaging from Rob Key.
Yeah, hugely.
Just before the season started, to make it clear that... And look, I think it's overplayed the extent to which they didn't watch county cricket. I think that point's overdone in some quarters because, well, we know, don't we, having worked with Rob before, that he's got every county stream going. He knows exactly what's going on around the country. However, making it clear that the championship will clearly inform what's happening this summer, it's a message that's landed well.
And I think I agree with you. Performances within the county championship. They weren't shunned, they weren't overlooked, but it's the messaging that comes out.
Yeah. It was the perception that became the reality, if you like.
Totally. That's why I actually think it's an exciting time for county cricket, and I think with test matches on the horizon, I think I just think it gives pause for cricketers to just be a little bit more, not focused, that's not right, but just aware that their name could be called.
Think about someone like Matty Potts, who in 2022 started that season a mile from the test team and sort of bowled himself into contention straight away. There is room for that right now. Seeing what's happening up at Durham with Ben McKinney a couple of weeks ago. A good example of that. Just a reminder, a young man with a big appetite and the ability to score quickly. That'll complete the over. Essex having been sent in a 32 for none.
So good first half hour for Essex. Lost the toss, and as usual here at the Oval, were asked to bat first, but 8 overs without alarm so far, which is not an uncommon pattern at the Oval. So one of the curiosities, Ian Ward, of this place, that sides win the toss, they bowl first, and frequently don't get a wicket until sort of after noon or so. You get a couple of wickets either side of lunch quite frequently. I think Surrey in a few of their championship winning seasons had the same kind of plan, that you win toss and bowl where possible, and then we go wicketless for the first hour. It's a bit tighter.
What's the stat? 26 times here at the Kia Oval, win the toss and bowl, including test matches.
That's right, 26.
How times have changed.
So when you were playing here, you
win toss bat.
Yep.
End of. Didn't think twice.
Well, there's been a pattern that's developed in the last couple of years, last 3 or 4 years, I think you'd say. In which batting has got considerably easier as the matches have progressed. We saw it a bit actually, the test match here last year, didn't we? Although there was a slightly anomalous result in that England lost. But they got themselves into a really strong position, that partnership with Brook and Root here, as the pitch had eased up. And they should really have got over the line. It was kind of nerves. It was also brilliant bowling from Siraj, wasn't it, on that last morning with the cloud cover. But as a general rule, bowling a side out in the 4th innings here has proved to be extremely difficult. Oh, well, that's climbed a bit. He's getting some good pace here, Atkinson. It's his first outing of the season. Surrey have definitely missed his sort of point of difference for the first 2 games of the season.
Well, it's his first outing since the Boxing Day test, and that has bounced and left Elgar quite lavishly. You quite rightly said that given the colour of the pitch and the amount of grass, Essex have got to 32 without loss, largely untroubled. There's just been maybe 3 from Atkinson when he's found the right length that are carried through nicely to Ben Folkes with movement. Don't bowl it there to Elgar though, because he'll clip you all day. The other thing when I've been watching Surrey, watching from a distance, how little really that Atkinson has taken the new ball, which has always surprised me. If you look at his stats compared with when he's opening the bowling for England, or when he has opened the bowling, he has taken the new ball more often in test match cricket. So I'm glad that he's got the new ball here. I'm glad he's getting an outing. And he looks in decent rhythm, as I say, considering this is a guy that hasn't bowled in real aggression since the Boxing Day Test match. He'll be stiff tomorrow.
Well, Surrey's a bit anomalous in that way. End of the over, 34 without loss. In that England's keeper bats at number 3 for Surrey and doesn't keep. England's opening bowler has tended not to open the bowling. Normally you'd have Jordan Clark and Dan Worrell, so Dan Worrell from the Vauxhall end, getting the ball to swing away. And then Jordan Clark from the Pavilion end and Atkinson would come on first change. Today they've gone with Laws and Atkinson. Worrell's a bit of a big miss, I'd say, for Surrey. When they won those 3 back-to-back titles, he was massive. Getting wickets early on. That was part of the win, toss and bowl strategy, really, wasn't it? But without him, they really struggled to take wickets.
Well, that was a change of ideology, really, wasn't it? Trying to get more grass on the pitch, be able to take wickets. And it worked spectacularly well with 3 and 3. I'm surprised how little has moved quite as lavishly as the pitch would suggest when you stand next to it, although I think maybe the lacquer is just starting to come off the ball. That one swung, albeit from wide, from Abbott, and we saw one in the previous over from Gus Atkinson as well. What's your theory on the when wickets fall at the Oval? You've seen far more cricket in the last 8 years domestically here than I have. What happens to the atmosphere? What happens to the pitch?
I'll give you my theory. It's probably insane. But especially this time of year, in April, I mean, as you came in today, you'd have felt that nip.
Oh, yeah.
It was, you know, you'd have no idea what clothes to wear. You get here and it's still quite cold at the toss. They still bowl first. And then as the pitch warms up on a sunny day like today, stuff just starts to happen around about an hour or more into the day. And I think the heat of the pitch is important here. There's when it's cold, it just doesn't really respond. Which is why you get this kind of weird thing where wickets can fall either side of lunch. Sometimes it'll be initiated by a spinner. I remember Dan Lawrence coming on and making breakthroughs just before lunch a couple of times. Did it against Hampshire. I think he's got 2 left-handers here. If they don't prize open this partnership in 3/4 of an hour or so, don't be surprised to see Dan Lawrence come in.
I like your theory. It sort of resonates with something Sean Pollock said to me a few years ago about pitches in Newlands. Polly's theory at Newlands was that there's little like micro cracks on the pitch as a general rule at Newlands. He said when the cloud cover comes over, it just sort of softens everything up. There's not that intense heat, and as soon as the sun bursts through, those cracks just ever so slightly open. Now Polly is very keen on a theory, but he's also a very bright man who's got an exceptional cricket brain, so I'm not doubting him for the slightest, but that's exactly what he said happened in Cape Town. When the sun comes out, it just seems to open the cracks a little bit and things start to happen. What is your view on Smith at 3 without the gloves?
Well,
it's the old country county debate, isn't it? It's been raging at this place since I played here.
I bet. I mean, with Alex Stewart, I suppose.
Mark Butcher was the classic. Last innings he played, he batted 3 for England in Newlands, actually. And start of the summer, first game, we left him out. Didn't play. It was England's number 3. Because they knew, the theory was, Butch wasn't going to be around for much because he'd be in the test side, so they wanted to keep continuity. Ooh, that's not carried at all.
Kept very low through to folks. Maiden over, 34 without loss after 10. There are a few ways you can make this work, aren't there? And none of them are entirely satisfactory. I mean, you'll have seen a lot of Jamie Smith, both internationally, and you'll have watched a bit of him here as well, I'm sure. And he's undeniably eye-catching. You know, the first couple of times you see him, you think, oof, this is a talent. This guy can bat. When he was selected by England to keep wicket, I was a bit disappointed because I thought they'll stick him down at 7. And that's not where I thought he'd make his biggest impact. And also, as we discovered last summer, keeping wicket in this England team that stays out in the field for quite a long time bats quite quickly. I mean, I think there was a stat doing the rounds that last summer Jamie Smith kept for longer than any keeper in an English international season since the 1960s. And if you're not keeping week in, week out for Surrey, that's going to be tough, isn't it?
On so many levels, mentally, physically, and it's a really interesting one.
So then you think if you want to get the most out of Jamie Smith, then yeah, number 3 might be the position, but Jacob Bethel's got 100 there. So then you start to have some mental gymnastics, don't you, where you go, well, Jacob Bethel could open, because Jacob Bethel can go anywhere, because no one knows where Jacob Bethel should go, because he's hardly played any first-class cricket.
Bethel, for my money, is not going anywhere. Bethel 3, Root 4, Brook 5, Stoke 6, Smith keeping at 7, and then you'll have to find yourself an opener. But from Jamie's point of view, it's a bit like, because he's not keeping in these games, because they prefer Ben Folkes. I understand that. Ben Folkes, for me, is the best keeper I've ever seen, and I don't say that lightly. And he scores his runs, so I've got no problem with him playing. But because Jamie isn't keeping, it's a bit like asking a batsman to just have a net and then go and play a test match. And also, because he hasn't kept for 90 overs regularly, the amount of squats they have to do, he then goes and he's in the field for a day and a half at Lords or wherever, and they've picked him because he's a fantastic batsman, and he probably can't move because his buttocks and his back are so stiff because he hasn't done all those squats that keepers have to do.
Well, didn't we see exactly that at the end of the season last year? You watched him bat here at the Oval, and he looked demonstrably exhausted.
I think a few of them did, though, and you can say that about Duckett, but yeah, no, I don't disagree with you, Jamie. And if you're not keeping regularly, the physicality of that is... And you can't bat 3, even in a county side, and keep. That's nonsense. But,
so what does he do between matches now? I mean, is he doing a vast number of squats in anticipation he's going to be keeping for England?
I'd imagine that's all he can do. I like the fact that he's batting 3 at Surrey. Get up there, face the new ball, normally facing the better bowlers who are fresher. I think that's good for his batting. And he's made a couple of tweaks, which Mark Butcher actually, on I think it was the Wisdom podcast or whatever, was talking about. And he's obviously in nick.
He's really, really careful about bat and pad close together. You can see he's patching his forward defence. He's been out for the nip backer quite a lot, hasn't he?
Also the short ball, the pitches, the ground, in Australia, he couldn't just flip it for 6 like you can at Trent Bridge. So I'm glad he's batting up the order. But it is a challenge he's not keeping.
Another over pass. It's just a 1 from it. 35 without loss after 11.
I think that might be it for Gus Atkinson. If I was Rory Burns, I say I haven't played since the Boxing Day Test match. You can do as many load-ups or whatever they call it in nets and practice games or whatever. But I think you don't want to push it too early. He's found a nice bit of rhythm. What's he had, 6?
6, yeah.
I think that might be... He's just stuck his thumb up. I'm not sure if that was to the captain saying I'm good to go 1 more, or thanks, I'll just wander down to fine leg for an hour or so and then come back before lunch.
Surrey pick 5 seamers and have done for quite a while now. So he's got the flexibility with the rest of his seam bowling attack, hasn't he? Still haven't seen Fisher, who tends to prefer the end that Abbott's bowling from here. And Jordan Clark, who will mostly tend to bowl from the pavilion end. So you'd think that'd be the shift.
Jordan appears to be sporting a quite lovely mullet.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, his hair's got quite lustrous in the close season. Yeah. He missed the first game with illness. I don't think he'd have been sad to miss that game at Edgbaston on a bit of a pudding. That's tighter to the off stump. Well left by Elgar. It's been something that looked at quite a bit over the last couple of years, is especially test match grounds. The Oval, Edgbaston in particular. But it's been increasingly difficult to take wickets. We saw last summer across the test match series, really, the Oval Test was probably the most sporting pitch, wasn't it? huge scores getting racked up in April. In the last 20 years, it's gone very wide. It's been signalled wide. It's that wide. Good stop from folks. It saves first slip from having a crushed ankle. The last 20 years, April has ended up being the most productive month to bat, which feels completely wrong, doesn't it? You'd think July, June, July, August, perhaps. And when you were playing April.
Well, we didn't start as early as this, and the pitch didn't have as much grass on as this, but I can guarantee you, in my experience, the first pitch of the year at the Oval was the best pitch to bat on. Quick single, and he was absolutely out of the frame had that been a direct hit. No chance for folks to get to the stumps, take the ball and take the bails off. But Walter completely gave up on that one, and had Sibley hit, he would have been not even in the frame.
Well, given that Walter only needs about eight strides to get from one end to the other.
Well, he had 3, I reckon.
Yeah, Elgar's just set off. You could see Walter just hanging on his bat there. Yep, he would have been out by about 3 yards. Luckily, only one stump to aim at. That's quite nicely played, just opening the face. It'll run down to the deep third boundary. Paul Walter has scored runs against Surrey before, and since we're talking about opening batters, because in your configuration there's only really one slot change, isn't there? Let's take a look at this again. He's played that quite deliberately, past third slip. So with that in mind, we can see all these magnificent scores being racked up by middle order batters, but the likelihood is that it's Crawley out for someone. So then you're looking at a host of names, really. Hasib Hamid, but Paul Walter would be one. Quite an unfashionable player in a sense, but he's slotted in very well at the top of the order. Nick Brown used to open for Essex. Alongside Elgar, you've got a relatively short guy, relatively tall guy. Causes problems for bowlers.
Well, that's why I might go McKinney. That's one of the reasons I might go McKinney. Bright young talent, give him the summer. You know, you could argue with this reconnect or whatever, you could be looking at Sibley or Burns to come again. I wouldn't go that way. I'd give a youngster an opportunity.
And you've got that sort of tall, short thing going
Correct.
on, haven't you, with McKinney and Duckett?
That's my point. 41 without loss. So I think that, I mean, there are several options, or several names in the frame. Emilio Gay, Ace of Tribe, whoever you want to go. And, of course, James Roos scoring a hatful down at Somerset. I think he's a terrific player. And you look at the way he lines up geometrically as a left-hander, it's very impressive. It's a bit like Bethel. I watched Bethel bat, and I think, my goodness, I would have died to have had that sort of setup. So consistent, so simple. And a good a player as James is, I think it would be a massive ask for him to go from the middle order at Taunton to go and open the Test. Now, I don't know James, but I reckon if you went to him and said, right, you're going to make your Test debut, it's going to be as an opener, yay or nay, he's going to go yay, because why wouldn't you? You want to play for England. I think that would be unfair.
Well, that's sort of partly why some people have been proposing the Smith to 3, Bethel to 2, and then Rue to keep at 7.
You're just shuffling round. Yeah. You're shuffling round deck chairs there, I'm afraid. I'd keep it simple. Bethel 3, Root 4, Brook 5, Stokes 6, Smith, who's done well with the gloves. We shouldn't remember his keeping, by and large. He's missed a couple, but keepers do. Has been excellent at 7. And then assuming it's Duckett, and you go with a younger opener. And unfortunately for James Rue, he doesn't do it.
It is Jordan Clark into the attack from the pavilion end, fairly predictably replacing Gus Atkinson. Starts with an easy ball on the hip for Elgar. Oh, now, are these people working from home?
They're not working from the Oval.
Not quite. No. So if you wonder what we're talking about, Surrey put out a rather cheeky suggestion that the Oval is a very good place to work from home. When I was 14, 15, I used to come here and do my O-level revision from the lock stand.
Successful revision?
Well, not really. I was slightly distracted by Sylvester Clark, you know.
He distracted a few people, actually, Sylvester Clark. Gracious me.
Well, he's got a bar named after him now, so he's distracting even more. At the top of the Galladari stand, or SSE, Energy Solutions stand. There's a Sylvester Clark bar.
There's a Mark Butcher bar. There's an Alistair Brown bar. The 268 bar, which has had a refurb of recent times, I believe. That was some innings, I can tell you that.
Oh, yeah.
Having stood at the other end for most of it. Remarkable. That was a good pitch. My goodness me.
What year was that? Was that the mad year of runs? Or no, the mad year of runs was 1990, wasn't it, I think?
Yeah, no, it was later than that.
Was it over one side as well?
Yeah, it was over towards the left as we're looking, so right as you're looking out of the pavilion.
Is that the Glamorgan game?
Yeah.
Ah. Can I ask you about something on that game?
Go for it.
Robert Croft.
Yep.
I was talking to Robert Croft about how come it is that Glamorgan always gives Surrey a particularly hard time in T20s here. They're like a bogey team for Surrey. No disrespect to Glamorgan, but they have a better record against Surrey at the Oval than they do probably at home. And he said to me that in that game, Surrey scored 430 odd, didn't they? 433 or something. But Alex Stewart left the last ball of the innings.
He did.
This riled Robert Croft.
He did. So we had plenty on the board, and the Lord was 268 not out. Last ball of the innings, we're thinking, well, surely Stewie's going to tee off, which he wasn't very good at. A brilliant player as he wasn't a very good slogger. And he was basically taking the mickey, and he left the ball lavishly, and in that sort of strutty way he did, he tucked his bat under his arm and marched off. And we thought, what are you doing? We did think we'd had enough, and then it turned out we almost didn't have enough, because it was the one time I thought Adam Hollyoak actually was a brilliant captain, a fantastic tactician. One time I disagree with him. He said that he wanted the bowlers to bowl sort of stomach high from the outset, and I thought, it's such a good pitch, you're just going to be able to hit through the line, and that's exactly what they did. What I felt we should have done was go almost death bowling straight away. Eventually we had to do that, but they gave us a scare after the Lord had just torn them apart. It was an interesting conversation I had with him during that innings.
They'll get back for another couple. End of the over, 5 from it, 4 off the bat, 46 without loss.
So we were chalk and cheese, Ali Brown and myself, in terms of how we played. I mean, he was a phenomenal ball striker and 20 years ahead of his time in terms of how he played white ball cricket and indeed red ball cricket, I'd say. I never really spoke to him about tactics out there. I just let him get on with it. You know, he'll come up with his own plans and his own reasons for taking on a certain shot at a certain time. I wasn't going to put anything in his head that was going to unclarify anything. And that was pretty much what he did with me. I did my thing, he did his thing. And after 2 overs, one or two had just nipped. And when I say one or two had just nipped, a little bit. And he came down, the Lord, and he said, I actually think we need to be a bit careful here for the next 3 overs. And I thought, what? Who is Alistair Brown and what have you done with him? Anyway, promptly faced the next over. I think it was from Darren Thomas, who was bowling from the pavilion end. Bearing in mind, he just said, I think we need to be a bit careful for the next 2 or 3 overs, just because it'll be a good pitch. He ran down the wicket and hit him into the pavilion. I was like, well, what happened to that? Let's have a look at that. Well, just thought I'd do it. that was how he played. Remarkable play. Remarkable play in red ball cricket as well. He played some vital innings for Surrey in those years where we won the championship for 3 times.
He seemed very unlucky, played him. He got that 100, didn't he, in a one-day international against India? Yeah. Didn't really get given much of an extended go. And was he sort of victim of being perhaps a bit ahead of his time at that stage?
100%. I don't think people quite understood how he was thinking. And his thinking would be very in tune with what it is now. But it was different back then. You know, you used to get told off for hitting the ball out the net, practicing sixes. Well, you know, now you look at the range hitting. So he was miles ahead of his time, and I don't think people quite understood his game plan.
Did you guys understand it?
I did, because I saw a guy that could take the game back to the opposition like nobody else in the side could do. We had some fantastic players, but there was one at Oakham School, I think it was, against Notts, and we tried gutsing it out, and we were 5 down for not very many, and he played the most remarkable counter-attack, scored 180 odd. I could never understand why people would applaud that and say how wonderful that was, and then be in some way critical when he tried it again and it didn't come off.
Oh, well, that's a tighter lead, closer to off stump. Yeah, especially given that the side that he was playing in, you had so much batting. I mean, he batted all the way down as well with Bicknell at 8. I mean, Sack Lane and Salisbury could bat as well, couldn't they? It's kept a little low as well, has it? It's gone through the folks. We've seen a couple of those, especially from the Vauxhall end today, have just gone a bit low through the folks. So actually, you know, you've got a kind of guy with a bit of license, haven't you, that you can throw in as a game changer.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Another good lead from Elgar.
Wasn't to say it was less. It wasn't to say he was unappreciated by our dressing room here. It was, I think, his perception in terms of people selecting him further up. You know, we understood, and you know, we allowed him to do what he did best, which was to take the attack onto the bowlers. It wasn't so much from here; it was people watching on. You mentioned that, you know, 100 in an ODI and then not getting given another opportunity, despite being the most destructive batsman in the county game.
Single to finish the over, just the one from it. 47 without loss after 14. We've nearly had an hour's play today after Surrey won the toss, elected to bowl again. And they've not yet made the breakthrough. Essex 47 without loss. Abbott's probably coming to the end of a 4-over spell from the Vauxhall end. Clark's just started a spell from the Pavilion end. We've yet to see Matt Fisher, who has been for Surrey one of the more luckless bowlers. I've watched quite a lot of him, and nothing has gone right for him. He's had LBW decisions turned down. He's had catches dropped, coupling and over. And you need a bit of luck, especially when you move county, don't you?
Oh, 100%.
And he has not had that so far.
All you can do is keep doing it, and hopefully Mother Cricket will reward you in due course. Put in the hard yards, put in the effort.
Well, in fairness to the England selectors, they sort of drafted him into the Ashes squad, didn't they, when Atkinson went with injury. So he's on their radar, but it's a pretty tough place to bowl here as well. Being one of 5 seamers, I don't know whether that's an advantage or not. I mean, I think back to when West Indies had 4 great seamers, and Joel Garner has one of the great averages in Test cricket. But he's often sort of forgotten amidst Michael Holding and Malcolm Marshall, Andy Roberts, because there are 4 of them, so the wickets get spread around, and Joel would very rarely get 5 because he'd be the sort of 4th seamer. Quite a nice team to have if you can have Joel Garner as a 4th seamer.
Gracious me. Isn't it just?
Well, Surrey's 4th seamer, I suppose. It's hard to tell, isn't it, out of these 5?
Well, that's the thing. Burns has options, doesn't he? As you mentioned earlier, plenty of options. And the counter argument I've heard for years now, that one's given us wide, not too dissimilar to the previous delivery, but he got away with that one, not that last one. The counter argument was if 4 seamers can't bowl you the overs, then, you know, what's the point in having 5? You've got too much choice. I always thought 5, if you can get them in, just gives you that option. And, I mean, I know it changed now with this injury sub, but if someone got injured or indeed just had an off day, you had that extra pair of hands. He's got to come up with something here, I think, a bit different, Rory Burns. They're banging away outside the off stump to Elgar, fine. But they're not really threatening, although the ball has just started to swing.
Well, we're getting into the sort of danger zone.
This is your twilight zone, isn't it?
It is a bit. Lacquer off. getting a bit warmer, bit of a shimmery heat haze we might see at some point.
Steady on.
We had it last week.
Did you?
Or the week before, yeah.
2 degrees it's going to be tonight here.
Is
apparently.
it?
Yeah, one of the ground staff was telling me.
Ooh, that's skewed away off a thick edge. There's no one down at deep third. So, brings a rather streaky boundary for Dean Elgar, who's mostly ignored those balls outside his off stump. Brings a 50 up as well. 50 partnership from 92 balls having been put in to bat.
Yeah, by and large, these two have been excellent. These two Essex openers. Had that one scary moment for Walter when he was nearly run out. That was loose from Elgar, unlike him. You can see the plan, though, from Clark. Round the wicket, ball slightly swinging, looking to take it away. And play on whether or not he's going to unleash a big booming drive. It's unlike Elgar. He's normally so watchful like that. Mind you, that was wide.
And has looped away into the gloves of folks. End of the over 15 gone in the first hour. Essex 52 without loss.
Sean Abbott to continue from the Vauxhall end, bowling to Paul Walter. Steady start for Essex, 52 without loss. Morning, Athers. What have you made of the first hour?
Morning, very good to see you. And yes, hello everyone. Well, the pitch, it was bright green, wasn't it? Emerald green at the start, but those who watch lots of cricket here would say that doesn't necessarily mean much. And it's done a bit, but not excessively so, and a very solid start. Dean Elgar's had a sticky start to the year, so good to see him getting some runs.
It was this partnership almost last season where the tide turned against Surrey. There was a game here against Essex, and Surrey 3 championship wins in a row, and those wins built on a brilliant home record. They're ahead of a game. Essex came out in the second innings, and these two put on 188 in the second innings, and from then on Surrey really struggled to take 20 wickets at home. Ooh, appeal for LBW, left alone from Elgar. It was close.
Yes, round the wicket, so he's got the advantage of the angle coming in, but I don't think it was close enough. Let's have a look at the replay. Let's not have a look at the replay. Talking of how difficult Surrey are finding it to get wickets, I was checking out their bowling averages this morning. It's been a real struggle. This is the replay. I don't think it did enough. No, it's not going to hit the stumps. There's only Ralphie Albert averaging below 30 with the ball. Nobody else below 30. So, and they're about 6 averaging above 50 with the bat. So that's the story of the first 2 games for Surrey, really. I was hoping to see Ralphie Albert play, but on this green top they don't really play a spinner, do they? I interviewed his granddad last year and had a tremendous couple of hours at the Epsom Snooker Club with him. He was great fun. Jimmy White, of course, for those who don't know.
Yeah, Albert played the first game of the season at Edgbaston. I'm sure we'll see lots more of him in the back end of the summer.
Mm.
Where he'll be joined in the Surrey spin attack by Rahul Chahar, who's signed up for 8 games for Surrey this season. Mightily impressive at the very end of last season. But yeah, Surrey, it's nearly a year since they won a home championship game. It was the Yorkshire game in mid-May last year was the last time they tasted victory at home.
Extraordinary that, isn't it?
Walter leaves that one alone. Essex 58 without loss. What do you think that's down to?
Well, generally, you know, the long stretch of matches that we have early season, you know, in the last few years have actually been quite batter friendly, haven't they? Against expectation, you think early April the ball must be nipping here, there and everywhere, but actually a lot more runs than people imagine or expect. And for the simple reason, I think, that the pitches are so slow. And Sean Abbott's not a tall man, but everything that Ben Folkes is taking is around ankle height at the moment. Atkinson got a bit more bounce with the new ball, but and this, I'm not critical of ground staff at all. It is impossible to get pace in a pitch when you're starting on April the 3rd. And that's the cricket I've seen this year. That's been the theme, really. Generally slow pitches, and it does make it much more difficult, I think, for selectors and those watching to really separate the wheat from the chaff, because slow pitches hides a lot of sins, allows more modest players to thrive than would otherwise be the case if pitches were quicker and bouncier. So you've done a game here and a game at Lords, the 2 games that you've done. Was it a slow pitch at Lords?
Yeah, it was similar to what we've seen here over the first 5 days of cricket here. I think that is just what April County Championship cricket is. We start so early now.
It's not ideal, isn't it? And particularly for the people watching. I mean, it's a beautiful day today here at the Oval, and actually warming up a little bit, you know, as we speak. But boy, it was cold this morning, and the 3 games that I've been to this year, I really have felt for the spectators. Hardy spectators who are turning up to watch, but you know, with layers on and bobble hats. You've got to be committed to do it in those conditions.
The big selection debate for England fans is who's going to open the batting. We think it will be Ben Duckett. We think it's probably not going to be Zach Crawley at this point in time. And the chat has been that county championship performances will be valued more than they perhaps have been in recent summers. But you're saying that actually it's quite difficult to ascertain exactly where batters are if conditions are like this, and not necessarily that similar to what we see in Test cricket. So how much can the selectors learn from the opening rounds of action?
I think you learn something, but not everything.
Short and pulled in front of square from Elgar. Doesn't quite get all of it, but it will still run away for 4. He moves on to 34.
Well, he leapt on that, didn't he, Dean Elgar? He is a very strong puller and cutter of the ball. He's not had that much opportunity, and wouldn't have had in the early part of the season. He's had 4 single-figure scores and a 40 so far, so it's been a right struggle for him, and that's because people will be pitching the ball up and generally getting him coming forward, which is not necessarily his preferred way of playing. So he goes quickly onto that short ball. Have you seen any of the potential openers in action or not? You wouldn't have done if you've just done this and the Middlesex game.
No, but I've been watching a lot of the streams.
Yeah.
I've learnt how you can watch 2 at the same time. It's been a game changer.
I thought you, being young and savvy, would have like 8 screens up at once.
I think 2 is the right number. I don't want to miss too much. But yeah, I mean, if you look at who toured with the Lions last year, Emilio Gay, Ben McKinney, Asa Tribe, Tom Haynes.
Yeah. They're the four, aren't they? And possibly James Rue, if Somerset push him up the order. I think it's very difficult if you're in the middle order to then go and open in a test match. My own experience, which is a long time ago, and I hesitate to reference it, but I was batting at 3 for Lancashire when I started to open with England. Graham Fowler and Gian Mendes were the openers, and I came in 3, and that's fine. I think you can do that, but I think from 4, 5, 6 it becomes more problematic. So if Rue's going to do it, I think he's got to be up in the top 3 for Somerset.
He's been coming in at 20 for 2 more often.
Well,
than
that's
not.
true. That's true.
I think the Rue story is fascinating because he's attracted a lot of headlines because of what he's achieved so early in his career. Scored 500s as a teenager in 2023. Driven aerially, that'll race away for 4. But slightly loose from Walter, so Surrey won't necessarily mind seeing that. Bit of away movement from Abbott, bowling around the wicket.
Yeah, it's the big thing now, or the big change in recent years is the way that right-arm seamers can come round the wicket and get the ball moving away to the left-handers. I was, funnily enough, sat next to Alan Butcher, your friend Mark's father, at the Wisden dinner a couple of weeks ago, and he was saying that as a left-handed opener is the biggest difference today, the number of people that come round the wicket and still take it to the slips. Didn't happen so much in Butch Senior's day.
Well, we saw some quite unorthodox methods of trying to counteract that a few years ago when scores were a little bit lower in the Championship around the COVID era. But Alex Lees, when he got called up for England, when facing right-arm seamers from around the wicket, you could almost see definitely leg and almost middle stump trying to counteract that threat.
Had a big impact on Mark Stoneman towards the end of his career as well.
But the Rue story, I think, is quite interesting because he has that brilliant first year, and ever since then his career average has always begun with a 4, which obviously excites people. But his 2024 and 25 were good without being outstanding. He played a lot of cricket for the Lions without necessarily doing that well. I think from 7 first-class games from the Lions, he averages under 20. But this is the first year, I would say, that he's threatened to dominate, not just in the volume of the runs, but also with the pace at which he's scoring. Short, just be a single down to fine leg.
I watched him get 70 in the opening game. The first game of the season was Somerset Notts at Taunton. And on that first day, he got 70. He played well. Ollie Stone bowled quite sharply. So that's something you do look at because you don't see that much of that level of pace in county cricket necessarily. And he just looked a very organised run getter to me, quite old-fashioned organised run getter, not particularly eye-catching, but that's fine. Don't necessarily have to play Instagrammable shots. He played well that day.
Another no ball from Abbott, his 3rd of the morning so far. You mentioned Instagrammable. I wonder actually the way in which we consume county cricket has changed how we perceive
the point
young
Rory
players.
Burns was making, wasn't it, in Surrey's pre-season media day? He said, you can get in the England team by the odd shot on Instagram these days. I think he was saying it slightly snarkily, but not completely.
Well, a thought experiment for you is how would we talk about a 21-year-old Joe Root now?
Yeah, good point. Ooh.
Left off a length from Abbott.
Played that well. I've long admired Dean Elgar. Well, anybody who opens in Test cricket for a long period of time, but he often looks and gets in some awkward positions. But he's kept that down. He's a really tough customer, Dean Elgar. Good player.
left alone by Elgar. Essex 69 without loss after 18 overs. Steady start from Essex this morning. 69 without loss. Dean Elgar, 34 not out. Paul Walter, 26 not out. Jordan Clark bowling from around the wicket from the pavilion end. Back to our conversation about England selection. I do think the Root story is interesting because the other way I look at it is that players who end up having significant England careers really dominate the championship. If you look at Harry Brook in 22, he averaged 100. Ben Duckett in 22 averaged 70 odd. Johnny Bairstow in 2015 averaged 100 to get into the England team. And I think part of the reason why it's exciting at this point of the season is because it's not that clear who it's going to be. And that's partly because there's no one who's truly dominated at the top of the order. And I think that Root might just be threatening to do that. And the question around his lack of experience at the top three is interesting as well, because Somerset should soon have wicket-keeping options in the middle
after
order.
the school exams.
Yeah, exactly. His younger brother Thomas yet to play a championship game for Somerset. That's good carry. Folks taking that one up at shoulder height. And there's also time between the end of the first block of games and that first test of the summer. There are a couple of Lions fixtures in that time as well. So I do wonder if England think this might be the time to get James Rew involved, that there is time. I don't know, England could potentially name 3 openers in that first test squad of the summer. Squirted past cover point, and that will race away for 4 to the shorter side. Elgar now on to 38.
Well, sometimes when he drives through the offside, his hands get ahead of him and he kind of squirts it away. He played one earlier, maybe 2 overs ago, and that went down to third man. You feel that if you can pitch it up from round the wicket and get him driving, but you've got to get a gully in. There's no gully at the moment because they've got a man sweeping out on the boundary. That's a good ball.
And another sign of the carry potentially getting a little bit better. Folks again taking that at around chest height.
Seems to be more carry, doesn't there, from the pavilion? I mean, I don't know whether it's because Atkinson and Clark are taller, but so far there's definitely been more carry from the pavilion end. Laws and Abbott are a bit skiddier, and they've come from this end, the press box end. What do they call this end now?
The Vauxhall end.
The Vauxhall. Is it still the Vauxhall end?
Yes.
Oh, beaten again. Lovely from Clark. Threatening over. Boundary from it. But Clark looking threatening at the moment. Essex 74 without loss.
I'm very happy to hear, by the way, because you told me next door that you've finally seen All the President's Men. Because a year ago, or not a year ago, a few months ago, when we finished the season with our stream here against Notts, on the day Robert Redford died, you shamefully admitted that you'd never seen All the President's Men, and you've corrected that omission. Well done.
Yeah, I think it was whilst I was doing night shifts for the Ashes. And my TV remote was a little bit broken, so the volume was a little bit low. So I had to listen really carefully. But no, an excellent recommendation. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Good.
But you haven't watched Paddington.
No,
that was the flip side of the Cam Ponsonby conversation.
That I saw Cam got a big award, didn't he, the other week for up and coming commentator of the year or something. That must have been that discussion around Paddington and All the President's Men. Matt
Fisher on for the first time this morning.
Matt Fisher.
He's been someone who people have been talking about as potentially breaking into the England squad. Obviously, he was called up at the very end of the Ashes in the squad for the 5th Test match without playing.
Well, I think if England are looking for what you might call a traditional line bowler, English-style seam bowler, he would be in the shake-up with Sam Cook and Ollie Robinson, basically.
Driven past mid-off. He'll come back for at least 2.
So we'll get a chance to compare and contrast Fisher and Cook, maybe, in this game. I quite like Sam Cook. I think he shouldn't be completely dismissed. That one game, he didn't bowl well against Zimbabwe. But I don't think with his record you can just dismiss somebody after one game.
Two slips and a gully in for Walter. Fisher, like the majority of the Surrey attack this morning, bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Walter.
It's bizarre, isn't it? 5 right-arm seamers for Surrey. When you think of, I mean, it's been hugely successful for them. They're chasing a 5th championship in 9 years. But when you think of their past dominant periods of championship cricket, it was all spin. Sacklane and obviously Laker and Locke many, many years ago, but this is very different.
And head coach Gareth Batty, someone bowled spin both here and also for England. I think it's quite interesting to look at the makeup of that Surrey attack, though. It has primarily been 5 seamers for the last 5 years now, but the makeup of those 5 seamers has changed. I think at Surrey's best, you had Dan Wall, who predominantly swung the ball away from the right-hander, Kemal Roach, who predominantly swung it into the right-hander. You had someone like Jamie Overton, who operate closer to 90 mph than 80.
Yeah, that's a good point. By implication, you're saying this lot are a bit samey.
I think in comparison to to Surrey at their absolute best. And then within that you had figures like Clark and Atkinson, who Clark now is essentially the main man, Worrell yet to play yet this season. But back then they were almost the guys who filled in the spare spots. I mean, Atkinson's a funny, quite modern story in that his record for England is better than his record for Surrey. He didn't play loads of first-class cricket for Surrey before he played for England. Got into the Surrey side at the start of the 2020s. Impressed against Essex. Bowled very well to Alistair Cook. I think another game that was on Sky, bowled very well in a game against Middlesex in 2023.
He did.
And then the spell that really turbocharged his career was in the 100 here against Phil Salt and Joss Butler. He was clocked at 95 mph. Do I trust that figure? No, I'm not sure.
Are you suggesting we tweak it up in the 100? Yes, just to...
I'm not saying I have an opinion on exactly who does that. But let's just say that the numbers that appear on the county streams don't tend to correlate that closely to what we see during the 100 in particular. But I think that actually the most important thing with that Atkinson spell that day was not what the speed gun said, but it was that he was bowling to 2 international batters, and it looked really sharp.
It looked sharp, yeah, for sure. Well, it's a good turnout. It's good to see. It's always good to come here for Championship cricket because they make such an effort with it when a lot of other clubs don't really.
Going back to that conversation about the identity of the England openers, I guess the other thing that's different nowadays to yours playing days is the prevalence of world-class overseas bowlers. So even on early season pitches where there's not a huge amount of pace, but back in your playing day, there were so many world-class players playing in county cricket that you could almost answer the question about players' ability against that calibre of bowling within the domestic game, and that's harder to do now.
For sure. Although the games weren't streamed, so selectors had to take their chances. Good ball. About who they might see on any given day, and a selector might turn up to watch X at Old Trafford, and X would be fielding all day. That's how it was back in the day. But you're right. In fact, I wrote about this the other day. I looked at the overseas players in my first and last years of first-class cricket and compared them to those playing today. And it's not it's not a case of back in my day. Just a reflection of how things have changed, really, with the competition of the IPL and the PSL. And I do wonder whether the amount of effort and expense to get overseas players here for the championship now, whether it's actually worthwhile.
No, it's a good point, and it's also, you can go more recently than that. I was talking to Jamie Porter before the start of the season, and I asked him what are the major changes in the championship between when he first started playing about a decade ago and now, and he actually mentioned the calibre of overseas players. 10 years ago you had the IPL, it's pre-PSL.
Yeah.
So there are so many more options for modern players. I saw a New Zealand coach the other day saying that 54 New Zealand players
on the subcontinent.
are in the subcontinent at the moment.
Yeah. Amazing. The big change is the absence of what I would call a fear factor. I can vividly remember one of my early years at Old Trafford where a couple of senior players had chalked up the fixture list on a kind of what would have been the equivalent of a whiteboard back in the day, and they'd have the name of the county, they'd have the venue, and then they'd have the overseas player. So it might go Hampshire, Portsmouth, Marshall, and then there'd be a couple of crosses next to it. That's the game to get the hamstring.
I run away for 4, played with soft hands. Runs flowing nicely for Essex, going at around about 4 runs and over throughout the morning.
Terrific start, isn't it? Because when you got here this morning and could barely see the pitch from the rest of the square, if you'd have said, give me 83 for none half an hour before lunch or whatever we are, then you'd settle for that for sure. They both played excellently.
You asked me for my possible England opener pick. My wildcard before the season was Paul Walter.
Was it? He's done well, hasn't he, at the top of the order?
Well, fascinating career because he breaks into the Essex side as a seamer, really. Cut away, and that should be another boundary, and it is. Walter on to 38 now. Essex 91 without loss after just 21 overs. Runs really flowing. Be battered in the middle order predominantly for Essex for a number of years. And he averaged in the high 30s, but he didn't score many hundreds. And then Essex were struggling to find an opening partner alongside Dean Elgar. Gets the job, not at the very start of last season, but in April, late April. And from that point to the end of the summer, averaged 50 opening batting, scored 100 here. Slightly slow start to the summer in 2026, but he's done very, very well at the top of the order.
Yes, and it's just not one of those. He's not one of the names that gets mentioned, and that's just slightly how it is. Some players are just a bit less fashionable than others.
But also, I think the general conversation is a reflection of England's selection patterns over the last few years, and I find it fascinating comparing how different countries go about selection in different ways. I suppose on the other end of the scale is New Zealand, who seem to just pick whoever they think is the next best player in that specific role, regardless of where they are in their career. Back end of the World Cup, pick Cole McConkey, 34-year-old off-spinning all-rounder.
Yeah.
In their ODI series win in India, a 31-year-old left-arm spinner who was a lab technician 2 years ago comes in and does a great job, Jaden Lennox.
I mean, I guess they've got few players. Not happy with himself there, Dean Elgar. It was very wide. I think he picked it as the in-swinger, and that's why he kind of ended up playing it in the end, but it was so wide. Berated himself afterwards.
Bit of movement though in the air. Fisher getting the ball to swing into the left-handers.
I've never been to Velcombe, where Dean Elgar's from, but I kind of imagine it being quite a tough old place. Hot and hardy temperatures producing pretty hardy, flinty customers.
I think you're right. Definitely less carry from this end. Fisher bowling from the Vauxhall end. Notably different carry and pace compared to the guys from the other end, Atkinson and Jordan Clark. Done all the work from the pavilion end so far this morning.
He just looks a bit unsettled here. I mean, that's a ball that I reckon Dean Elgar will think that he could have just tucked into the leg side. He may be just wary that he thinks Fisher might be able to take one to slip as well, but he's just not quite certain of the line and what's happening. If he picks that, and he can just tuck that with the swing to leg side, but he's just not certain at the moment against Fisher.
Driven through the offside. Should be at least 2. It is 2. Essex 93 without loss after 22 overs.
Beautiful day in South London. Just an adjustment for the personnel for Surrey. Clark, for whatever reason, is just going to take leave of absence for a moment. These two openers aren't leaving anywhere at the minute. I completely agree with Michael Atherton. Dean Elgar just looks as if he's fighting himself a little bit on occasions. A couple of fiddles outside off stump. And a delivery in the last over where he perhaps could have clipped it through the leg side, but he's moved to 44. Walter, who now faces Laws, is 38 and 93 without loss. Essex, by and large, considering the amount of grass on this pitch, have been pretty much untroubled. Surrey won the toss, decided to bowl. That's the way things happen these days at the Oval. 26 times, the last 26 times a captain has won the toss in red ball cricket and bowled. Well, 93 without loss after 22 overs and 1 ball is not perhaps what Rory Burns has in mind, but as Dan Norcross was saying earlier, sometimes the witching hour is just running up to the lunch break, and we're sort of there now. Good afternoon, Cam.
Hello, Ian.
Did you have a trouble with the tubes?
No trouble for me.
No trouble?
Hopped on the old line bikes.
Just thought a quiet, relaxed morning in and then travelling in for work at some point.
It was very nice. I'm assuming that means you did have trouble on the way in.
No, I just got here on time.
There are aspersions being made. I've been sat down working away.
Oh, well, they do encourage that here at the Oval. On your laptop somewhere with the super Wi-Fi or whatever it is they've got. Work from home at the Oval. What have you made of it?
I think it's a very good idea, and I'm excited to see how other counties pick it up. And I heard Charles Dagnall earlier on commentary talking about doubting how much work could get done if you are at the Oval. And I think as a cricket journalist, it'd be wrong of me or be mean of me to say it's hard to get work done here, given that's what I have to do every day, basically.
Sort of what you do, yes.
But it's funny how it's become a formalised thing. There was a point last year I remember chatting with colleagues here and people in the backroom staff at Surrey about kind of whether it felt right to advertise that the Wi-Fi was available and you could come down here and do it, and if there was any kind of ethics around it to consider.
Again, Elgar just battling a little bit as he squirts that into the offside. He's just been turned round on a couple of occasions. It also begs the question, you know, how much how much work from home gets done anywhere? Never mind at the Kier Oval.
The streams have been a revelation for county cricket. You can see a couple of people there. I often wonder whether we should be showing them on camera in case they're getting caught.
Was it the Coldplay concert that got that lady into trouble a while ago?
Exactly. They weren't working, to be fair.
No, they weren't working. They're doing something completely different. I like what they're doing here, though. They're encouraging people to come and watch county cricket, and whatever they're doing is working. Some really strong numbers through the gate, whether that's be come and work here and free Wi-Fi, whatever the initiatives are. They've got it right. They have unique advantages, Surrey, in terms of geographically as much as anything, and the perceived wealth in the area, with the City of London being down the road. But that said, they make the most of what they've got. They really do. That's beautifully timed, and that has raced across this massive square here at the Oval. That is a wonderfully timed shot, and that brings up the 100 for Essex. They're 100 without loss from 23.
More runs for Dean Elgar. He's had a difficult start to the season. 5 single-figure scores in his 6 innings, 4 and 5 even, beg your pardon. Approaching his first half-century of the year. Such a good addition to the club. Taking a senior opener mantle from Alistair Cook. 2 pretty good names to be able to bandy about.
I imagine he's a very impressive leader in the dressing room. It's not just the runs that he scored for Essex over however many seasons, but his presence in the dressing room. Younger players, second 11 players, academy players, whatever, they'll see the work that goes in, that he puts in training, and how he prepares for a game. Solid from Walter with a nice straight bat. Part of your role as a overseas, I think. Lead the way. Laptop's out then. There we go. Bring your laptop. Got a little desk there. Get a little bit of work done and watch a lot of cricket.
We need to change the PR. We need to say that you get loads of work down. It's the ambient noise.
I don't work for Surrey. That's a nice thing to do, though, isn't it? Not stuck in your kitchen or something. Beautiful day. Problems for Burns, though. Winning the toss, deciding to bowl. As I mentioned, that is the way things go here of late at the Oval. But in truth, they've not really looked very penetrative at all. Atkinson got a few to go past the outside edge when he found a nice length. In fairness to him, given he's not played since the Boxing Day Test, Atkinson looked in decent rhythm. Clark has probably looked the most probing in terms of hitting the pitch and a bit of swing. But there's just a bit of a samey nature about this bowling attack. And I think I'm right in saying not one delivery has been bowled from over the wicket. They haven't even tried that angle. I know that's become fashionable and more fashionable lately to go round the wicket to the left-handers. Perhaps it's time to rethink after 23.5 overs without success. Old school. Go across the left-hander, maybe try and bring one back into the pads, even if it's just for an over. Make the batsman change his shoulder angle to come and find you.
It's been a lean time of it for the Surrey bowling attack so far this year. bowled only once in both games against Warwickshire and Leicestershire. Leicestershire got 690 here at the Kia Oval a couple of weeks ago. It's amazing how quickly the kind of right arm over seam attack, where they have 5 seamers, when it's working, it's relentless. And as soon as it's just a bit off the boil, all of a sudden it can seem very samey.
Nicely done. Pigeons leap out of the way, and they're not going to pull that one back in. So that's a very efficient way for Dean Elgar to go through to another 50 in first class cricket. He's 53 not out, and Essex are going nicely, 105 without loss.
First of the season for Dean Elgar. Imagine it'll be a relief of sorts. He's played so much cricket. I don't think a run of 2.5 games without a score would have concerned him too much. But a happy place to be for Essex at the moment. 105 for no loss. And not looking too threatened either.
Well, even as an experienced, talented player, fighty, gutsy player like Dean Elgar will fret a little bit over scores. Mention the fact that he's the overseas. You're over here to lead the way on and off the field, and he's had a difficult time of it to start with, but he's got a wonderful opportunity to go big here. 106 without loss.
Did you ever do any stints as an overseas?
Only in club cricket in Perth.
I imagine you still had that pressure kind of on your shoulders, where you rock up and you're, what, 19, 20, maybe 21, and all of a sudden you're expected to be the man.
Yeah, I was a bit older because I spent a period out of the game, so it came to me a little bit later going abroad. But you're absolutely right, it's definitely there. Who's this Pom? Who have we got here? I didn't start very well, it got marginally better, but it is something that you're aware of, definitely. And rightly so. You know, you're asking a bit more from your overseas player rather than just to turn up on game day and deliver. That's sort of a given, really, but it's all the other stuff that goes around it, and there is that extra bit of pressure. I think it's good. I think it's good for youngsters to go abroad and feel that and experience those different conditions. You know, I went to Perth, batting in Perth. It was the only way I can describe it is the first game. It felt like you were batting in high definition as opposed to standard definition TV. It was so bright and hot. The ground under your feet felt like concrete. Very different experience. The bounce, but really valuable. Ben Folkes took himself off to Sri Lanka, didn't he? And played a bit of first class cricket. Too straight. You can see what he's trying to do. You can see he's trying to tuck him up, but it's all a little easy for Essex at the minute.
I think there was a large Surrey contingent that went over to Perth this winter. I remember bumping into Ollie Sykes at the Wacker, and he was explaining. Apparently, it's a different county every year, pretty much. You decide to almost all go en masse. You're there with your mates on the other side of the world, all playing for different clubs. Sounds like quite a good life.
Well, better than being in the indoor school for 3 months, which is what they seem to do an awful lot now. Again, straight and efficiently clipped towards the pigeons. Come back for a couple. It's got to be more beneficial going away and looking after yourself. Of course, I mentioned me going out to Perth. The gaffer here, he knows all about Perth. Alex Stewart was a fixture at Midland Guildford for many years. Robin Smith played out there as well. There's quite a few Englishmen, but Stewie was part and parcel of the furniture at Midland Guildford. Gets hot out there.
Lilac Hill, where they played that
100%.
Ashes warm-up.
100%. We have a change of angle, which I'm going to applaud Laws for here, just to try something different. Been a diet of right arm seam around the wicket to both left-handers. He's now going to come slightly over the wicket. So Elgar adjusts his guard and his stance to open up a little bit. And now he's got to find his off stump. One thing Warney always used to talk about is going, Warney was a spinner, but over or round, change the position at the crease. Don't change it necessarily by a bit. change it by a big margin. So you've got to go as a batter and go and find the bowler. You've got to change your feet position, your hip position, your shoulder position. So Elgar just a little bit more open now with Laws over the wicket. Nicely done. Outfield is quick enough. So it hasn't worked straight away for Laws, but a worthy try. 114 without loss from 25.
Dean Elgar, first half century of the season. He hasn't looked entirely comfortable throughout his innings. He's still driven on occasion and working his way up and towards potentially his first century of the year. We've seen, well, until Tom Laws just came over the wicket for those last two deliveries. Big swings into his pads. He's going well so far.
Just feeling his knee a little bit there. Gentle stretching. So Fisher is going to follow suit and go over the wicket. Couple of slips and a gully. Deep backward point, which I sort of think is a bit of a waste of a fielder, really, considering he won the toss and elected to bowl. We've seen both players get squared up. It could squirt to gully. That's not a million miles away from mid-wicket. But we'll bring up another boundary. So the runs are just starting to flow in the last 15 minutes for Essex.
Well, it's been a theme of Surrey's season so far. So the bowling's been quite leaky. It was Jordan Clark who highlighted it halfway through the Leicestershire game. We had quite a frank interview with Mark Church, the long-standing broadcaster here at Surrey. So consecutive bad sessions of the ball, which is something that they hadn't had at all for the years previously. That's better. Just beating the outside edge. And a bit of joy for that new angle of over the wicket as well.
Well, quite as a left-hander, you've now got to refine where your off stump is, and you can see Walter just suggesting that he should have left that, and I'm in complete agreement because that was quite wide. But that's the difference of just changing the angle. It doesn't think you have to, you can mix and match it. You don't have to stay over or around for any length of time. It's just to change it. You can go back round the wicket any time you want, but he's now got to find where his off stump is. That's just a bit straight. That's sort of an example of what you've just been talking about, that you've beaten him on the outside edge. All right, it might be a little bit wide. I understand why he's tried to come in a little bit tighter, but just for some period of time, hold it there. And they haven't had that discipline, that relentless discipline of banging away on that line and length.
I know it's Fisher bowling at the moment from the Vauxhall end, but it's Tom Laws at the Pavilion end. And his economy this year has been pretty much 4.94 across his 55 overs. Which, especially given the context of this year for Tom Laws, where his name's getting bandied about with potential international selection, we'll be wanting to tighten up sooner rather than later.
Not where Elgar was aiming it, but Sibley is in the way at mid-wicket off the inside edge. Yeah, those economy rates are not great, are they? We've had some slow pitches, but that's where you've got to be ultra-disciplined, isn't it?
I actually found myself speaking to Keith Barker and Toby Rowland-Jones this week. Just see Dom Sibley diving, throwing himself around at mid-wicket now. He's used to standing at first or second slip. It's a bit of change of pace for him. And they're talking about how their skill sets have changed over the years of their career.
Lovely. Beats extra cover on the right-hand side. It's taken a bit of a leap off one of the practice footholes, and I don't think that's going to be cut off. There was no big dive in the deep. So again, runs flowing.
I think that was a wise decision from Gus Atkinson out on the rope. Just to watch that one go rather than potentially do yourself a mischief by trying to save one run. Hop, skip and a jump over the footholes as well of those wickets out towards Archbishop Tennyson's school. I always forget the name. Harleyford Road, that's it. Having gone up it about 1 million times in my life, never sticks.
I agree with you on Gus not diving. I would have banned my fast bowlers from diving full stop, 123 without loss. There was one that Jordan Clark chased down here, actually. It was a very similar spot to where Chris Wokes fell in a heap and horribly damaged his shoulder in that last test match of the summer against India. And it was in a similar position, and Clark had a dive, and I winced. He's a big, strong lad, though. He was fine, but I'm quite glad Gus Atkinson rather escorted that to the fence. Imagine he's feeling a bit stiff, Gus Atkinson, as well. First game back since that Boxing Day test. Glorious day. Pretty chilly when, well, certainly I turned up, Cam. I don't know about you. You're a little bit behind me, but now the jackets have been removed. It's a 123 without loss. Pulled away, not with any real conviction. No great pace in the pitch, but it's worth trying. Worth trying two things there. He's over the wicket, which is a change of angle and a shorter length.
Well, it's glowing sunshine at noon normally. Or if you just want to just leave the house with a shirt on. Here we go. Short ball from Tom Laws. Just about rushing Paul Walter. He's got such a beautiful action once he gets to the crease, Tom Laws. Just about tying all those bits together. That's what Toby Rowland-Jones was referring to when I was speaking to him. Because I was basically asking Rowland-Jones and Keith Barker. There's a bit of an oddity in the wickets tables this year, where all the top wicket takers in Division 1, Division 2 are pretty much 35 and above, and seamers, which I guess isn't too surprising at this stage of the year. I was kind of, is it a bit bizarre that you're kind of at the back end of your career, but your numbers statistically are kind of better than they've ever been? Pulled. I go straight to deep square leg, where Gus Atkinson doesn't have to move on this occasion. And Rowland-Jones was talking about how he feels he was a better bowler 10 years ago because his ceiling was higher, as it were. He could bowl faster spells that could change games in a more dramatic fashion. But by having to bowl more within himself, he could describe it as 100% of 80% was the word phrase he used. He's more consistent, and you're kind of playing a different role for the team, which can produce more effective numbers. And Keith Barker was very similar. He tentatively admitted that he doesn't think he's ever bowled at 100% in his career. His whole point is making sure you're consistently operating at 80%, making sure you have a tool action, being incredibly accurate, and kind of letting your skills dominate over a period of time rather than chasing wickets as he may have done earlier on in his career.
A little inside edge. Sees Elgar scamper up the other end. The schedule doesn't allow 100% of 100%, does it? Never really has. With all the talk about how much first-class cricket is played so early in the season, it isn't right. I understand the reasons why, but it isn't right, isn't fair on the players, particularly the seamers. But you know, Alan Donald, when he was at Warwickshire overseas for a start, you know, not every spell was 100% of 100%, because you just can't. You can't physically do it. When he did go 100% of 100%, it was interesting, but change of field. So 2 slips and a gully. Another man comes across from the offside into square leg. .127 without loss. The 2 bowlers you mentioned there, though, are extremely experienced, and again, we're talking like angles and just changing up things a little bit. Here, that's probably what they do quite naturally. You know, they might use different positions at the crease, even if it's, say in Toby's case, over the wicket to a right hander or whatever. I bet you ain't landing in the same spot every single time. He's just using the crease, particularly when it gets flat. You used to see that a lot. I don't see it quite so much anymore. I don't know why.
I think I was quite surprised by how much Keith Barker talked about the variations he bowled, but kind of variations of his stock ball, as it were. So he's still trying, I think, to the bystander, if you're watching on, looks like you're just trying to nail the top of off stump every single ball. But as you said, he's using different angles of the crease, and he's using his in-swing and his outswinger all to still hit the top of off stump. So you're getting a kind of a variety of the same as the batter to challenge both the inside and outside edge of your bat. It was Warwickshire against Essex. So it was Keith Barker's first game back for Warwickshire after a long spell at Hampshire. And they beat Essex by 41 runs last week at Edgbaston. And Barker claimed 3 wickets in the opening over of the final day to set up what was a very exciting win.
Just looking at the bowling options that have been used and are available to Rory Burns. Atkinson, as we mentioned, hasn't played any cricket of late. Any cricket this year, really. He's bowled 6 overs. Law's gone through 6, Abbott 6, Clark 5, and Fisher is into his 5th. So 5 bowlers used, very samey. Thought we might have seen a bit of Dan Lawrence or something. We might. We've still got maybe a couple of overs before lunch. We wonder how they're going to handle Gus Atkinson here, actually. Wonder if there is some sort of stipulation as to how many overs he should or should not bowl, given this is his first day back at school for a while.
I think they've been quite careful with him already. I don't think when he went home from Australia after Melbourne that it was meant to be 4 months until he next played cricket. I think it had been planned for a while that game 3 was going to be when he came back into the fray.
I'm going to be careful there as the ball rolled back. There's a nice line and length from Fisher. And Elgar, as is his wont, with his nose right over the ball. They have it all mapped up for these guys, don't they, in terms of rehab?
I imagine so. I know Atkinson was with the Surrey squad at Edgbaston for the first match of the season, but even then, with the Leicestershire game in between and then a bye week, he knew that it was going to be this game where he was coming back.
Nice line and length and some movement and a good leave. I was privy to seeing some of, and speaking to Jofra Archer actually, about how, sort of off the record really, but it wasn't a really private conversation, but you know, the way that they managed his recovery back in, the detail that they go into now. The international side, but indeed county sides like Surrey and England will be doing with Atkinson is quite very impressive actually, but absolutely to the detail. It's all mapped out. Last ball of the 28th, and Elgar thought about flashing that through backward point. He resisted 127 without loss.
I remember when Jofra Archer came back, I think it was Will Macpherson of the Telegraph, did an article about tracking his return to the England team. And there was a line in there from some of the England staff, which kind of laughed at the idea that they'd rushed Jofra back because he hadn't had an amount of red ball cricket. And they were saying, no, like the white ball cricket he's been playing and the various loads he's had at Sussex, wherever he may have been in the world, was all building towards that India series.
It was amazing. I felt that Joff got back for that World Cup. You know, he's going the side in Australia. I didn't have him as any chance of going to India and Sri Lanka, but there he was. He looks in fine, Fettel. Been taking wickets in the IPL, early wickets too, wickets with his first ball. You know, his rehab was absolutely mapped out to the delivery. That's parried, but well stopped from the diving folks. That would have woken Burns and Pope up should they have needed to be woken up. Good from Laws though. It looks like he's found a bit of rhythm. He seems to be attacking the crease those last two deliveries, and again just something a bit different. Not just a dart of hit the top of off stump or wide of off stump. Try something. And it was a bit of a flap from Walter, and there is a fine leg in place. Atkinson sort of 2/3 of the way back just behind backward point, and there's a man just in front of square leg side. So Laws is trying to make something happen as we close in on the break. That's a bit too easy though.
That was a remarkable delivery. The one before, he went short and it swung a mile after the bat. Ben Folks having to leap across his slip fielders. I remember Joffrey, he ended up playing in the Sri Lanka White Ball Series just before the World Cup. And that was ahead of time. It was going to be a World Cup reveal, and then Joffrey was there, and all of a sudden he was out on the pitch.
He just had to keep his gloves out the way of it. So easy as a batsman to just follow that. Particularly as a left-hander from a right arm over. You just sort of follow it and think, oh, I can get that down a fine leg. You get a little tickle on it. Just, I think, at the last minute, Elgar withdrew his hands. Should be lunch in a couple of deliveries time. Good again from Laws, just trying something different. Elgar will have nought to do with that. He knows the break's round the corner. He knows that Essex and his team have had an excellent morning here at the Oval. Remember, Surrey won the toss, decided to bowl, and they have had no joy. Everything they've thrown at Essex, at times it's been a bit of a mixed bag, but has been repelled. So should be last ball before lunch. Safely negotiated by Dean Elgar. Warm applause from the supporters here. There are a few Essex supporters in. And that has been a top effort from the two opening batsmen. Elgar's 67, Walter is 48. And Surrey, despite winning the toss, go into the lunch break with nothing to show for their efforts.
No, advantage Essex. Only one session down, but given the patterns of matches we've seen here at the Kia Oval over the past few years, the idea is to win the toss, bowl, and hopefully be batting by the end of the same day. And that'll be quite a turn of events if Surrey managed to take all 10 in the afternoon session.
Yeah, that seems a long way off for Surrey at the minute. Wicketless in the first 2 hours of this game. And a diet of right arm seam has been repelled, as I say, from Elgar and Paul Walter. So the ground staff are just going to go and touch up the pitch, repaint the lines. And I think Surrey County Cricket Club are going to allow a bit of perambulation. So a good start, a good morning, excellent morning first session for Essex. Elgar is unbeaten on 67. Walter is 2 away from 51-28 without loss from 29 overs.
Surrey's bowlers, all 5 right-arm seamers on show. Atkinson, his first bowl since late December, that MCG test where England won inside 2 days. And aside from that, it's been a bit wayward at times, would be a word to use. Tom Laws, Jordan Clark and Matt Fisher's all economies sat around 5, and for Clark a touch more. And the result is it's 128 for no loss for Essex. And the result for those in the stands, as the gates are flung open here at the Kia Oval at lunchtime, and people can wander on. Why not?
Why not? Go and
work from the outfield.
Go and have a look at 22 yards of grass. Nice to be able to stroll around. Beautiful day. It's been an excellent session for Essex, 128 without loss. So there's a lot of focus on county cricket at the start of this summer because of this reconnect that has been requested with England and the counties, but it will start again for Ben Stokes Brendan McCullum at Lords on Thursday, June the 4th. That first of 3 test matches against New Zealand. 10 o'clock in the morning on Sky Sports Cricket. With that in mind, when we come back, we'll take you back to the start of Bazball.
Lunch day 1 here at the Kia Oval, where Essex have made a terrific start. They're 128 without loss. The openers, Elgar and Walter, 67 and 48 respectively. Our conversation on day 1 at lunch will revolve around this new book released yesterday, or published yesterday, Full Circle, A History of Cricket. And of course, with me here, the authors of it, Richard Heller and Peter Oborne. Welcome to our coverage. Congratulations on the book. And welcome back to the Oval. You've both got long and storied histories at this ground in different ways.
Yeah, I was very moving. I was here. The first test match I ever went to was at the Oval. I was 11. It was 1968 against the Aussies, last test. And I was sat out on the outfield. You were allowed to, you were sitting on the grass as kids. I don't know if they still do that. I think not, possibly. Bill Lawrie scraped in a very annoying 155, I think, from memory.
A bit more happened that week, which would inform a lot of what happened in your professional life, Basil de Oliveira, and the work you did around chronicling his extraordinary journey in the game.
Well, as we all know, Basil scored 158 in response, and that's another Oval story, which is that as Basil walked off, and these incredible applause, this historic, momentous, history-changing innings, you suddenly got the phone ring in the secretary's office. Geoffrey Howard was the secretary, a very fine secretary, of many, many fine secretaries of Surrey. And it's a call from the message is from the Prime Minister's office of South Africa: if today's Centurion is picked for the winter tour, the tour is off. And he's put down the phone, and Geoffrey Howard, the secretary, was left handling that piece of bombshell information.
And so it proved. I mean, of course, the work you've done together on Pakistan cricket specifically, the book you wrote a number of years ago now, but following on from Wounded Tiger, the award-winning title, 13, 14 years ago, on that front there. But Richard, as well, you've got history at this ground as a player, Lords and Commons. I mean, you faced Colin Croft out here as well, I hear.
I did. That might be described as the heyday of my career. It was a career that had more Maydays than heydays, I may say. But it was a great match. Lords and Commons, Parliament's team against Old West Indies. It began well for me because I dismissed Collis King of the West Indies.
Whoa.
Yeah, he was sick as mud, understandably. I had two variations in those days. I had a slower ball and an even slower ball, and he played right round the even slower ball. This is a player who had thrilling batsman who'd won the 1979 World Cup final for the West Indies with his batting. Yeah, and he's out to out to some trundler in the twilight of a mediocre career.
I thought it was worth, because both of you have got long histories chronicling national and indeed international politics in addition to cricket and the work you've done in this space. But those two threads crossed over for you here at the Oval when an over you were involved in nearly was the catalyst for the downfall of a government.
Well, it was. Later on in that match, I was Lords and Commons trying to save the game, and I come in and I face a few overs from Colin Croft, not long retired from being a lethal pace bowler for the West Indies. He's ambling in off 2 or 3 paces, but it's still the fastest thing I'd have ever faced. And eventually I get him away for a single somewhere, and my partner comes in to face him, and my partner was a Conservative MP. He was pretty good. Played pretty good club cricket in his time. It was quite a cut above me as a batsman. And the next ball from Croft was just a little bit over-pitched, and he hits a beautiful straight drive past the bowler and his follow-through. And I saw a momentary cloud pass over the bowler's face. And I thought, partner, that was a beautiful stroke, but I don't think that was a good career decision. Next ball, same lolloping 2 or 3 paces. I think there was just an extra flick of the wrist, and it was a throat ball. No helmets in those days, and we nearly had a by-election. The by-election would have been lost by the Conservative Party. John Major might have been forced into a general election 2 years early, and history would have changed. We'd have had 2 more years of Tony Blair.
Ah, yes, I guess that would have been that election cycle.
Yeah.
So that kind of provides some, as I say, places you two at the heart of both politics, and in your case, Richard, having worked as an advisor, but Peter as a leading writer and pundit on politics more widely. But then you got this overarching desire to make a contribution to the literature and cricket, explaining how you've done that before. But this book here that we've both got copies of in front of us at the moment, Full Circle, A History of Cricket, dealing with, I suppose, the evolution of the game from the very, very start. Now, many people have done that, but you're trying to place it within the wider story of the cultural significance, the commercialisation of the game, and I suppose a warts and all take on where commercialisation has taken us to a place now, which is recognisable to an earlier time in the game's history as well, Peter.
Yes. The thing that there is a full circle in the sense that you start off, the game starts with laws specially to gamble. It was run by these outrageous 18th century aristocrats and promoters, and the game and the whole game was structured around making money. And then you got the rise of the Victorian public schoolmaster, and it became a game which was went on and on forever, 5 days. It had very careful laws. There was huge jeopardy about giving away your wicket. it was compared in Thomas Arnold's Tom Brown school days to habeas corpus, the game of cricket. You know, the great institution.
The most unlikely conversation ever recorded between school children. Between teenagers, particularly. Yeah.
And it became a way of life. It became a national metaphor. You know, if you played a straight bat, you were you were somebody who could be relied on. Yeah. A sticky wicket, was difficult. There was a British Army battalion was caught in real trouble. It was being overrun in the Korean War, I think it was, and they sent a message there. And American colleagues were in a bit of a tricky wicket, and of course. The Americans didn't understand. That meant they were being overrun by the enemy and didn't do anything about it. It's one of the famous. So it became a metaphor for what Britain was in many ways, and that is one of the. And that, of course, is being wiped away and destroyed. That is, of course, and we look into the sad collapse of the MCC as a moral force in cricket, for instance, is one of the.
I mean, going back to how you decided to go about this project. Going back to the origins of the game, both in Europe and Asia, because we have this sort of sense that cricket is this English invention, but you go in a bit more depth on that. I mean, as I mentioned before, others have done that, but you thought that was the right place to start a conversation that would take us all the way to the modern day and lots of different detours en route to it, most enjoyable ones at that. But what inspired you to kind of go to the origins of the sport as we know it and as it was before we know it in this current form?
Well, I think a point that we wanted to make is that from its earliest days, cricket has been intimately, as soon as it became an organised sport at all, as soon as it became even recognised as a separate sport, it's been intimately involved in politics, in economics, in social change, in the first the English society and then the global society all around it. And we wanted to locate it there. I hope that we did that. The only time that cricket has not been involved, one of the most foolish things I think it's ever said is let's keep politics out of sport. Sport has always been involved in politics ever since from very early on. Ever since Roman emperors, staged gladiatorial contests to please their subjects. Keep politics out of sport. The only time cricket has not been involved in politics is when in the very early days, where it simply wasn't important enough. When it was a rural game that didn't attract the attention of just an everyday rural pastime, played under different rules, different conditions by anybody, with a club and a stone or a ball to throw, and. Cricket didn't even attract the attention of the two biggest lobbies in medieval England, which are the medieval church and the arrow makers.
Well, you anchor some of this to the Restoration, don't you? Period, and the time, after the mid 1660s, where
the arms industry, was against cricket, very seriously against cricket because it distracted from preparing people for war. And Richard, remind me about the church. You wrote that.
Yeah. Well, the church was quite friendly to some sports, which were actually played by the sides of churches, like fives. But it didn't like cricket very much because it took people away on Sunday from listening to very, very long sermons.
Yes, and in fact, the great periods of decline in cricket, because it isn't just an effortless rise, it has an enormous, it slows down, if not stops, and goes into reverse with the rise of Methodism and the resurgence in church and religious belief in the end of the 18th century. And it sort of slows down and doesn't re-emerge until the sort of third decade of the 19th century. And I tend to think this is to do with the rise of evangelical Christianity. Right. And the other time, it had to battle Puritanism earlier in the mid 17th century in the Civil Wars.
And those sort of totemic figures that are woven through as well. So the Duke of Richmond, which we still have that link to the game down in Goodwood now, Rana. I'm sure you, like I, you as well have played it down there, and there's that link
I
back
never
to.
have, actually.
Nonetheless, like there's these figures, even the Prince of Wales, and how that relates
Yeah.
to what eventually happened here at the Oval, and the investment in this place. I mean, these figures that help cricket on its extraordinary rise before that kind of small, the diminishing returns, I suppose, in the early 18th.
So you start from the aristocracy, and then when they get frightened by the mob, it spreads out. Isn't that right?
Well, they get frightened by the mob. They tend to retreat into their own estates and keep the mob out. But there are a lot of entrepreneurs and commercial promoters who use cricket to sell food and drink at pubs.
So what you get really is early versions of Kerry Packer, and in the middle of the 19th century, you get sort of Kerry Packer antecedents, try to make money out of cricket, and that's a good idea. Except that the people who run the game, the amateurs, don't like that at all. They're not in favour of it. So you get this fascinating battle in the middle of the 19th century between the entrepreneurs who were trying to sell cricket to the rising industrial classes, mainly in the north of England, against the amateurs based in London at Lord's. And the amateurs, Richard wrote this section of the book. It's absolutely gripping, I think. The amateurs win by suborning somebody who wasn't an amateur at all, W.G. Grace. They allow him to cheat, to make as much money as he'd like, and to play as an amateur, even though he's actually the biggest professional there's ever been. And this is the dark pact which establishes cricket as the national sport in the second half of the 19th century.
Yeah, the idea of Grace just becoming such a figure in the public consciousness more generally, at the same time that these technical revolution. I mean, the lawnmower gets a pretty decent run in the book as well, doesn't it? The importance of the lawnmower.
And heavy rollers.
And heavy rollers, sure, but like these things are running side by side.
Which come to the Oval a long time before they come to Lord's. Lord's is still being, the Oval was a properly cared for ground when Lord's was still being, cropped by sheep.
The Oval, generally speaking, comes out better where we are now than Lord's from the story of cricket. Alcock, another great, probably the greatest sports administrator there's ever been, who turned the Oval into what it is, hosted the first ever Ashes match, and was a complete genius. Whereas Lord's is trying to halt progress, stop these lawnmowers and heavy rollers until it becomes inevitable.
We sort of drift quite a way into the book into the, let's deal with the war to begin with and the interwar period and what that represents. But the First World War, when cricketers are obviously taken away from a sport that comes to a complete standstill, many of whom go to war and die, and the way the game is almost reimagined out the other side of it as being so much more important than the sum of its parts.
Yes, Richard talked about that.
Well, one cricketer who didn't go to war and got into some stick for it was Jack Hobbs.
Very interesting.
But he had good reasons not to, and he raised a lot for the war effort. But the cricket acquires a tremendous sense of, a golden past as a result of the war. And post-war, people really try hard to recapture the world before the war through cricket in a big way.
Yes, that's right. Neville Cardus is absolutely central to this. The Guardian, this very magical Guardian writer who reinvents cricket writing in the newspapers, or invents it even. He invests cricketers like McCartney and Ranji and so on with these magical, mystical, romantic qualities, and this is, it's not altogether a good thing. It reinforces the cult. It brings class into cricket. The kind of the amateur, the happy go, the effortless CB Fry, another one, and I think that it's what is forgotten is the working class sport at this point. But the cricket in the leagues in Manchester and Yorkshire, which is just as interesting just as remarkable and actually much more forward-looking, because what has happened to cricket now is much more like what happened in the leagues in the 20s and 30s with harder, an afternoon, a working man's sport than the leisurely county game, which I've been loving watching it this morning.
And look, the way in which that sort of post-war period emphasises why it needs to be cared for, and it just happens to correspond with, well, I mean, there's the golden era, which is, I guess, the lead up to the First World War, but the interwar period where so much of the mythology that shapes the remainder of the century is born out of Bradman and Bodyline and I suppose to a point where before Empire, I suppose, or maybe that is where Empire starts to tear through it as well.
In the 30s, your 20s and 30s, cricket starts to cease to be really an English sport, and we get the emergence of Test match cricket, which starts, of course, with the Aussies and then this rather venal pact between England, Australia, and South Africa, which brings racism structurally into the heart of the game, with the giving such power to what is to become a racist apartheid state, is able to say, we're going to be part of the Imperial Cricket Conference, and we can say we're not going to play against West Indies, India, and so on. It brings racism and big money. Big money's always been bad for cricket. It brings the landlords are able, really, I think, to the people who make huge amounts out of gold and diamonds in South Africa find themselves running cricket in Britain too. And South Africa has this very ugly, putrefying effect on the great game, and the great battle of the second half of the 20th century is defeating racism.
How did you find that period that Peter's referring to there, about going back and trying to take meaning from the way the game was expanding on one hand into areas that were essentially non-white, right? The Indian subcontinent, the Caribbean, etc., with that contradiction of what was going on in South Africa.
One of the themes that I think we bring out in the book quite a lot is that the controllers of cricket in every country and internationally take great care to control the passage into. Well, they take great care to define what is first-class cricket and what is Test match cricket, and to control the passage for players to get into it. From quite early on in cricket's life, international cricket becomes the main source of income for the game, the main source of income for players. And one of the ways in which the amateurs establishment keep control is that they define what is a first-class game, and they define who's a first-class player, the conditions under which he can play, and represent a county or a country. And this process is most... I can't resist bringing him into it, but one effect of this process, of the upper classes defining what's a Test match, what's a first-class game, is the Test match career of J.E.P. McMaster, my favourite Test match cricketer. He played one Test match for England in South Africa, very first MCC tour of South Africa. It was retrospectively classed as not only as first class but as Test match cricket, and to boost the prestige of South Africa, of white-only South African cricket. And McMaster, in that match, was out for a golden duck in his only innings. He didn't bowl. He didn't take a catch in the field. That represented his entire first-class career.
Yes, he's number 66 in that list of Test match cricketers. Basically,
67. Joe Root is
67. I do apologise. And that actually says something about these early tours of South Africa. They were set up as basically as promotion for white-only South Africa, and black players who were very good Rhodes, this great, excluded them. He ordered their exclusion. And there was a wonderful journalist called Cadwallader who wanted to bring the black players, the coloured players as they were then called, into the South African team. They were absolutely stopped. and race, and that was the money from the landlords, and it was the early England teams were basically there. They were extraordinary tours. I mean, they used to travel about 15,000 miles by ox cart up and down. I mean, the contrast between these sort of hotels, which are, you know, when nobody's allowed out, and, you know, they just live these sanitized lives, and those early test matches are quite incredible.
Yeah, and you compare it to squeezing in 5 test matches in 6.5 weeks, starting around Australia, compared to that.
But the big question is, should they actually be on the first class, let alone test match record? Right. So Johnny Briggs, who has a sort of test match average of about 5.6, that's because he was bowling against essentially minor county batsmen at best in South Africa. And so what are those test matches doing? Because the team isn't representing South Africa, it represents whites. It's not test match standard. It only ratified in an act of taking control about 1930 as formally test matches. In other words, this decision of what is a test match and what isn't a test match is made much, much later. Yeah, there are a couple of moments, aren't they? 1930s and obviously in 1890 when the first batch were considered as well. You're right, matters of definition. We haven't got loads of time, but 2 things I wanted to touch on. The first being really dealing with race again and empire, how the game in the Caribbean ends up providing people from that country with an ability to feel deep pride in who they are as a people, and almost rising up against what was put upon them by the British. And then sort of the contrast of that to the way for such a long time it was in parts of the Indian subcontinent where you two men have such a huge degree of expertise, and they're having slightly different roads they've gone on when international cricket, if you like, started in those countries. Yes, I think there's a contrast between what were dominions, i.e. where there was a white settler population, and what were colonies, where basically the Brits came and didn't stay. That's India. And there was no... and the white settler population inflicted terrible atrocities on the locals very often. That's a dark side of cricket which we have to acknowledge. But not perversely, interestingly, in the colonies, cricket flourished and grew and became very naturally. And that was the West Indies, which did have a white settler population, but it wasn't very substantial. But it was politically powerful. And that story of the rise of West Indies cricket into a great nation is a fantastic. Frank Worrell, Gary Sobers, you know, who Richard is the world expert on, having he nearly won Mastermind with him. About, yes,
your Mastermind topic was Sobers, wasn't it?
Well, I met the great man shortly before doing him as a special subject here at the Oval.
How did they let you get away with that?
And he
loopholes.
It was wonderful talking to him, but he was no use to me as a source at all. He had sort of no memory for dull statistics or anything. I always thought afterwards, if I'd had the same experience with Jeff Boycott, he'd have taken me through every ball in his career.
He ended up doing it in a book much later, didn't he, with John Houghton?
I had the same experience with Basil Oliveira.
Right.
I wrote a book about Basil, who I adore, and he'd been talking about saying, I scored. I said, no, Basil, you were at LBW to X for free. Or, I mean, I knew every detail of Basil's career, and he couldn't really remember a damn thing.
Sometimes they find, I've had that experience with former cricketers interviewing, and one said to me, you know more about me than I know about me, so why don't you just write the piece yourself? Like, no, that's kind of not the point. And maybe we do... The book's called Full Circle. We come full circle, you know, getting to the Indian question as it is in modern cricket, which you address as well about, you know, well, you've touched on it already about what extreme amounts of money flooding into the game and the perverse outcomes out the other side, if not treated with extreme caution.
Yeah, I feel oddly conflicted on this. I think it is in danger of destroying cricket as we love it. And particularly the way it's being used. We talk about politics and cricket, but it's being used by the Indians to dominate world cricket in the most unattractive way. Their refusal to play Pakistan or allow Pakistan players even into the IPL. But Rich, what do you...
Well, I think cricket has followed the pathway of other sports to a great extent. Sport now follows the money. Organised sport follows the money. The administrators of sport after sport think they've done a wonderful job pulling off this, that or the other deal. They end up, though, selling the sport out to the people who control the money. That's.
But do you remain at some deeper level as we kind of get to the end of our chat here? And it does find a way of keeping on, doesn't it, cricket? I mean, you've got Gideon Haigh on the cover here saying, a proper meaty history, independent in perspective, global in its sweep and trenchant in its judgments. Gideon's quite big on saying that in his writing that we do sometimes, we can all be guilty of being quite dramatic about the way we see cricket going, and it's always kind of finds a way through. I wonder whether it'll be the same here.
I think it's facing a big crisis. I mean, we steal Gideon's phrase, does cricket make money to exist or exist to make money for the final chapter? And I think we are in danger of allowing money men to take over the game, marketing men. There are certain elements of the game where clearly people who love cricket. I mean, I tell you something, Andrew Strauss, who went out, gave a lecture at the MCC about the spirit of cricket and celebrated franchise cricket. He wasn't questioned enough about that. I think there is a problem about the spirit of cricket and how it works with franchise cricket.
Peter Oborn.
I'm a little more optimistic about cricket re-embracing its past. I mean, we may be starting another full circle. I think the cricket market is getting sated. Is getting sated with short-term, smack bang cricket, and the last chapter of this book, we suggest there may just be signs of return to complexity in cricket.
I'm sure it won't be long before you men are writing another book, Full Circle, A History of Cricket. Thanks for joining us, Richard Heller, Peter Oborn, on your latest, and congratulations on its publication.
Many thanks.
Many thanks.
And a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here for the first day of the Rothesay County Championship match between Surrey and Essex. We'll go through what has happened in the morning session in a moment, but there is plenty of great cricket to look forward to this summer.
The ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026 is almost here. 12 teams will battle it out over 33 matches across England and Wales in pursuit of T20 World Cup glory. The ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026 begins June 12.
Yes, indeed. The 12th of June, looking forward to it immensely. All the best players in the world descending on the UK for the Women's World T20. We'll have all of the matches here on Sky TV. We have got the players emerging from the pavilion for this afternoon session as Essex have made hay in the South London sunshine with Dean Elgar and Paul Walter. putting on a partnership so far of 128 without loss in good time as well, 29 overs. Elgar, the main aggressor in the second half of the morning session, 67 from 100, and Paul Walter just too short of a half century, but they have gone nicely. The Surrey attack has tried. It's been a little toothless on a relatively gentle surface. Not a great deal of seam movement, a bit of swing, but a very samey 5 bowlers used, all right arm, medium pace. A little bit of extra spice with Atkinson coming back into the team for Surrey. Thought Jordan Clark bowled with a bit of fire, but altogether, Dean Elgar and Paul Walter played seamlessly, and there was only one chance really that was a run-out chance. When the score was 36, Dom Sibley had the opportunity to run out Paul Walter when he was 13, but the throw was awry. And so they just continued on their merry way. So much to do for Surrey in this afternoon session. Surface looked like it just quickened up a little bit from the early part of the morning. The sun beating down, and we're in what we think is good weather for the forthcoming couple of days or so. So Essex looking to cash in on this surface, and a bit of a break for the Surrey bowlers. It's going to be Sean Abbott to kick things off from this Vauxhall end. A really good crowd in as well, considering there is a tube strike on in the capital. Many have put that to one side and managed to make their way to the Kia Oval for the afternoon. Away we go then for the afternoon. And the editor of Wisden Cricket Monthly, Yas Rana, alongside me. All we've got to look forward to this afternoon session. Good afternoon to you.
Well, it's a beautiful afternoon for a start, so I think all the punters in the Kia Oval will enjoy a wonderful day out at the cricket. But in terms of the cricket itself, it's been a difficult start to the summer for Surrey with the ball. Conceded 544 at Edgbaston, 691 against Leicestershire. Leicestershire's highest ever score against Surrey in the county championship.
Flicked away. Will be 4. Save your legs. Just erring on line, Sean Abbott. And the second delivery after the lunch break. It also brings Paul Walter to his half century. Neatly played by the big man. 52 from 80 deliveries.
Likes batting at the Kia Oval. Century against Surrey on this ground. The last time these two teams came across each other here. And Essex straight into their work after the lunch break.
Persisting with this round of the wicket angle.
We'll get onto that, don't worry.
Well, Yas has had to listen to me in we've got a room next door to the commentary room here where we sit and wait for our turn. And all Yas has heard is me just banging on about that. So I promise not to bore you with the pros and cons of going over the wicket to round the wicket to a left-hander. What I will say is it's something that Surrey did try at the back end. I wish they had done a little more.
Just on Surrey's season so far, opposition sides are 1,367 for 20 against Surrey this season. So the average full innings is nearing 700 so far, which is obviously not very useful. And Surrey now have gone 5 games without a victory here at the Kia Oval, stretching back to a win against Yorkshire nearly a year ago now.
And this, remember, Rory Burns electing to bowl first after winning the toss. And of course, the success Surrey have had, 5 championships in the last 9 seasons, so it comes as standard for the club and the supporters. But I wonder if there's a bit of grumbling going on about the form of the Oval over the last, year and a bit.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that after day 2 of the Leicestershire games, Leicestershire finished 350 for 3. Jordan Clark was fairly critical of Surrey's performance with the ball on day 2.
Left alone, and of the first over after the lunch break, 132 without loss.
Conditions can be in the batter's favour, but there are still the controllables that a bowling attack has, and I wonder if Surrey will look at their performance this morning and look at the run rate that Essex have been able to score at 4.4 runs and over so far today, 30 overs into the contest, and you go bowler by bowler. Matt Fisher's been going at around about 5 runs per over. Jordan Clark 5.6. Sean Abbott just under 4s. Tom Laws 4.71. So though they haven't managed to create wicket-taking opportunities, they've also let the runs flow at a decent pace. Atkinson on for the first time since his opening burst. 6 overs, none for 18 with the new ball.
And just a mention about the fact that it has been all right arm seam from the Surrey attack. 3 slips for Atkinson. And Reece Topley was in the squad. It's just having a point of difference. I think you do get used to a certain style of bowling, and all of them have their little bits of difference, but not a huge amount. The pace is around about the same. It's all going to go from around 80 to 85 miles an hour, something like that. Some swing it, some seam it, but there's not enough to give pause for thought for either Elgar or Walter. Shouts of catch. It's a little loose from Elgar outside of the off stump. The bottom hand came off the bat. It was aerial for some time. Sadly for Surrey supporters, no one there to grab it.
Yeah, still plenty of catches behind the bat. 3 slips alongside Ben Folkes. But that one, in the end, well clear of the cordon. Actually, Ather said before lunch that he'd be tempted to get a gully in for Elgar. That wouldn't have been too far away from gully had they had one in.
There's going to be more runs. Just the single. It's a position that has sadly gone out of style, hasn't it? Having the gully in. I'm telling you, as a bowler, it was one of those insurance positions for me. Having, you know, you're trying to get batters to square up. You're trying to get one of 2 dismissals there, either back of a length it's edged or a wild drive, and so you try and get your gully positioned accordingly. Time was where 2 gullies was a very popular thing for both of those deliveries. Good piece of fielding. Not quite timed by Walter, but Sean Abbott throwing the body to the floor prevents another boundary being scored.
Did you feel you could bowl a little bit fuller if you had a gully in place?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's one of the aspects, especially when a batter's early on in their innings and the feet aren't going, but the hands and bat are. And so the tendency is for batters to perhaps play outside of the body, and if there is that just bit of seam movement or a hint of swing, that was the prime position that you were going to get caught. Yes, it's not a feint edge. But it's alarming the amount of deliveries that actually end up in that position. I suppose a lot of cricket goes in cycles, doesn't it, when things are in vogue and things aren't. Third man was one of those positions that just seemed to go out of style, out of fashion. Hundreds and hundreds of runs would just fire down towards deep third. Good length to conclude from Atkinson. 137 without loss, 31 gone.
On the makeup of the Surrey attack, a point I made before lunch that is worth stressing again is that if you look at the peak of the Burns-Batty era, they also fielded 5 right-arm seamers. It's just the type of right-arm seamer has changed. If you go back 3 or 4 years, the attack was led by Dan Worrell, who's still at the club but hasn't yet played this season. He's missed out through injury. He was someone who predominantly swung the ball away from the right-hander. Kemar Roach played a lot of cricket in that team too. His stock delivery comes into the right-hander. You had someone like Jamie Overton who pushed 90. And then alongside those guys, you had people like Gus Atkinson and Jordan Clark.
That's nice. Nicely bowled by Abbott. And that's a great point. Is that, yes, right arm seamers come in all different shapes and sizes and speeds, and have different skills, and as you've just mentioned, but it just seems as though this particular attack is much of a muchness.
So I'll tee you up on it. Abbott and Atkinson, 2 right arm seamers. You've got 2 left-handed batters, Elgar and Walter. They're both bowling around the wicket. You're not a huge
You're not
fan.
teeing me up, you're riling me up, aren't you?
You're not a huge fan. Could you explain why?
Well, it seems to matter less now. Elgar is 72 and Walter is 52. I think early in an innings where batters are still feeling their way, finding the middle of the bat, getting those feet moving and everything working in alignment, head positions and that sort of thing, and they can go out of alignment whilst you're trying to find your way. And so the natural angle of the ball going across a batter, obviously heading towards the slips. We know that left-handers traditionally, I know everybody has their different points, but traditionally the little wafters outside of the off stump while trying to drive, that also means that you're not going to necessarily bowl as full as you usually would. So it also takes out a mode of dismissal, which is LBW. Watch Laws and Fisher and Abbott, who generally, even though we saw that one leave the left-hander, generally speaking, swing the ball back into the left-hander. So if you get wrapped on the pad from round the wicket, you're not going to get the decision. It's got to straighten with the natural angle of a right-arm bowler round the wicket. So I'd rather have all options of dismissal open first, and then, as a change, perhaps, now, again, we'll talk about things that are in vogue and are not. This very much is at the moment.
Do you think it's partly a consequence of what bowlers are doing more of, which is bowling wobble seam? If you go back 10, 15 years ago, saw more right-arm seamers trying to swing the ball, and that's actually, I know we've seen Surrey attack try to do that today, but you do see less of that in the modern game.
Yeah, very much so. I just don't, I think it's one of those things where it seemed to be old-fashioned, but actually there is method behind it. And especially if the ball is swinging through the air, there's still plenty of room for traditional swing bowling and the tactics. A maiden over from Sean Abbott. Essex going nicely, 137 without loss. Cloudless skies in South London. Essex going beautifully this afternoon. Well, now we've put the round the wicket over the wicket thing to bed now, yes. If I mention it again during the rest of the day, you can pick me up on it. Anyway, very pleased to say we've been joined by a guest in the commentary position. Very warm welcome to Alex Wilson, who is head of County Cricket Day. It's an innovation that he came up with a couple of years ago. We shall be chatting to him in a moment. Let's just watch Atkinson. So Alex, welcome. Welcome to the box.
Thank you for having me, and what a day to be watching cricket at the Oval. It's beautiful.
Absolutely glorious. You read up a teeny bit about what you've been doing with County Cricket Day. Is a day that is, in your own words, has been completely ripped from non-league football day. Is that right?
Yes, and they've been very nice about it. So I imagine a lot of your viewers will be familiar with football and non-league football being a day to get people out and try and support their local team, their local non-league football team. We're asking people to do the same for county cricket. So on Saturday, the 16th of May, we're asking people to come out and support their local team, whether that's here at the Oval or whether that's somewhere else, wherever they are in the country. There's also 3 women's Metro Bank games on that day. We'd love people to come out and support those as well, because we really want to shine a light on what is a fantastic form of the game.
Why originally? So you came up with the idea, having seen what happened with non-league football. That was very much a day where maybe there was an England international on, the Premier League weren't playing, or the Football League might not have been playing, and so encouraging supporters who weren't going. Just a little bit of lift from Atkinson. Yeah, those who weren't going to watch their clubs would go to their local team and give them a little bit of a support. So what's the difference here?
Well, I'm a big non-league football fan as well, because we all have to do something during the winter
Who do you
months.
support?
I go and watch Dulwich Hamlet,
yes.
team in South London. And when I first started going about 12 years ago, we'd get about 800 people in. These days we get over 3,000 people. And county cricket feels to me in a lot of ways the same as going to non-league, going to Dulwich felt about 10 years ago. Because at Dulwich, before you started seeing it in the numbers, you had a vibe around the ground, and you started seeing younger people, new people coming along and thinking, this is quite fun, new people are discovering this. And I sort of had the same feeling coming to the Oval about 4 years ago. And I got into a conversation with someone on Twitter saying, someone should just rip off non-league day for cricket. Someone should do that. And then just thought, I suppose, why don't I do it? Be the change you want to see in the world.
One thing I find quite interesting here is that the demographic of people coming into the Keir Oval in particular is probably not what people would associate necessarily with county cricket fans. So I wonder, what's the sell to people who perhaps not have gone to much county cricket?
Well, the Oval obviously has some great advantages, and it's got that phenomenal location at the centre of London. But I think Surrey, to be fair to them, have done a tremendous job in making this a terrific experience. You can get onto the outfield during the lunch and the tea interval, which I think is really important. People love it. A lot of those, they take the pictures, they put it on social media. That does a lot of your marketing for you. You're allowed to take your own food and drink in. That's really nice. And it's just a really, really nice sell. So much professional sport costs an absolute fortune these days, and then when you get in, you're kind of told what to do and what you can't do. Whereas it's a very free experience. You can bring your friends, and I like how every day has a different character as well. I think you were talking this morning about the success of work from Oval and how popular that's been. That gives Fridays a certain feel at the Oval, and then on Saturdays you've got a different atmosphere because people are coming and it's more of the main event of their weekend. On Sunday.
Just a little spilled chance. Sorry to interrupt you there just for a moment, Alex. Continue your train of thought in a moment, but the one chance that has come Sean Abbott's way, despite all his efforts in trying to grasp onto it, has just been spilled.
It's the first real chance of the day produced by a Surrey bowler. I know the cliche goes that there's no easy catch off your own bowling, but Walter was almost walking off. He was walking off actually before the ball even reached Abbott. A real chance. Second chance that Walter has survived.
He's got that ball just moving away. As Sean Abbott, slightly slower delivery, but he originally was bringing the ball back in. He's got the ability to move the ball away from the left-hander. My apologies, Alex. We've not had a chance in about 2.5 hours of cricket, and we've got one.
Before I was rudely interrupted by some cricket happening.
Yeah.
So on Friday you have the work from home audience, which is becoming, or the work from Oval audience, which is becoming really popular. On the Saturdays you have people making it the main event of their weekend, and then on Sunday you maybe have a slightly older audience at the beginning, and then a younger audience gradually trailing in, looking slightly worse for wear. I quite enjoy people hearing people sharing the stories of what they got up to the previous night. So it really fits around people's lives in a nice way, and it's fun to see county cricket becoming relevant to people in a different way in the 21st century.
Yeah, Paul Walter just rubbing salt in the Abbott wound, driving gloriously through extra cover. That after the drop chance. You mentioned about Surrey doing things well, and they do. I'm sure many counties look on enviously on at the crowds that we've got here today on a Friday in April. Lovely day, of course. But that way that they engage the fans in the Oval is a lovely crowd in today. Great sound. How do you try and engage perhaps fans who wouldn't necessarily go to county cricket, but in the Northamptonshires, the Leicestershires, the Derbyshires? What's your reach and your goal?
Well, I should say I get told off on our social media channels at County Cricket Day for banging on about Surrey because I'm a member. But some of the counties that have been most energetic have been the likes of Leicestershire, Somerset are doing Kids for a Quid on County Cricket Day this year, which is fantastic. And I think Surrey do some great initiatives in terms of innovation. But I think the real success of County Cricket Day from the beginning has been the hardcore fans of cricket going out and being evangelists for this wonderful game. I think, my day job is working in marketing, and there's nothing better than word of mouth. And I think it's hugely powerful when people who love cricket go out into their workplaces, they go out into their schools, they say to their families, they just nag people in their random group chats and say, I went to the cricket at the weekend, it was brilliant, why don't you come with me next time? And I think that's true for anyone across the country.
Just tickled away. Will be a single to conclude the Abbott over, where there was a little incident. 143 without loss.
I suppose much of it will be about forming habits. A lot of cricket fans who watch a lot of cricket, not just on TV but on the streams, might go to one international a year. They're perhaps not in the habit of going to county cricket, and this is an opportunity to get them doing that.
No, absolutely, and I think it's sort of your classic, I guess, tentpole strategy of you get a lot of people to experience coming to a county game for the first time. Obviously, not all of them will come back, but a lot of them will. If people have a great time, they're more likely to come in the future, and that's important for us as well, is to be consistent, to keep coming back year after year. Our ambition with this is just to turn County Cricket Day into a fixed part of the cricketing calendar and to essentially be part of the furniture.
How do you measure your sort of rate of success? Obviously year on year you would expect, but does that come through social media? Does that come from sort of, do you actually have figures to sort of prove that is something happening, that there is a movement to try and get more people through the gates?
I mean, we can do. We keep an eye on the engagement we get on social media. It's sort of two people. It's myself and the journalist Annie Chave who do most of the legwork with this, and we do it around our day jobs. So we don't look at the sort of the financials or anything like that too closely, and we very much let the counties get on with their own thing. They know their communities a lot better than we do, so it's certainly not our place to tell them how to do their jobs.
Have you had feedback from counties sort of saying that because it being County Cricket Day, they've had more people through the gates on that particular day than others?
Yeah, it's been really positive, and I think we're seeing that year on year. I think I probably feel less like some strange man appearing in people's inbox asking them to do work, and more like someone who they actually are happy to see and happy to deal with. But for me, the highlight of County Cricket Day last year was my dad being told by one of his friends. He was saying, "Oh, I was listening to the radio and I heard someone talk about County Cricket Day. Have you heard about this?" And he said, "Yeah, it's actually my son organising it," which shows that it's got out of my immediate filter bubble and is reaching the larger audience. And by being platformed by fine people like yourself, I'm able to spread the gospel of County Cricket Day and hopefully bring more people into county cricket.
Interesting, yes. That we were talking a little earlier about Surrey's scheme of work from home from the Oval. Getting super fast, supersonic broadband. I don't know how fast you can get broadband now, but faster than the previous year, it would seem. But that in itself, yes, is an expense to the county, but actually is it one of these schemes that other counties could actually sort of get to engage with people, saying, well, actually a lot more people are working from home, have the ability to do so, let's give them that access or give them that facility so that everyone wins.
Well, I asked Alex about how do you get people who are already into their cricket coming down. But what I found fascinating here is that people who have never previously shown an interest in cricket are actually coming down here.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to what I was saying about word of mouth, and I think work from Oval is such a clever idea, and I think what's so nice about it is the team at Surrey didn't invent it out of nothing. It was something that fans and members were already doing, but they spotted it, and rather than shut it down or ban laptops or do what they could have done, they actually thought and said, how can we make this easier for fans, how can we facilitate it? And then people go into the office, they talk about it, they bring their friends. I'd certainly rather be here on a Friday afternoon than stuck in an office uptown.
Goodness me, I'm sure there's a lot of people that would concur with that notion. Lovely driven for again from Walter. And as try as they might, Surrey just cannot find that breakthrough. 147 without loss. So do tell us again when County Cricket Day is, which one will you be attending? Don't say sorry.
Oh,
Go
that's a very good
somewhere
question.
else.
I'll probably get told off. I've been invited. Kent are playing down at Beckenham, and I like.
That's
an
not
outground
massively outside of your bubble. I've got to be honest. If Durham, got a lovely trip up the M1 and then the A1.
I did make it up, not for County Cricket Day, but I did make it up to sunny Scarbados last year for the Surrey game up there. So that was a wonderful experience. But I do like an outground game, and I've never been to Beckenham, so I think I might be making that my choice. Apologies to Surrey, I will be forsaking them on that day. The Surrey women, I should say, are at home that day against Lancashire, I think. So there is a game here for Surrey members.
Well, look, we fully concur with what you're trying to do and the efforts that you've put in over the last 3 years to get people down and enjoy the facilities that there are within their counties and the games that are being played. But thank you for joining us. Good luck with it all, and do tell us how you get on, if you will.
Brilliant, thank you for having me. Really enjoyed it, and please, everyone listening at home or watching at home, Saturday 16th of May, see you at the cricket.
Very much so. Alex Wilson from County Cricket Day. Lovely to see him here at the Oval. And I don't want to speak for him, yes, but I think he'll be at many other county cricket grounds over the course of the next 6 months. Getting him down there. Get down to Wantage Road and watch some cricket.
Game still speeding along at run rate, 4.24 runs and over. We mentioned that drop catch a couple of overs ago from Sean Abbott. It's been a talking point here, actually, Daggers. Surrey didn't catch brilliantly last year. We've seen a reconfiguration in their slip cordon in 2026. Last week, or 2 weeks ago rather, here against Leicestershire. Sure, Leicester are out for a long time, but Surrey did drop 7 chances in the field. Some quite difficult, but others not necessarily so.
My biggest concern is where anything's going to change for Surrey here. There is spin in Dan Lawrence. And like I say, little surprise we've not seen him yet. There's 2 left-handers at the crease. Now, okay, it's a first day surface. You wouldn't be expecting a great deal of purchase, but just something a little different.
We saw that slap drive from Paul Walter off Gus Atkinson in the previous over. Atkinson also overstepped. I think it's moments like that that will be frustrating for Surrey. Sure, they haven't created many chances, but they've been very few moments where the runs have felt like they've been difficult to come for Essex. This partnership now worth 149. Reminded that the last time this pair batted against Surrey, Elgar and Walter, opening the batting in the second innings here at the Keir Oval last year, they put on 188 in a game where Surrey were initially ahead, but at the very end of that game, Essex just 3 wickets away from victory. So this pair like batting at the Oval.
They've got a feeling that they'll be desperate to cash in given the start that they've made. Happy to leave that alone. Again, if you are just joining us on Sky Cricket, you'll be forgiven for thinking that, or wondering why Surrey aren't making more inroads into this green-looking surface. You come on and you see, first look at the pitch, and you see it that colour, you think bowlers are going to have a field day, but much as it was against Leicestershire in the previous game, bowlers had no joy whatsoever. Another maiden over from Sean Abbott, end of the 36, 149 without loss. Yeah, it's a good point you make as well. Yes, it's not as though they're just chuntering along and it's 3 and over, and you know, really have latched onto anything that's been loose. Been very compact, the pair of them. And bar that drop chance off Abbott 2 overs prior, nothing or no joy really for Surrey, and it just, you wonder where the breakthrough now is going to be made. That chance might have just reset Walter and Elgar.
This feels like a big moment. Atkinson into his 4th over of his spell after lunch. Bowled 6 overs off on the bounce. First up with a new ball. The England quick. Key man in the attack. Suspect coming towards the end of this spell. Surrey still looking to attack. 3 slips to the left of Ben Folkes behind the stumps.
An interesting fielding position. There's backward point, but it's quite deep. Deep gully, really, for Walter.
The other thing that's changed recently is we have 2 men out behind square in the leg side boundary. There have been a couple of short deliveries from Atkinson. We've seen better pace and carry from the pavilion end. He's tried a couple of bounces to Paul Walter, but so far Paul Walter showing no interest at all, ducking underneath them. Got to pitch the ball really quite short to get up high against Walter.
You can see Jordan Clark just loosening at mid-on. I thought he bowled a great deal of fire earlier today. Another no ball, just overstepping, says umpire Chantry.
Brings it 150 up for Essex, and it's the 6th time a Surrey bowler has bowled a front foot no ball in the first 36.2 overs of the day. It's an extra 12 runs, 2 runs for a no ball in the championship. And there it is, 151 coming up in good time, just 224 deliveries. Innings run rate of 4.16 runs per over.
Just worked neatly. Well, it's not often. I seem to remember last April the weather was absolutely sensational again, and lovely it is to see people getting the SPF 15. I reckon we only need a 15 for April. But in shirt sleeves, yes, it's chilly and brisk at sort of 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning. It doesn't take long for that temperature to heat up. Absolutely glorious conditions. Might have just smarted on the knees of Dean Elgar, who had a little scratchy period in and around his 40s.
Yeah, Jordan Clark beat his outside edge a few times in quick succession. Other than that, he looked pretty in control today. Scored a brisk rate. 72 off 117 now.
Oh, that really leapt. It's played with very soft hands from Elgar, and he'll pick himself up 4. And there's good cricket all round. A little bit of extra bounce from Atkinson off a decent length, and Elgar's done well to keep it on the ground.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the end or just the bowlers who've been bowling at that end, but we've just seen a bit more life from the pavilion end. Atkinson almost finding the shoulder of the bat, and actually Elgar does very, very well to keep that along the floor.
Yeah, just dropped those hands, didn't he? And dot ball to finish the over. So 37 gone. It's 156 without loss.
$156 for none. Essex and Surrey toiling here. Emerald green pitch at the start of play. Bright blue skies, but the same old story for Surrey this year. Bowlers toiling. Good afternoon, Daniel. How are you?
I'm pretty well, thank you. But I'm watching, as you say, a very familiar story. 1,391 runs Surrey have conceded this season. for 20 wickets at an average of 69.55 per wicket.
Sean Abbott. And given that I've watched a bit of Surrey on the stream, but you've seen them live, is that, if I said to you simply, is it the bowlers or the conditions, where would you point the finger?
Well, the conditions have been pretty benign at the Oval for quite a while, but they tend to get more benign as the days progress through the match. And so the first day, certainly in 2023-24 and at the start of 2025, were a bit more dramatic for the ball.
Ooh, that was thumped very firmly down the ground by Paul Walter. So firmly, in fact, that it's burst through the hands of mid-off and will make it ever so gently to the boundary for 4 more. So 156 for none becomes 160 for none. Elgar to 76. Walter now to 67.
I think the first signs that Surrey's bowling attack might struggle a bit in these conditions came when, at the start of last season, Dan Worrell, I don't know if you remember, didn't play the first couple of games, then he did. He's coming back from injury. And he just seemed a yard or two slower than he had been the previous couple of years. And what he was able to give to Surrey was swing with the new ball, which Tom Laws today was charged with that, wasn't he? Opening from the Vauxhall end.
He's not a genuine swing bowler, though, Tom Laws.
And it didn't quite happen for him. And I think missing Worrell at the start of this season has exposed a slight sameness in the look of Surrey's attack. Sean Abbott not getting it much above 80 miles an hour. But undoubtedly the pitches have not been, I mean, we've only got a sample size of 2 games so far, the Leicestershire game. And the first session of that, the ball did move around a little bit, but thereafter it became very placid and it was devilishly difficult for either side to take wickets. You get the feeling it might be a similar story here because it doesn't really break up.
Well, they've had 2 chances, you would say. There was a potential run-out opportunity when Paul Walter was 13. Sibley missed a shy at the stumps, and then Abbott put down a pretty straightforward caught and bowled after lunch. That is a good ball from round the wicket, beating Elgar on the outside edge. 161 for none. But those 2 chances apart, and the second one really should have been taken by Sean Abbott, they haven't looked particularly like getting many wickets.
Beat the bat a little bit, haven't they? But there's never really been a hint.
On occasion, yeah.
And you're not even sure it'd carry anyway, because especially from the Vauxhall end, it's been a bit up and down. There is the drop catch.
Yeah, that's, I mean,
loopy, isn't it?
As they go off your own bowling, that is about as straightforward as it gets.
Has he overreacted a touch there? He's sort of leapt.
Yeah, maybe he thought it was coming more quickly than it did. But he'll be disappointed to put that one down. And then in the morning session, Sibley had a clear run-out chance, although he needed to hit the stumps direct, but couldn't do that from square to the wicket. Oh, well, there's a change of bowling. No look for Atkinson down there, so Jordan Clark replaces him at the pavilion end. There's definitely been a bit more life bowling from the pavilion end than the Vauxhall end.
But yes, in answer to your question, I would say I think Worrell is a large miss.
And, I mean, given that they've got 5 right-arm seamers here and are looking a little samey, and we haven't seen any spin yet from Lawrence, and Ralphie Albert is not picked. Is there a case for saying, well, the pitches might look green, but they're not doing that much, we're not getting wickets, let's pick a more balanced and varied attack?
There's a case for it, but they haven't done it for 4 years now.
No, and they've been successful, so you can't quibble at that. But there are precious few options other than the diet of right arm seam for Rory Burns to call upon. Another good one from Jordan Clark, who's been a bit unlucky actually on occasion. Beats Elgar on the inside this time.
Well, he's been ever present through this phase of Surrey's success, hasn't he? He's been a really important part of Surrey's 5-man attack. That one's cut him in half. Elgar, though, Elgar can look in more trouble than he sometimes is. You know what I mean? There's a sort of...
You're trying to say he's an ugly batsman.
He is, yes. He's in a long tradition of South African opening left-handed batters.
He's a very good one, though. Tough not to crack.
It's a curious thing, isn't it? Because the left-hander always gets these wonderful aesthetic plaudits, like Sangakkara or David Gower, etc. But South Africa does seem to have got out of its way to buck that trend. Graham Smith springs to mind, formerly of this parish.
Another very good one. Bustles in Clark and hits the bat reasonably hard, but still searching for that first wicket. You're not running the marathon Sunday, are you?
Do you know I'm not?
I didn't think you would have been
what gave you that impression, Michael, that this year I might not do it?
Well, there are one or two in the press box who are. Our
Nick Holt doing it, is he?
Our producer's having a go at the back there. He'll be chugging round in about 6 hours 10, I think. Will McPherson of the Telegraph is doing it. I think he did it in just a tick over 3 hours last time.
That's not bad.
And the club here have got a nice little promotion on that if you finish the marathon, and you can show your finisher's medal and get a couple of tickets for day 3 or 4.
Well, yes, because I guess you're finishing about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. It won't quite be the free after tea bit.
No,
you could just wait for a couple of hours and then
just
come free.
Wait for day 4.
Yeah.
If it, well, it looks like it will be going to day 4 if the first 3 hours of today's play are anything to go by.
See, I was a very lax student of the classics when I was a younger man. But one thing did stick in my mind, Michael, which is the fate of the person who ran the first marathon.
Go on.
Pheidippides, who brought the news of the Persian invasion at the Battle of Marathon to the Athenians and then the Spartans, and promptly dropped down dead. And that, to me, is a cautionary tale.
Cautionary tale to avoid the big race on Sunday.
Definitely.
Fisher. Replacing... Who was bowling before Fisher?
Abbott.
Abbott, of course, yeah.
You a nascent marathon
No,
runner? No?
never done one.
No. What's the furthest you have run?
About 15 Ks. That's
long enough.
Yeah, I've never really yearned for doing a marathon, I have to say, and not that necessarily be able to do it, but it's a big thing.
When you were last on us here at the Oval, commentating on a Surrey game, you and Cameron Ponsonby had a very informative chat where you swapped films, and of course you suddenly now got me thinking, because he was trying to get you to watch Paddington. You came back with All the President's Men, didn't you?
Yeah.
So in that era, you'd be familiar with Marathon Man.
Yes, Dustin Hoffman.
Yes. It's a nice story about Dustin Hoffman in that film, which you may or may not know.
Fisher.
So you know he's from the Method School of Acting.
Yes.
So he came in one day looking bedraggled and desperate, because for those of you who haven't seen the film, the main character's part, he's a runner, but he's also undergoes some fairly frightful treatment at the hands of Laurence
you
Olivier.
don't happily go to the dentist after watching that film.
You don't. You really don't. And so he came in one day and he looked desperate. Sagging eyes, sore from top to toe.
Clubbed away, offside, slightly short from Fisher, and only going to be a couple. It's much the longer side with the pitch just over to the City of London side today.
And Olivier said to him, you know, my poor boy, you look in a terrible state. Whatever's the matter? And dust off, and I won't bother with a full accent. But, you know, I've been doing so much. I've been running constantly because, you know, my character runs marathons, and I've been putting myself through terrible pain in order to get into the sensation of the character and the part. And he kept going like this. And Olivier looked at him, paused, and said, "My dear boy, have you ever tried acting?"
I thought you were going to tell me he'd gone and sat in the dentist's chair and demanded, you know, 3 teeth pulled out without any anaesthetic or something.
He probably did that as well.
Phew,
that is a fearful film, isn't it?
It is. End of a decent enough over, mining a full length there, Fisher, but still no reward.
It's important. I mean,
who played? Sorry,
yeah.
A quiz question. I mean, the two main characters there you mentioned, Dustin Hoffman and Laurence Olivier.
Yeah. He's got a girlfriend in it, hasn't he?
But who played his brother?
Oh,
Dustin Hoffman's must be brother, I think.
yeah, I could almost see him.
I know. I'll give you a clue.
It's not John Voight or something, is it?
No, he was in Jaws.
Roy Scheider?
I'm sure it was Roy Schneider.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
I think it was. Here's Jordan Clark.
You see, we're focusing a fair bit here on Surrey, and understandably so, because they won those 3 titles in a row, pipped to it by a brilliant performance from Nottinghamshire, which you were here for. Great spell of bowling from Josh Tongue that broke Surrey's stranglehold. But Essex have had a pretty awkward start to the season, and 164 for none.
Well, Elgar as well. I mean, for a top-class overseas player, he'd had 4 single-figure scores and a 40 in 5 knocks, averaging, I think, 11 before the start of play. Now, he's a vastly experienced player, and he knows he's got a body of work there, and he'll come good. But nevertheless, even if you've played a hatful of tests, as he has many tests, you still get a bit twitchy after averaging 11 in the first 3 games. So great credit to him and Walter, who's done conspicuously well at the top of the order. And yeah, terrific start, 164 for none. So they got beat by Somerset and Warwickshire and overcame Hampshire, Essex. So they'd be 2 of the stronger sides, wouldn't they? Somerset and Warwickshire, certainly 2 of the stronger sides that I've seen this year. Will it be Somerset's year, do you think? What do you think?
Well,
Excuse me.
it hasn't been for the last 110 or so. But
well, exactly. You keep saying it, you'll be right eventually. Bad shot. Really loose shot from Elgar, one of the few. It would be a great story, though, wouldn't it, if we could all congregate down at, I don't know where their last championship game is, hopefully at Taunton, if everybody could get down there and watch them get the monkey off their back.
They've had so many near misses, haven't they? I mean, they had near misses back in the 70s and 80s. Viv and Joel Garner and both and Vic Marks, that team got very, very close to winning. And then in 2016, what a season that was.
I'd have a gully for Elgar. Sometimes gets his hands crooked when he's driving, and although that one went along the ground, he does pop it in the air on the line of gully.
Yeah, in 2016, I think they thought they had it, especially when Yorkshire and Middlesex were drifting towards what looked like a stalemate.
We were covering that game. What a moment that was when the hat-trick came for Middlesex. End of the 41st, it's 165 for none.
Roy Schneider. It's good memory.
Basking in the sunshine here at the Oval, a good crowd on, which is great to see. They haven't seen any wickets yet because Surrey are still toiling. Haven't seen any spin yet. You'd have thought, given two left-handers on.
Well, that surprises me, actually.
You just thought he might have just had a look at Dan Lawrence just for a couple of overs.
Well, Rory Burns has done that in overs before lunch, very standard tactic, but also a little bit after, especially when there are left-handers around. But yeah, back to Somerset. They look a settled team, don't they? They look a similar team to the last couple of years, with Alfie Ogborn as well thrown in.
Well, he's come on a bit,
yeah.
Left armour.
You seen much of him?
I've seen a bit of him. I've seen him in the seconds over the last couple of years and then getting into the first team. And I think he's just put on a yard of pace this year, seemingly, from A, what I've seen, and B, what I've heard. If you've got a left armour, then that's always a valuable asset to have, because they've got young Archie Vaughan to bowl off spin as well, which bowl into the left armour's foot marks, which is good. So they've got a well-balanced attack. Good club, well-run club. I don't think many people would be unhappy taking away their primary allegiance to whatever team they support. You know, Somerset, if they won it, would be a very popular second choice for people.
I think for Vic Marks' reaction alone, it would be worth it, wouldn't it?
Well, Vic's so nice, he wouldn't ever rub anybody's nose in it.
But his delight would be infectious and delightful, I think.
Yeah.
But of course, when you do well, your players sometimes get picked for England, and it's one of these weird conundrums that county cricket fans get themselves into. They get a lot of righteous indignation when their players aren't picked for England. And then when they are, as I think quite a few Surrey fans felt towards the back end of last season when quite a few of their players were taken for white ball games.
Yeah.
Then it does affect your squad depth. I think for Somerset...
Who are they going to miss this year, though? Sorry, they're only going to miss...
Well,
Smith.
Yeah, they
probably, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're not going to miss any... I don't think Pope will get in that first test team, so they're going to be pretty strong whilst the test matches are going on.
Well, the test matches are, yeah, but that doesn't clash too much with the 4-day game, does it?
No, true. True. Well, it does in September, actually.
Does for a couple, doesn't it? Two or three. But the issue for them last season was they lost so many during the white ball. I think they got Sam Curran back into the side. And a bit of Will Jacks as well as Jamie Smith.
Yeah.
But this year, I think Surrey's batting is going to be mostly unaffected, and they've got a very, very good replacement in Ryan Patel.
At first glance, it's not the batting that's the problem.
No, it's not. Well, I think we're now up. Actually, we are now up to 1,400 for 20, which is an average of 70 per wicket.
Well, 2 slips, deep square leg, ring of 3 on the offside, and Jordan Clark trying to pick up Surrey's first, but he's a bit straight there, and Walter can just knock it leg side.
I wonder if it'll make a difference to the way pitches are prepared when they go away, actually, because what Surrey have found the last couple of seasons is when they went to Hove, for example, and Edgbaston, they found themselves on featherbeds.
Yeah.
And then you'd look at the scores the following week and actually see that they're quite a sporty deck, both places. And it was to negate Surrey's 5-man seam attack.
Well, Hampshire had a turner for them at the end of the year,
Yeah.
didn't they? But
But
then by then they have the leggy,
Yeah.
Chahar.
Whom they've got for the last 6 games, haven't they? But I wonder if it'll make a difference to the pitch preparation when they go away towards the latter part of the season, because other sides may be looking to win games as opposed to stick in
Once
the
you
game.
get to that final tranche of games, teams are pretty aware of where they are and where they need to be, and that often then dictates the kind of surfaces that they play on. It may dictate how subs are used as well, by the way.
Where do you stand on that?
I'm not a fan.
I'm not.
I'm not a fan in principle, and I'm not a fan.
No.
If you are going to try it, the threshold has to be much higher than it is for substitutions to be allowed.
I think we've got ourselves into a bit of a category error, is the problem.
Ooh, that's a lively ball. Walter's basically trying to get across his stumps a bit here and open up the leg side. But he was surprised a bit by that bouncer from Jordan Clark.
And he can slip one in quicker every now and then, can Clark. He's a brisk bowler. He wouldn't say he's out and out fast, but that's got up high, hasn't it? Over shoulder height, given that Walter's 6'7". But I think actually it was a fixture against Essex that brought this into sharp relief a couple of years ago when Jordan Cox was here and he had appendicitis. And it just felt completely wrong that he was out of the game because somehow that just didn't sit well.
Sure. I mean, my own, everybody will have their opinions. I'm all in favour for significant life events, the Blair Tickner issue, birth of children, deaths, significant illnesses, whatever. That seems to me perfectly fair and reasonable. I think it's just very hard to legislate for injuries and for the nature of injuries. 167 for none. Just a reminder that there is IPL action today, as every day. RCB against the Gujarat Titans, 2:50 p.m. on the cricket channel. So we're on Plus. Stay with us at the Oval. If you want to stay with us at the Oval, we're on Plus. If you fancy some IPL action, 2:50 on the cricket channel, RCB. Gujarat Titans. I don't think we'll be seeing Jacob Bethel today. We had him on our podcast the other day, but he was good and spoke well, but not yet seen in RCB colours.
Yes, which has been a bit of a bone of contention between two former England greats, hasn't it? Alistair Cook and Kevin Peterson are they at loggerheads, or maybe they're at mild disagreement? They're somewhere between those two positions.
I think they were certainly at loggerheads once upon a time. I think they're on better terms now, but yeah, mild disagreement over the fate and future and current status of Jacob Bethel.
Back to substitutions. I think one of the category errors is assuming that cricket is fair, which it so manifestly isn't. You start the game with a toss, which in theory, although it hasn't turned out here particularly, should give a certain advantage to one side over the other. But you've also got this notion that because other sports have substitutions, they nearly all do. Netball, football,
Yeah,
rugby.
I mean, why can't cricket stand apart?
Well, I think for good reason.
I think that's too high. Fisher likes it. There was less of an enthusiastic response from behind the sticks. I'm fairly certain it was a bit high on Elgar.
And Ollie Pope there has tried to reprise the run out of Colin de Grandhomme at Lords. You remember when that ball ballooned off the pads into the gully region?
Yeah.
I think it's high and it might have pitched outside leg as well. It's not. But yeah, sorry, I agree with you entirely that cricket doesn't need to ape what what other sports do, but also because it's a very different kind of game. And it's going to be open to abuse, isn't it? Always, because you're going to look at bringing in fresh legs or actually even changing the type of bowler that comes in.
Without a doubt.
Because if you're going to go the full hog, then you would say, right, well, we started the game with 4 seamers. The pitcher started to turn on day 3. We'll remove one of them, bring in a fresh spinner.
That's the whole point of selection, isn't it? The
Yeah.
art and science of selecting a side is balancing what you've got with the conditions. And you always, as a captain, feel you need 12 unless you've got an absolute crackerjack all-rounder like a Botham or Sobers or Flintoff or whatever. Not many of those around, and that's the choices then that you have to make. Good bowling, outside edge, 4. More frustration for Fisher and Surrey.
Well, that's been the story of Fisher at the Oval, frankly. Time and again, he's had a relatively close LBW shout turned down. Then he's got a genuine edge, thick edge. Doesn't have anybody down at deep third. He's only got the 2 slips in. And he concedes 4. Against Leicestershire, he had 2, maybe 3 catches dropped off his bowling.
Who are the culprits?
Burns, Pope.
Slip cordon then.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I've got a bit of a cold and a cough. Excuse me if you can hear me spluttering away. 171 for none.
Yes, Burns has come in at first slip, and that used to be the position that Dom Sibley would have been in.
Yeah.
But Burns is in there, so it's a bit of an unfamiliar position for him. He has fielded in the slips, usually out at sort of third or even gully. But yeah, Fisher has been one of the more luckless bowlers out there. I mean, the other part, sorry, to go back to this replacement stuff, because there was something strangely predictable about this, wasn't there? That when it was brought in, it felt like.
Well, yeah, I
this
mean,
could be something that happens rarely.
I am not arguing in hindsight. I wrote a piece before the start of the championship season saying this is gonna be a problem, because obviously they want to slightly do their own experiment, which one understands, but they've taken the Australian substitutes rule, but lowered the thresholds markedly. So, in Australia you can only bring a sub in for the first 2 days. Beautiful delivery. Here you can do it for 4. In Australia you're only allowed 1. Here it's a free-for-all. You can have as many as you like. And in Australia you've got a 12-day breather for those who are substituted, and here it's 8. So why, I don't understand why you've lowered those thresholds to encourage more substitutes, because you want to, if you're going to have it, you want to discourage it, because you don't want the game to move away from 11 v 11, which it is clearly doing with all kinds of new rules like the impact rule in the IPL.
It seems oddly coincidental that so many players have been ruled out of a match that they've started in at the start of this season. And thinking of of every game I've seen here in the last 4 years, I can think of 3 probably where players have sustained injuries so bad they haven't been able to go on. Plus Chris Wokes, I guess, in the Test match. And yet we're getting a rash of it. And you also get that.
That's the other issue, because what first-class cricket is about getting through, and the more that the rules allow you not to get through, the more you won't, and therefore that then will bleed into the kind of cricketers that you produce.
And then you have, the extraordinary ruling last week for Lancashire when Tom Bailey couldn't come in the side. That was befuddling.
Elgar tucks on the leg side. He's into the 80s now. He's 83. Walter is 73. This is a terrific opening partnership with a fair bit to come. I'm looking forward to watching Charlie Allison bat, who's a good young player.
got 100 here last year.
Yeah, he's a talent. There's a bit of talent around for sure.
It is a curious thing, isn't it, that we're sort of looking at only one place in England's top 7.
Yeah.
Despite losing the Ashes 4-1, despite not winning against Australia and India for a while. But I sort of think that also that's pretty fair. You know, you don't.
Well, you're not going to get rid of Bethel after that 100 in
No.
Sydney. You're not going to get rid of Root, one of our all-time great players. Brooke obviously is a champion, and Stokes is the captain. That's your middle order.
And you'd think that Duckett has got some credit in the bank, hasn't he? I mean, it was 8 months ago, people were lauding him as the best all-format England opener for a while. So it is really only Zach Crawley's position that's under the microscope in the top 7. I mean, bowling is something that also needs to be looked at. You look at the way the Australians bowled in Australia, the discipline that they bowled with. And England, notwithstanding that first day, after that, looked a little bit more chaotic, didn't they?
Mm. Two straight. That's the short side. Atkinson will give chase to no avail. Good balance by Elgar. Gets that one away wide of mid-on. Moves to 87 now, Dean Elgar.
He's not over-pitched much, hasn't Fisher? This one just on the pads. Nice place for a left-hander, isn't it? And he just pick his spot to the left of mid-on. But I guess one of the bowlers that will be being looked at again will be Sam Cook, who's playing in this game. On a pitch that's looking pretty good, it's going to be fascinating to see how he gets on.
Two things. One, the pitch is clearly good for batting. Look at the score here. But you look at the Surrey lineup as well, and it's international class, isn't it? With Burns and Sibley and Smith and Pope. So it'll be a really good test for Sam Cook. And I'm sure, well, there'll be scouts, a scout here. There's a scout at every first-class game, and I'm sure others will be watching as well. Okay, just a reminder that this IPL game, RCB and Gujarat Titans, is starting now. 10-2, almost now. We're on Plus. Just a reminder that if you want to watch the county championship here, Surrey and Essex, you've got to go to Plus. Not much carry through to folks. That's been the story really, bowling from this end, the Vauxhall end. It's been a struggle to get the ball through. More bounce from the pavilion end. But folks tidy as ever behind the stumps.
We've seen quite a few wides, haven't we?
Yeah,
today.
That one was given a wide.
There is a slight change to the directive, isn't there, on the wides, I think, this season? Which we saw a couple of weeks ago when Leicestershire were here. Their spinner was bowling into the footmarks left by Josh Hull and consistently bowling one-day wides, you'd say, but only just. But one-day wides are being given down the leg side here this season. So you've got this quite a strange situation where bowler bowled 4 wides, took a wicket, a couple of wides, then another wicket.
Easy for Elgar and Walter at the moment. 179 for non-Essex after 46 overs.
.51 runs since lunch in just over an hour. Elgar now 12 away from 100. Still a long way to go as well. 50 overs left. Adam Collins, Ian Ward with you for the next passage of play. Some running repairs for the South African. And Surrey deep into their rotations, which was surely the goal for Essex, to make it as tough as possible for Surrey. No frontline spinner.
Well, they've rather put their eggs in one basket, haven't they, Surrey, with the selection they've made with their 5 right-arm seamers. But you're right, Elgar and Walter ploughing on with his partnership 179, meaning that Burns has to keep going back to the well. You've got to think that there's some sort of restriction that has been advised in terms of how many overs today, and looks like going into tomorrow that Gus Atkinson can bowl, given that he's only just come back. So Burns has got to come up with something. And you mentioned spin, and I know they haven't picked a frontline spinner, but Dan Lawrence just for a couple, just to change the pace. It was very much right arm round the wicket to the left-handers for the majority of the morning session. And the only other time really that Walter in particular has been troubled is when they've banged the ball in. Clark is a muscular bowler. Laws at times has found a bit of rhythm, and when it's got up, he's had a bit of a flap at it. So I'm wondering if Burns could throw the ball to Lawrence for a couple, just to change the pace up, and maybe a couple of overs of short stuff, just to mix it up, just to break up this diet, because they haven't got a left armour, they haven't got the front line spinner, they've got to work with what they selected, but you can still adjust what you've got and change your tactics. And it's just been a bit of diet of this, isn't it? Now that's to take nothing away from what Elgar and Walter have done, particularly Elgar really had to fight himself, I think, for the first sort of 40 odd runs, but he is unlikely to give it away.
Nicely played again. Down the ground's been a feature of his play today. Into the 90s.
Left-handers Nirvana, this one. Straight back past the bowler, down through mid-on. By and large, if you can hit that shot as a left-handed batsman, your game's in decent order. Quite interesting, actually, that Elgar is taking his guard when Laws was official round it over the wicket. And he's actually standing outside off stump, which is unusual on that angle, but might be time for a bit of him. Just a couple. Try it.
Lawrence was used quite a bit first 2 rounds of the season, bowled 47 overs. The challenge being that just 1 wicket went at 5s. So they are quite successful here in 2022, it would have been, with Will Jacks. Bowling quite a lot of overs, but almost in that containment role. It wasn't so much about wickets, it was about providing Rory Burns plenty of flexibility with rotations down the other end. The change of angle.
Man goes out on the hook as well.
Yes. A beauty. It was going to take something from Clark to find the edge. Elgar batting so nicely. The change of angle does it. The wicket finally comes.
Change of angle, change of field as well. You've got to think that because that man had been posted out in the deep on the hook, it had to be in Elgar's mind, because if you look at the shots he's played prior to that, he was in a good position getting his head into the ball to hit that ball down the ground for 4 through mid-on, and his feet have gone absolutely nowhere. He's batting a long way, as I mentioned, outside off stump.
So the change of angle, the change of field, perhaps a little lack of concentration, means Elgar departs for a well-made 92. A little fiddle outside the off stump. Surrey finally have a wicket. 183 for 1.
So Tom Wesley, the skipper, back in the Essex lineup today. Missed the last couple of weeks with a knock to the finger, but vast experience and working from a fantastic foundation.
Yeah, if you're going to bat number 3, coming in with 183 on the board after the bowlers have been toiling away for 47 overs is a nice place to be. And there's a lot of overs remaining in the day, 49 minimum. So Surrey have that breakthrough, and now they've got to make the most of it. Clark has been excellent. He's been the best, really, of the bowlers. A lot of energy at the crease, which has translated into sometimes the ball just bouncing a wee bit, particularly when you bowl from the Mickey Stewart members pavilion end. Wesley is at the non-strikers. Walter is 73. And this is Surrey's chance. The next half an hour to really show their discipline and aggression.
Ripple of applause from the Surrey members for Clark when he gets to fine leg.
Think the pitch would have done more, or is this pretty much standard fare for what we get here?
It's done more in the last couple of years after lunch. As a fielding team here on day one, there's a reason why I think we're up to 26 in a row, bowl first. It's remarkable that it's the second most in first-class history. It's just the default move for a fielding, for a successful captain at the toss here. But for whatever reason, it's been flatter. A couple of games we've seen.
You mentioned the injury to Wesley. What is your take on the substitution rule that has been brought in? Dan and Athers were talking about it on the previous commentary stint. It's fair to say it's been used liberally.
Yeah. I think it's one of those where the perception of impropriety, like it undermines the system when people assume that you will take liberties. And we've seen very well sourced articles in the papers where sources are saying as much, and that's okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with to the sweeper at deep point, far side of the ground, in saying that if there is an opportunity to make the most of a regulation, that you will. It's worth noting as well that the ICC want these trials to take place with an eye to what might be brought in Test cricket. So they did it in Australia, but they had provision for the other team to make a tactical sub at the same time. Now that never happened. I wonder whether it'd be used as liberally if you have your oppo able to do the same thing at the same time.
But correct me if I'm wrong, but the sub laws in Australia are also tighter, aren't they?
Yeah,
as a general point.
Yeah. I think there was a sense that they were anyway.
Yeah.
Whether they were. Had that quirky situation with Lanks last week with Tom Bailey not being allowed to come in. First ball, a gem. This is where Fisher, when he's in the groove, bowling to right-handers, is where last year when he arrived at the Oval, he beat the edge time and again. And not from that pretty length either. He does keep it full. He does give himself a chance. So he does go for runs occasionally as well. But as Daniel Norcross made the point before, has quite a lot of the time bowled without luck. Seeing here, had to play at that line.
You've been sat in the dresser and watching the two openers do their thing. Now you've got to get your body and mind ready to get moving. And he is away.
He's always comfortable through mid-wicket.
Absolutely.
He's a skipper, so he's at his best. So, yeah, point that's been made around the subs is that attrition is fundamental to multi-day cricket, is it not?
100%. It's a game played over 4 days or 5 days at Test match cricket. And, you know, the principle of it I sort of get. And bereavement, I absolutely get. Concussion, absolutely get. There's been numerous medical articles. We all know about the dangers of concussion, which for years was completely ignored and misunderstood. And even if it was understood, was ignored. But for heaven's sake, if you've got a sore thumb, get on with it. 48 overs done, 185 for 1. And what was that other? Correct me if I'm wrong, didn't someone have to drive from Leicestershire to Bristol because they wouldn't allow that sub that you're referring to? Well, hang up. This guy's a bowler, right? He's just spent... How long does it take to drive from Leicester to Bristol? It's not round the corner.
So the reporting on this, it was Ollie Sutton who was playing a twos game.
Yeah,
right?
But he's in Leicester.
He's in Leicester. The game's in Bristol. 3 hour drive away.
Correct.
So Tom Bailey ended up on the field subbing as a sub fielder for the whole day anyway. But I couldn't quite piece together how a right arm bowler couldn't replace a right arm bowler. Because the man that went down, Ajit Singh Dale, then they were allowed to bring a left. I don't know. There's a lot of subjectivity in all of this. And that's where I think, again, the perception's the major driver of the conjecture in the last couple of weeks. There's been so much of it, and the sense that it will be used and abused over time.
It needs a rethink.
And it's getting it, apparently. Just love the way that Clark uses the crease. We'll try and get the wicket back from the previous over when he went over the wicket to Dean Elgar, but this is where Clark, especially from that pavilion end, Wardy, he varies where he lands on the crease ball to ball. He's the quintessential senior pro. He knows exactly what he's doing, knows he's going back to front. It's not exaggerated movement with him. It seldom is. It's just subtle.
That's all you need. You only need to find the outside edge, which is what he did to get the wicket of Dean Elgar. Wide of the crease there.
So 2 wide of the crease to start, and you'll see through the over he'll mix and match, tends to, or through a spell at very least. So this was the wicket, first ball over the wicket, nearer to the stumps. First time that's in the over at least that Elgar's had to think about it and didn't quite get the feet moving in the right direction. Day done.
I was talking earlier about the lack of deliveries from old school over the wicket right arm. It was all round the wicket to both left-handers, so you change the angle. But you can change the angle in a big way by going round the wicket or over the wicket. You can also just subtly change it, which is what we're seeing here with Clark. Just use a different position at the crease. There he is, a little wider again.
Good spot. Good spot on the pitch. Something to work with there.
Is your club cricket started?
Oh, yeah, there's so much cricket this time of year, isn't there? I think the beauty of playing in the UK is that from about the first weekend of April, if you want it, there's a game to be played. I'm pretty sure the Surrey League, though, doesn't start for another
think you're right.
Week or two. Middlesex League's 9th of May. Up north, they started last weekend.
Cool.
They want it.
Feel it first slip up there.
That's the weapon for Clark. It's the variation where he hits the seam and moves it back towards the stumps. Naturally, Westley's looking to leave that ball. Not unreasonably. Does some gardening, but that's not about the surface. That's about the big all-rounder. That would have taken a 4th stump. Played a game on Tuesday somewhere near Sheffield. I've never been as cold on the cricket field. Howling breeze, wind chill factor, double jumper, hand warmers, the works. Loved it. And that's the one that goes the other way. Super stuff. Just making sure that every ball, a good decision needs to be made.
Played a game here years ago when Ian Harvey was the overseas player for Gloucestershire. He just turned up. Pretty certain, in fact I am certain it was his first year for Gloucestershire, and it was cold and it snowed. And Harvey had never seen snow, right? So he was out there looking at the snow and all that sort of stuff. And he ended up having a bowl, and we didn't see him for 3 days because that was him absolutely gone. He could not move. He was on the physio's couch, wrapped in blankets and hot water bottles, back completely seized.
Maiden for Clark, who's doing the job, 185 for 1. There was a season, we haven't had many freezing cold days yet in the championship, I suppose, this season. Certainly not in this part of the country. But there was a time not that long ago when Pete Siddle would put the bobble hat on to bowl, wasn't it? It was taking it to the next level. No need for bobble hats up there. That's the sun trap, that part of the ground. Combination of people working from home and just living their life, enjoying a Friday at the County Championship. Near enough to 5,000 in the ground. Free after tea. We always say it. Got to download the app and all the rest of it, but you get in free after tea. Extra bounce.
Nothing shot, though.
Yeah.
Nothing shot. Fisher has found a nice bit of rhythm, and that has carried through pretty quickly to Ben Folkes. We've seen the odd one actually stay down, bowling from the Vauxhall end, but that one carried through nicely. But that was just a... Oh, if you get out to those, you are absolutely livid.
Especially when you've batted for 4 hours.
Well, quite.
Just the 2 slips.
You're probably too young to remember CFAX.
No, I'm sort of just hold on to that. Yeah, early days of following.
Got a great photo from years ago when Butch and I were opening the batting in Durham in a Sunday League game or something, and we came off for snow, and it had on Teletext or CFAX, whatever, snow stop play. So you consumed your sort of county scores back in the day. Flip on channel 401 or whatever it was. Go through the scores. Now it's all on your phones, isn't it?
I don't know. I reckon bring it back.
You reckon? Nah. I think there's a reason they changed it. Upgraded.
We had a snow stops play here a decade ago. There was a Surrey Somerset game where there was a... I wouldn't quite go as far to say a snowstorm, but the ground was covered. They got back on within an hour. Lee Fortis and the team doing their thing. They know what they're doing. Chris Rogers was the Somerset captain that season.
Buck.
Yeah. He's probably watching. He tends to watch everything that's going on in the championship, Bucky, through the night from Melbourne. Close. Fisher likes it. Turned down. To be fair, Fisher always likes it with that celeb appeal, but looked to be just trending down the leg side.
Be interesting to see where it pitched as well. If you're getting a left-hander out LBW, there's got to be, from that angle, to get the decision in your favour, some sort of movement back in from the line of the stumps. I think it did pitch in line, but it was wandering, as you say, Colo, past leg stump. Think Buck's got a glass or something in his hand if he's watching through the night?
Yep.
Yep, so do I.
As a left-handed batter, I'm sure he would have thought that was going down leg as well. Oh, another waft, 2 in the over. Sort of out of character for Walter, who's been very organised since the get-go this morning.
Well, he will know that's 2 bad shots. It might be worth his skipper just coming down and saying, wait, come on. You all right? Good. Get your head back in the game, because that's 2 bad shots. And this is Surrey's opportunity, and Essex need to realise that. They're in a fantastic position at 185 for 1. But they have lost Elgar, and Wesley has been challenged the first 8 balls. Crucial period in this little passage of plate. And he gets away with that. Driving on the up, thick outside edge. It will go for 4. Fisher's got his head in his hands. Essex won 89 for 1.
Yeah, unclear where that would have ended up on the first angle we had there, but you could see the slips, the stagger of them got wider and wider through that over. They wanted to cover more territory. They probably would have needed a 4th to have realistically dragged it in. But an emblem of Fisher getting himself into a decent groove here. Sorry, I didn't know we were on a break, but they came. 15, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So Clark and Fisher in tandem. They've had a good 15 minutes, Surrey.
Yeah, I'm slightly curious as to why Rory Burns hasn't decided to attack more here, particularly to the new batsman, Wesley. Take extra out,
bring him in as a catcher somewhere, wherever you fancy. It could be a leg gully, it could be a leg slip, it could be an orthodox third slip. Keep that man into mid-wicket because that's his strength, whipping it through there. But even in the last over, that one waft from Walter, and as you say, the slips try to move a bit wider. A nice line and length delivery from the impressive Clark. But yeah, he might be on 78, Walter, but this is the time. This is the time. Get another catcher in place, particularly after that first awful shot. And then we saw an edge. I'm not saying it would have carried to third or fourth slip. I think it went more down than up.
Yeah.
Just challenge the batsman. Be a bit more proactive.
Yeah, they had this formula, Surrey, when bowling on day one across the three-peat, where it's come back off the seam, so he's had it going both ways. First couple of balls here, Clark, that's what he wants. Where they would bowl morning one, they'd set Dan Worrell up at the Vauxhall end. I'm not saying it happened automatically. That's too reductive, but it did tend to be they would bowl teams out in about 2 sessions, and they would do it fairly conventionally. There weren't many days like this when they had to get resourceful, plan B, plan C, deep in the rotations. Different type of challenge here. Even the other week when Leicestershire went big, it was after Surrey had posted 520 themselves. So they were able to, for a decent stretch of time at least, play the patience game and not worry too much about the scoreboard. As it turned out, Leicestershire batted magnificently and changed the game.
But as you say, that's been their modus operandi, hasn't he? That, I mean, you say Worrell, obviously he's not around, and that's a big loss, but you haven't got him, so you've got to think differently.
Yep.
And the game, I watched a day of the game against Notts here last year, and it just seemed, the game seemed to drift for too many long periods. So you got your formula, fine. That ain't going to work forever. Conditions change, players become unavailable through injury or illness or whatever. You've got to adapt.
I do wonder how close they would have been to have had a look at the spinner today. Wasn't in the squad, but I sort of thought...
They think that way?
Well...
They don't seem to.
They don't seem to be, but... I mean, this is Rafi Albert we're talking about here, the teenage orthodox spinner, who looks... I mean, he does look like he gives it a rip on the available evidence. Had 2 decent games for Surrey so far. And Clark finishing the way he started, beating the outside edge. Back to McMaidens for him. A wicket in the over that preceded at 189 for 1.
Well, he's been excellent, as you mentioned, the last 20 minutes or so. Jordan Clark. Got the ball moving both ways. He subtly adjusted his position at the crease at different times. He's more mid-crease there to Wesley. He didn't take a great stride forward, but I'm not sure he could do much about that. That is just, please don't nick it, hold the line, don't nick it. He's found a lovely line and length and some rhythm. But yeah, I'd want some variation in my attack. You know, you mentioned Ralphie Albert, young talented cricketer, and you got 5 seamers. Do you need 5?
And they left out the left armour as well when they had Topley in the squad who played a couple of weeks ago, albeit his first red ball game for 4 and a bit years.
I was surprised to see him in that squad and then play, actually, because I just thought Reece's time as a red ball cricketer might, by his own volition, have just been, right, I'm not risking, you know, my back and all the stuff he's gone throughout his career to get back playing and with a good career in white ball cricket. So I saw that he was in the squad, and then I saw he was playing. I thought, well, good on him, because the stuff he's had to go through to just get back on the field has been quite extraordinary.
Apparently, he rocked up at winter training and said, "Yep,
yeah,
I want to play 4-day cricket again."
That's one thing. I read that, and then I thought, yeah, but when push comes to shove, you know, you might not want to. I don't know. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because we talk about, you know, trying to get some red ball cricket in to some white ball players just so they got some time in the middle. Maybe that's the same for bowlers. We tend to not discuss that. It's always about how much time in the middle a batsman has spent.
And Surrey have had the white ball duo in Sam and Tom Curran. And of course, they're more than white ball only players, but have periodically dropped into the championship. And done as you say there, made an impact pretty much straight away. That depth at this ground, this club.
Well, they need it, don't they? The amount of players that get pulled from pillar to post for England duty or franchise obligations. It's quite something.
So Will Jacks with Mumbai Indians at the moment. I was going to say it's T-shirt weather a moment ago. It's more than that. Shirts off. Must only be about, I don't know, 17 degrees out there, if that. No second invitation required. Get the clobber off in the stands. Good stuff.
Well, do you know how much it rained this winter? Didn't see the sun for 3 months.
It's remarkable, wasn't it? Every single day at the start of this year.
Oh.
So it didn't quite carry to slip. There were two noises. Then Fisher realised he might be half a sniff for a leg before. Doesn't get that either.
Too high. Yep. Definitely too high for leg before.
Not sure if the other noise was bat on pad, but either way, there was a bit of doubt there.
Oh, still quite difficult to tell. It looked a bit outside edgy. Very difficult to tell from that angle. But well short of Burns, who stationed it and it slipped. Normally Sibley's in there catching. I've noticed a bit of taping on his finger. Maybe he's got a dodgy digit, which is stopping him. Mind you, it hasn't really looked like going through to the slips very often.
Good again. 190 for one.
What Surrey have done well is they've dragged that run rate back. It was close to 5 at one stage in the morning session. The last 25 minutes, they've been much, much better, led by Jordan Clark, who I imagine will want to continue, given that he's found a lovely rhythm. Terrific ground now, the Oval.
It would have changed so much in your time on the staff here, even the way the pavilion's set up and the way they've added to that in the last few years.
Oh, 100%. When I first played a game here for Surrey under whatever it was, you changed in the pavilion.
Oh, right.
You know, the dressing rooms were there. It's now the committee room and whatever else is on the other side now. I don't know. That's one thing I say about this ground. The redevelopment, the way they run it has been fantastic. I would, though, with them, and they've redone the dressing rooms, and I've been in there. They're absolutely spectacular now in that Bedser stand. But I would have loved for them to put the players back in the pavilion, walk through the long room, come down through the members, a la Lords, shove the committee in their canapes somewhere else. They don't need to be behind the bowler's arm.
Pop them in the Bedser.
Wherever. Get them out of there, get the players back in the pavilion.
That didn't get up, so we've had just enough variable bounce that Walter's been beaten 3 times in 2 overs.
Well, there is a chance as this game goes on, and that the days are supposed to be warm over the next couple. It's going to be cool in the evening, really cold at night. But with the amount of grass that's on it, sometimes that grass can just dent a little bit, which can encourage some uneven bounce, which would certainly give the bowler something to work with if they can stick to their accuracy. It's something that used to happen at Edgbaston years ago, but it wasn't so much the grass. The actual surface would dent a bit because it would start a little damp. When Steve Rouse was the groundsman up there, it would just start a little damp. They were good pitches, this is not a criticism, but when it dried out, if it was warm, you just get a little crusty, and the dents would mean the ball could go up and down, which was fun when Alan Donald was overseas up there.
I'd imagine. It's funny what goes in and out of fashion with pitches, right? So in Australia, covering the Ashes and each series there, probably 10 years ago. Upstairs, a rare move today, handled comfortably into the 80s goes Walter. Would have been more than that. It was the first day-night test match, 2015, when we were first taken into the world of how many millimetres of grass on a pitch. And the thing about Australians is we all fancy ourselves as amateur horticulturalists at the best of times.
Curators.
All curators. It's the only place in the world that it's not a groundsman, it's like an artistic pursuit, isn't it? It's a curator. Anyway. So we've moved on, though. Well, we're still obsessed with how many mils. Everyone's got a view about how many mils should be on the pitch, right? But it's the ball marks They've overtaken it now. It's where are the ball marks? How deep are the ball marks? That Melbourne test, when the day after the Melbourne test. Now, not a great test match, over in 2 days. But the next morning, they got all the media in. I suppose it's meant to be a work day, no problem doing that. And he was on national television, 3 separate stations, went live to the press conference of the MCG curator to justify his pitch and the amount of grass and the ball marks and all the rest of it. It's kind of a nice reminder of just how much Test cricket matters at times like that, as wild as it is to think that it would command that much attention.
Last ball of the over, then you can answer this. What was the upshot of the ball marks?
Ends the over here, 1 run from it. 191 for 1. Oh, look, honestly, I think all bar about 10 people in the world are making it up on this. We had Brody working with us for that, and I think
he's become 8 or 9 or 10 millimetre obsessed as well when he works for us now.
So Brody was out there doing radio with us before play on that second day, and he was the one that spotted the ball marks. And anything that Brody said, you can imagine what it was like. Anything he said was newsworthy during the on Channel 7 on ACM. Whenever he would talk, it would prompt headlines in all the online publications and so on, as everything gets clipped up for social media and that type of thing. And Brody gets on telly, on radio, I think I've spotted some ball marks there. It was on. Stuart Broad said there's ball marks on the pitch. Yeah. By that point, we were all kind of like, let this series end.
Cost Cricket Australia a few
few
dollars, didn't it? Those two days.
I think also, like, just the symbolism of not getting to 1 million spectators. Like, they came, I think they got 900,000. Like, they were banking on being able to say we got 1 million through the gates and missing a lot of cricket due to what happened at Perth, and then of course Melbourne was a bizarre 2 days at work.
A brief 2 days at work.
Oh, it wasn't pretty cricket. I don't think anyone would. It was just carnage from the minute we got there.
2 of Beefy's holy grails in one series, the 2-day test.
Ooh, just a little waft there from Wesley. He's not set. He's faced 19 balls, but there've been 19 balls where the bat's been beaten a number of times. Yeah, the Perth 2-day test felt different because it had an all-time innings in to end it, Travis Head. Sort of a 70-ball Ashes 100 that felt great. Melbourne didn't. It was great for England to win a test in Australia. It was a terrific moment when they won, and the relief, the Ben Stokes moment with Joe Root and so on. But yeah, it wasn't a spectacle or as dramatic as Perth felt.
Just looks a little frustrated with himself after that delivery, Fisher. The previous one was a beauty. Perfect line and length and some nice away movement. Just a little too short on that occasion. He pulled up very sharply in his run. I was just saying, get it up there, find that length again. Ball's always carried here, bizarrely, at the Oval when it's swung. There's a little bit of swing. It seems to just kiss the surface and carry through nicely. That's the used to be historically the general trend. The previous delivery certainly swung and went through nicely to Ben Folkes.
That trends back the other way, so some craft there from Fisher. I like the idea of grounds having their own characteristics. It was a criticism of Australia, a reasonable criticism of Australia.
Because of drop-ins.
Drop-ins, which are coming, by the way. Lords are pretty obviously going in that direction due to the workload on that ground, and the technology is a lot better than it used to be.
They had drop-ins at Lords for a while. There were parks on the the nursery ground for a number of years.
Or again in that channel.
And it was right in the back right-hand corner, if you look out the back of the media centre, the spaceship. But I think they might have netted on them, but that was as far as it got. They never dropped in. I got a problem with dropping pitches in this country for one very simple reason: run-ups. Now, it's better now because the drainage, they understand the grass, the whatever. But if you've had a test match, as an example, and you've, say, got Angus Fraser with his size 15s running up and down, that leaves a trench, okay? That used to take months to recover.
okay? And it rains a bit in the UK. So if those footholes get wet, what do? 192 for 1. So it'd probably be better now, but certainly back in the day, you could see for weeks and weeks and weeks when a 4-day game would be played here or at Lord's, because you could see the bowlers' run-ups. Now, if you stick a fresh pitch in, okay, great, fresh pitch, not fresh run-ups. So in other countries, Australia, South Africa, it's tougher grass, isn't it? It is literally tougher grass, which will withstand those size 15s going up and down. Don't think it'll happen so much in the UK. So whilst they've got to come up, I think, with some way of, they've tried hybrids, they've still got hybrids, haven't they, with the plastic in it and all that. But if you watch at the end of day 4, and you think this game's going to go at day 4, you will see the foot marks in the run-up, and I don't think they'll recover in time. Drop a pitch in, that'll be fresh, but the run-ups might not be suitable. We'll end up like that situation in Antigua when that game was called off for the run-up. Blimey, did you see that game get called off in the West Indies domestic?
I did. Did you see that last ball?
Oh, my
This is Jaden Seals.
goodness gracious me.
If you haven't seen it, just pop into your search engine, Jaden Seals, and you'll see a delivery that looked as dangerous as anything you'll see in the professional game.
Unbelievable. I mean, poor lad was stretchered off in hospital overnight. That was vicious.
Yeah, that work at Lord's on the drop-ins, they started it during the winter. They've relayed the whole outfield there. It looks beautiful. They've done a great job getting that down in the usual way. But yeah, I think they've got the drop-ins towards the edge of the square. They'll go through the usual testing process, because they have formed the view that with more elite level cricket on the main ground, and it's the same everywhere, it's a good problem to have with the advent of Tier 1, Tier 2 women's cricket, so much of it being played on the test grounds, that the traditional way of doing business won't be sustainable.
Well, Lord's has always had an enormous demand on it, hasn't it?
Yeah.
For a variety of different reasons. Speaking to Mick Hunt, who was the groundsman there, sadly just recently passed away. He was the head groundsman there for 49 years, and he was talking pitch preparation and the struggles that they had, and Lords were well ahead of this than what we have now. You mentioned Tier 1 and Tier 2. Now all grounds are facing the same problem. He said, because there's so much cricket at Lords, I can't leave the square uncovered at any point, because there's always a game coming up. And he used the analogy. He said, if you've got like a hot summer and you can water your garden with a hose and the plants will stay alive. He said, that's great. He said, but you go out in your garden after you've had 2 days of heavy rain and the bushes and the plants have just absolutely gone berserk. He said, that's exactly the same with the grass on a square. He said, if it's permanently covered, you're keeping it alive with your artificial watering. But I need time for the square to breathe. And because the covers are always on, because there's always a game coming up, I can't do that. And I think now every groundsman is finding that a challenge. There is always a game coming up. You can't afford to let that pitch get wet. You've got to get it dry for the game, but you've got to cover the square. Yeah.
Nice bit of fielding to finish. Just trying to keep the pressure on. A good half an hour or so for Surrey. Over ends here at 193 for 1.
Enjoying the sunshine. There's around about 5,000 people here at the Oval. There's a lovely hum around the ground. Pretty busy. Where better to spend your Friday afternoon and watching some county cricket? Well, if you're Surrey supporters, you're looking for a few more in the wickets column. They have had that one success. And Dean Elgar being removed. Tom Laws, it is. And the one thing, yes, Rana, who is alongside me, host of the Wisden Cricket Weekly podcast, they have slowed things up somewhat, at least. Tried to build a degree of pressure.
More than somewhat. We're 26 overs into the afternoon session. 65 runs have been scored. That's a run rate of just under 2.5 runs per over. In the first session, it was well above 4s. Innings run rate now 3.52. So they have been able to build pressure. We've seen a man sweeping for a lot of the afternoon session. No sweeper now as Laws bolster Wesley, who's 1 off 25. I feel like this is a really important spell. Laws expensive early on. His first 7 overs, conceding 33 runs. He's had an up and down start to the season. Expensive week 1 at Edgbaston. Expensive day 2 against Leicestershire, but pulled things back nicely on day 3.
I think we've seen as well that Jordan Clark, who's toiled away, and he has been genuinely the pick of the bowlers. He's looked the most threatening, bowled with a real sense of purpose, hit the pitch hard. And a second success, this time for Laws, as Wesley, his 27-ball vigil is done, cannoning off the bottom edge into the stumps, and Surrey have reason to smile.
Well, the pressure pays off for Surrey. Just 5 runs scored over the last 5 overs. Wesley, 1 off 26, drags on, and the bowling change works. Laws strikes, Essex 194 for 2.
Well, solemn walk back to the hutch for Tom Wesley, returning from that finger injury, but he's, as you can see, it's just got a little bit of strapping and bandaging on that index finger. And just trying to relieve the pressure that he sort of built up himself, Wesley. So he had bowled well, they'd bowled in the channels and not given him a great deal to hit, and that one delivery where he thought he could latch onto it proves to be his downfall. So success for Surrey. Walter's still there, 83 not out. And a really exciting young player, Charlie Allison, comes to the crease. Former England under-19. He's had a good start to this year. 80 against Hampshire, 49 against Somerset, and in the 40s against Warwickshire as well. So scores in each of his first 3 county championship fixtures, albeit not really kicking on, but a more than capable and organised player, and one of that batch of Essex youngsters who are really starting to make a mark on the county scene.
Fond memories of this ground too. Scored 100 here against Surrey in 2025. And a really exciting young player. Essex have a rich recent history of producing middle order stroke makers. Ravi Wopara, Tom Wesley, Dan Lawrence, obviously now plays for Surrey. And Allison now batting at 4. Averages the best part of 40 in first class cricket.
2 slips and a wide 4th slip.
I think this passage of play is quite a good illustration of why I think Surrey will be really frustrated by that first session. Sure, wicket-taking opportunities were hard to come by, but they let that Essex scoring rate really hike up. And it goes to show that even if conditions aren't necessarily in the bowler's favour, pressure can create wicket-taking opportunities. And they've been much, much better second session.
You're 100% right. Squandered appeal, never really interested, but having said that, the beauty of long form cricket is that you try one way, then you try another way, and then you try another way. It's having plans A, B and C, and sometimes you need on certain days D, E and F, but not too forthcoming. We saw prior to lunch when Surrey weren't successful, they went to plan B, trying a few short balls, 2 men back. That didn't really work. Now it's the build-up of pressure and bowling the channel. take a slip out the ring field and try and stop all scoring. And so there's ways to go and do it as the successful Tom Laws over comes to a conclusion, 194 for 2. And the flip side of that, some may well argue, well, why don't you start like that? Why don't you start bowling the channel and in those corridors and create the pressure up front? And that, of course, there is a case to be answered there, but when you've got a brand new ball, you want to give it an opportunity. As it just flicks off the top of the bails.
And Surrey just perhaps sensing an opening, go back to their England man Gus Atkinson, who's bowled 10 overs today, wicketless for 37 runs. He comes on at the pavilion end, bowling to Paul Walter on 83.
Cutting him in half as well. Persisting with round the wicket. I've not seen Atkinson come over, but I think Jordan Clark needed relieving. He'd bowled I think it was a 7 over spell just there, following on from his one in the early session. And as well as he'd bowled, you're going to need him in the third.
Walter living dangerously at times since lunch, dropped on 53 off the bowling of Sean Abbott.
Yeah, just the one slip, and that sort of wide-ish slip. There is a gap, almost like a third or a fourth slip. There's a deep third in place, and that ring field on the offside. And the two men still remaining back for the pull, or the mistime pull or hook. We've seen one or two attempts by Walter. He's had a flap at a couple short deliveries. Don't be surprised if Atkinson thinks about going upstairs early in his spell.
Noticeably shorter, actually, compared to the first century. They've just held their length back. Fewer drive deliveries. Both Elgar and Walter helped themselves to some half volleys before lunch. Fewer rather boundary scoring opportunities since.
And I think they've come in and hit the pitch and bowled with that little bit more purpose. Laws even, 82, 83 miles an hour, but he's actually come in and hit the pitch where it just looked like they were searching. A bowling attack without a great deal of success this year, because they've been chasing leather for the 2 innings that they have bowled.
We talked earlier about how in April actually can be quite difficult as a bowling unit. There's not a lot of pace to work with as a seam bowling attack. But the flip side is run scoring can be quite difficult as well, because there's not a lot of pace in the wicket. So you can, if you get it right, get your lines and lengths right, you can really have a stranglehold over the run scoring.
Edged and just gone past the hand of first slip. Diving away to the right hand side was the Surrey skipper. There is a little bit of a gap between Folkes and he. And another chance goes begging, another life for Paul Walter.
Oh, so nearly 2 wickets in quick succession for Surrey. Genuine edge from Walter. But Surrey, just one slip and a gully. It would have gone pretty much straight to where a conventional first slip would have been. In a catchable height too.
And that's the problem. You've got, as you see, the end of the over, 198 for 2. You've got 2 fielders trying to cover 4 positions there. Just ain't going to happen. And as sure as odds are sods, you are going to get one that nips through that gap.
Obviously, Walter's the set batter. Surrey had 3 catches in for Allison in the previous over. Would you like to have seen Surrey be a bit more attacking right now? Now they've just taken that wicket of Wesley.
I think it's a good call. I mean, if you are going to have 2 slips, have them in slip positions, or take someone from somewhere else and have that. If you want a 2-and-1 feel and your gully a little bit finer, into a sort of 4th or 5th slip position, that's fine. But as you see here, conventional slips, that no problems with that. And I feel even to Paul Walter now that there is a school of thought that from round the wicket that your edge is going to be a little bit thicker with an older ball softer ball and it not coming off the surface as quick. But Gus Atkinson, again, looking from the other side, is fresh into his spell. So he's got, you know, at the start of a spell, you're most energetic. You've got more on the ball going down. Get him back into a conventional position. See one keep a little low. Noticeable as well that round the grounds, around the country, big day of Rothesay County Championship in Division 1 and Division 2. Wickets everywhere else. Someone's just delving into the playfair. Who's he looking at?
Wait.
I saw the name of Dan Douthwaite there, just looking through a Glamorgan squad. But I agree with you. Walter, with the new batter, is going to play a little bit more circumspect, you would have thought. So yes, again, why not attack from both ends? It's just the awareness of the situation. Worked away. And Allison off the mark with a boundary. No chance of long leg cutting that off. Slightly errant in line was Laws, and Allison more than grateful to move away from being on the globe.
That ripple of applause marking the Essex 200, 202 for 2. Despite that wicket of Wesley, still a very, very good day for the visitors. Inserted in by Rory Burns. 183 run first wicket stand. Going very nicely.
Oh, it's a bit wishy-washy outside of the off stump. Or as Allison, I wonder what Dean Elgar is thinking back in the pavilion. Played so well.
I suppose that the theory really with Walter is, sure, he is the set batter. He was an 83 before that edge, but actually has found run scoring harder since the interval. As that's left alone by Allison. Essex 202 for 2 after 58. There was that drop catch when he was on 53, but also a few wafts against Jordan Clark a few overs ago. Just finding batting a little bit more difficult than he did before lunch.
I've seen not a huge amount, but one or two bits of variable bounce. That's something to keep an eye on anyway. Wonderful surroundings here. Ian Ward, Adam Collins were talking about the redevelopment here over the years at the Oval. Just a magnificent place to come and watch cricket, whatever the format. Be it white or red ball, 100 ball cricket, test match cricket.
How much has the ground changed since your playing days? So that SSE Energy Solutions stand, that's new of the last few years.
Yeah, the old Lock and Lakers, not much other than that actually. The OCS stand, is it still called that? Or is it a different name?
JM Finn
the
stand, I believe.
JM Finn stand, my apologies. But yeah, that. I still think that's been in place for a while. I think I was playing there. Or getting hit into it, I seem to remember. Alistair Brown or Adam Hollyoak just climbing into. This is what I was going to say about the sameness. You were saying about April and not. This is where the 75-mile-an-hour dobber comes in beautifully here. There's no point with these 80 to 88-mile-an-hour bowlers. April's for the 75-mile-an-hourers. Someone with a bit of nibble factor. Just Essex have got one, Shane Snater, and I saw him bowl with keeper up the other day and took 3 wickets.
Yeah, I suppose on the extreme end, extreme pace is extremely useful. I think Josh Tongue makes such a difference for Nottinghamshire at this time of year.
A little inside edge.
Yeah, 2 sounds, but Otherwise, I think Gus Atkinson was very interested. Tongue's had a real impact over the last couple of years, early season, when wickets have been harder to come by. I think you're right, really. Tongue aside, those quicker guys haven't had as much joy. We've seen Sonny Baker have a lot of success at Hampshire early season. He looks like he's developed compared to last season. He's been talked about loads, but he's only played 10 first-class games, 3 of which have been this season.
Yeah, I've been, as we all do, it's so much cricket going on, and you try and keep across as much as you possibly can, but you know, it seems that Sonny Baker is one of those bowlers down at Hampshire who's always got a viral moment in him, whether it be a celebration. One thing you know about him as a bowler, that there is not one ball that isn't an effort ball, and I love that about him. It's, you know, yes, he's got pace and he's got skill, but absolutely everything goes into every delivery. Never bowls within himself, it seems. He'll learn that. No. And the young left armour I mentioned earlier today from Somerset, that Alfie Ogborn.
Yeah, clocked at 89.5 mph last week.
That'll do. That'll get people shifting in the seat.
There aren't that many left-arm seamers in the county game at the moment.
Josh Hull at Leicester. He had a test match here at the Oval, didn't he? A couple of years back. Should be 4. Bit of back foot slippage from Charlie Allison as he plays the shot, but the connection was pure. And he dealing exclusively in boundaries so far for his 8. 207 for 2. Come on, Yas, name me some more. Left arm seamers.
Taylor at Gloucestershire.
Oh, good call, yes. Yes.
Who else? There are not loads, to be honest.
Tom Lammonby.
He's increasingly occasional, but yep. But there aren't many, so I think it's a real point of difference. Started the season really well, top of the table. I think before the season, I think there were 2 question marks that people would have had against Somerset. That of the identity of their top order. Their opening partnership has been a bit of a merry-go-round in recent years, but also the depth of their seam attack. Got stalwarts like Craig Oates and Gregory, but who could support them? And the early season signs are positive. Alfie Ogborn, as you say, has done well. Josh Shaw signed from Gloucestershire over the winter. I think he's only played once, but did well in round 2. And if they have a crop of seamers who can support the main 2, that's potentially very exciting.
Oh, I remember when we were here last year watching that last game, that Nottinghamshire Surrey fixture, and Josh Tongue, I mean, he was electric quick. He really was, noticeably. The way that he got the ball carrying through to the keeper, the batters were so uncomfortable, and that was genuine pace. That's the difference, especially when you go to that next level. Speaking of which, he's got 3 for today.
And one of them is a wicket that you're sort of describing, the wicket of Yates, I think. A ball that rears off a length, catches the shoulder of the bat, caught high, shoulder height at first slip.
Oh, and then another one that's the first time we've seen one lift from when bowling from the Vauxhall end. We've seen a couple from the Pavilion end. Atkinson and Clark just getting it to rear up, but that was the first one we've seen from Laws, and maybe there's 1 or 2 indentations from that live grass, that just making the ball spit just a little bit. You can see with the hand being taken off the bat. Just surprising Charlie Allison. Warwickshire against the county champions Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge today, as that's forced through the offside quite beautifully. And Charlie Allison, bit of width offered, the ball always going away from him. Another excellent connection again, adds to his tally of boundaries.
Yeah, shot with real authority from Allison. Bit of width from Laws, ball moving away from Allison, but really throws his hands at it. Keeps the ball on the ground. It's a 3rd boundary in short time for Allison, who's on to 12.
Oh, just short. And that'll be 4 more. A 4th boundary for Allison. And that wouldn't have been too far away. And that slip position, maybe just bouncing a foot or so in front.
Yeah, just wide of the man at gully 2. He's quickly become a very important player in the Essex lineup, Allison. Really tricky start to the 25 season, deployed as an opener. We see a field change, mid-wicket dropping back to deep square.
Will we see the short ball from Laws? He's got it through though. Tidy pace from Laws, and of the 60th over, 216 for 2.
Eventually given an opportunity in the middle order, and he's really grabbed it with both hands. Despite that tricky start, Allison averaging 38, exclusively playing his cricket in Division 1. And for an Essex side that have been short of several of their top 7 batters.
Yeah.
Jordan Cox not playing in the IPL, but he's in the IPL.
As are many other England cricketers in India, but not playing.
Well, it looks like Jacob Bethel's going to play today because Phil Salt has been ruled out with injury, and Bethel, not named in the 11, has been named as an impact sub. So you might see Bethel later today.
Well, at least it's something.
Tom Wesley missed a couple of rounds through injury, and Vion Mulder, the overseas, missing for personal reasons. So at times this season, Essex have been short of 3 of their first choice top 7.
Very well liked player is Vion Mulder around the traps. Excellent overseas player. Was at Leicestershire for numerous years. They loved him at Grace Road. Absolutely. He's at Essex now, and whatever is occurring with him, we hope he is well. Watching on. Send our best. Quick single taken. So Walter, who's not seen much of the strike over the last, well, I'd say 7 or 8 overs really. Wesley was churning out dot balls from one end, and Allison already has faced 18 deliveries. So just a time for Paul Walter to try and keep that concentration rather than switching off. And Essex on the back of 2 defeats. And that after hammering Hampshire in the first game of the season by an innings.
Yeah, just 3.3 overs remaining. If you're not a regular viewer of the Championship, the way it works for the tea interval, it's when there are 32 overs remaining in the day. So it often means we have quite lengthy middle sessions. Walter now 10 runs away from his 100.
I haven't seen any spin, although I have to say, I may be wrong, and usually there's a sign on the scoreboard to say whether, the over rate is -2. That's understandable given that it's been all seam today. Haven't seen any of Dan Lawrence. Again, a little bit surprising. We've not seen any spin used, even though it's a first day surface. It looks a little green, just something a bit different. That's a good one. A good one from Atkinson. Didn't get up quite as Walter imagined, but he got onto him quickly.
Yeah, I think it's part of what's slowed Walter down in the second session is he's not really taken on the short ball. 2 men out on the leg side for the miscued pull shot. Walter ducking underneath that, making the decision to do so early.
Followed up with the attempted Yorker. Good stuff from Atkinson. Doesn't bring him a wicket though, 218 for 2. I was just checking to see if Bethel had made any kind of impact as his substitution, but As it turns out, it's Gujarat who are batting.
Yeah, he's not even in the team yet, so...
Let me know when he is. Well, I mean, where do you stand on this? It's a topic that does divide people. More so supporters than players themselves. But obviously it is a good gig out there. It is financially rewarding. You know, there's not many atmospheres like it, and playing under that kind of pressure with that amount of eyes on you. So there is something to be said for developing the character and the environment of which you play, but you're not playing cricket. And there's, you know, when you come back, there's test series squads to be selected for. What say you?
I understand it from a player's perspective. You don't know you're not going to be playing. Certainly in Jacob Bethel's position, is a guy who just scored a World Cup semi-final 100. I don't think it's unreasonable for Bethel to have expected to have had some game time. But equally, I understand fans' frustration. I think English cricket fans are growing tired of hearing a line that we've heard for a long time now about how great it is to just soak in the atmosphere and learn from the players and the coaching staff that you have at the IPL from players who aren't actually playing. And I guess we're approaching a similar situation that Bethel had last year, where he just didn't play much cricket.
I suppose it's also quite difficult as a young player, and he is. Let's remember, he is still tender in years. He was only playing under-19 cricket for England, 3 years ago? And that's to say, not to say he's naive about anything, but a lot has happened in a short space of time, and I'm sure he'll have people in his ear going, "Oh, you should be doing this," and people saying, "Well, you should be doing that." And at the end of the day, obviously, it is up to the player, I'm sure, and taking on advice, but it seems as though when you're a player, or if you're a player in that situation, it seems like everyone knows what's best for you, and it's a difficult one. You can't do right for doing wrong, whatever your reasons may be for making the choice that you make.
I think if you use the example of the two RCB English guys who aren't playing yet, Cox and Bethel, I completely understand it from both their points of view. Bethel's had this brilliant year. You can see a world in which very soon he is someone who plays every game in the IPL when available. And that is the premier T20 competition in the world. From Jordan Cox's point of view, I don't believe he's got a central contract. Again, it's an opportunity to go to the IPL for the first time. Who knows, if you get that opportunity, if you get on the park, that could completely change your life. But at the same time, there are consequences to those decisions. Jordan Cox is someone who, prior to this summer, you'd say would be the spare batter in the conversation around the England Test side. He's been picked in England Test scores before, been very unlucky with injury, would have played in New Zealand in 2024 had he not picked up a last-minute injury. Player miss from Walter. But understandably, if he's not playing cricket, if he's not playing championship cricket, his record for Essex, by the way, is phenomenal since moving from Kent. If he's not playing cricket, you can understand why other guys might go above him in the conversation.
219 for 2.
But these are the things that players have to decide and think about before making their decision. But what I would say is that it feels like the relationship between English cricket and the IPL is growing slightly more distant. You see Ben Stokes hasn't played in a while. Harry Brook has incurred a ban by making a decision to pull out. Ben Duckett, ditto. And with central contracts being as lucrative as they are, 100 deals being as lucrative as they are, and there being other leagues that pay players so well, I don't think the IPL is as necessary for players. Looks to take on the short ball, but doesn't get hold of it. I don't think the IPL is, as essential for players when they're plotting out a year as it perhaps might have been. Bethel might be a different case in that he has, more so than most other young English players, the potential to become an absolute IPL superstar.
No, I think laid it out quite beautifully there, and it really does feel like it depends. If you are centrally contracted, you've got that as your insurance. If you want to take the big money deal or leave it to one side, it's a hell of a lot easier decision when you know you're centrally contracted. If you're Jordan Cox, you know, and you're getting paid big bucks and you're not centrally contracted, I actually think it's a very easy decision to make. And also, you know, people have talked about him knocking on the door, and he was asked, wasn't he? I think he said in an interview, if memory serves, about the fact that, you know, you want to go out there and do all you can and score as many, and he kind of did that, and it's not made a great deal of difference to him.
I think most cricket fans in England, they probably think more about the makeup of the Test team than they do the T20 side.
Yeah, agreed.
Jordan Cox is probably looking at the England T20 side and think, actually, there are probably a few spots there that I could take. You'd probably look at someone like Tom Banton, who batted in the middle order during the T20 World Cup, someone who doesn't do that very often in domestic T20 cricket, and Cox does do that very successfully in the 100, for example. So I understand it from Cox's point of view completely. Also, in a way, I think Bethel is almost a victim of RCB's good recruitment, in that how they landed up with a player as good as him unable to make the 11. I think I saw Ashwin this week suggesting that maybe they should have a loan system in the IPL, because not everyone gets their recruitment right.
No, you're right. But again, you look at, you know, what you're trying to achieve in Test match cricket, and you've got to get past Bethel, Root, Brook and Stokes as your 3 to 6, arguably one opening spot. Hence why that was the chance ahead of this season. You know, there is actually, barring injury or however they might decide to have the team made up, it's very difficult to see that number 1 is going to be Ben Duckett, 3 to 6 is who I've just mentioned, and there's only one spot. And, you know, as many runs as James Rue scores, is that necessarily going to be a spot for him or whoever in county cricket? No matter how many runs he scored, you've got to, should you be scoring them at the top of the order rather than, because that's the area that's open. Worked through the mid-wicket region quite beautifully, very neatly by Charlie Ellison, who's looked in pretty good touch, as he has done for the majority of this season so far. Worked away wristily to bring a close to the Atkinson over. 223 for 2.
Yeah, sprightly start from Allison. 5 boundaries from his 30-ball stay at the crease. Moved on to 22, not out, quick time. 22 of the 29 runs that this pair have put on together.
Now free to enter here at the Oval. And this, the last over before the tea break. I think they've worked pretty hard today, this afternoon. Much better afternoon for Surrey, but I think Essex have played that situation well. They have lost Elgar, they've lost Wesley, but still in the most fantastic and dominant position to really kick on and get a monster first innings total. Yeah, so what is it now? 4 o'clock, Friday afternoon. I think you get Mind and Yass's permission to take the rest of the day off work, get yourself down to the Oval, it's free. You've got the weekend, hopefully you've got the weekend off. The sun's out, it's lovely temperature. Come and enjoy some cricket in the sunshine. Not cost you a bean. 4. That has really raced off the bats of Paul Walter. Nothing more than a gentle flick. And it gets him ever closer to 3 figures.
He's timed that so well. Just a flick of the hips. I think only 2 bounces away, actually. This pair have done well to get the ball rolling again for Essex, because there was a period where they weren't really going anywhere. This partnership now worth 33.
He's going to try and get there maybe before the tea break. No, he's content at 1. Allow Charlie Allison to negotiate the final deliveries before they go and have a sandwich. Yeah, forecast set fair for the whole game, which is hugely encouraging. I'm sure Simon Harmer will be more than delighted to see his batters going out there, churn a little bit of the oval up, see if you can get an action in the Surrey first innings. And so Walter 95. A brave man. Only 1 ball left of this session. Deep point. So now we've got 4 on the boundary. We've got a long leg, deep mid-wicket, deep third, and a deep point. Just in case perhaps Walter was thinking that way. Can't possibly imagine that he is. A forceful no from the lips of Paul Walter concludes what has been another excellent session of cricket for Essex. Yes, a couple of batters back in the hutch, but as Yes Rana has just said, since the departure of Tom Wesley, where things were just stuttering along, now they've just opened up a little bit with Charlie Allison coming to the crease. He's made a very smart 23 not out from 31 deliveries. Walter has been there all day and remains 5 short of a century. And that'll be the tea break at 229 for 2. 64 overs have been bowled. Hard work for the bowlers, but the player on the right of screen, Jordan Clark, has been the pick for Surrey. He's bowled with real sense of purpose, a great deal of pace as well on a surface that isn't necessarily that conducive to quick bowling.
Yeah, Surrey able to exert a little bit more control in the second session with that older ball, rewarded with the wickets of Dean Elgert for 92 and Tom Wesley cheaply for 1 off 27 deliveries, but still a very good session for Essex. 101 for 2 from 35 in that second session.
As for the bowlers, just the 2 successes. Tom Laws managing to remove Tom Wesley, and Jordan Clark with the first wicket of the day, and as you can see, he's been the cheapest, most miserly of the bowlers. 2.86 runs and over, 1 for 40 from 14 hard-working overs. Good to see Gus Atkinson getting some overs under the belt as well. 229 for 2, the 5 bowlers used. No spin bowling as yet for Surrey. That will change in the last session. So that is the situation here at the Oval. Make sure that you join us for the last session of play, which resumes at around about 4:25.
If you're on the Surrey live stream, though, don't go anywhere because we've got a very special tea time interview. Cameron Ponsonby will be interviewing Screen Rot podcast co-host and comedian Jake Farrell. I have no idea where this conversation is going to go, but I can promise you one thing: it's going to be worth your time. Over to you, Cam.
Well, thank you very much, Yaz. And it is a real treat for both myself, the Surrey live stream, and everyone in the grounds today that we welcome friend of the show, and more importantly, friend of mine, Screen Rot co-host Jake Farrell to the Surrey live stream. How are you, Jake?
Well, mate. What a treat this is. This is as good as it gets, right? Friday afternoon, about 20 degrees. The amount of people pretending to work in that stand.
It's wonderful.
Yeah, it's a real testament to the British work ethic. It's great. I love to see it.
So my suspicion is there's going to be a very select percentage of people listening to the live stream or watching it at the moment who are going, goodness me, they've got Jake on from that podcast I love.
Yeah.
There's going to be, admittedly, a more significant percentage.
That's fair.
Who are going, who is Jake Farrell?
Yes.
What is the Screen Rot podcast?
Yes.
So why don't we start at the beginning? And can you just explain What is this viral phenomenon you guys have created over the last year or so?
Oh, wow, that's very kind. That's one phrase for it. Yeah, so me and my mate Jacob are both stand-up comedians, have been doing stand-up to varying degrees of, I was going to say success, but yeah, doing stand-up for about 10 years. And about 2.5 years ago, we started a podcast called Screen Rot. And the idea was basically Jacob would send me Instagram reels of like the worst social media presences online, and it was just like I didn't want to be in touch with that world. I was trying to get off social media at the time, and instead he was sending me all of these people. And so we decided we'd do this podcast where we'd take a social media like personality every week and then I suppose analyze them. We pitched it as like Monday Night Football for internet rubbish.
Lovely.
That was the idea. It's more become, I mean, we definitely do that, but it's more become like a document of our increasingly frail friendship, I think, as well. So it's a bit of both. But yeah, it's very silly, it's very stupid, but it's resonated with quite a few people. So yeah.
Well, on that point, it feels like, as you said, you started 2.5 years ago. Podcasts are dime a dozen in the current climate.
Yeah.
Whereas Screen Rot feels to have really resonated with like a large section of the population. I know you ended up being, I remember seeing photos of you in Leicester Square, the billboard behind you guys. Yeah. It's gone exceptionally well.
Yeah.
Why do you think it has clicked? How soon did you know you were onto a good thing?
Well, I mean, I definitely only said I would do it because I thought we'd be done within 3 months.
Perfect.
I was doing it as some kind of community service to Jacob. I was like, I don't really get to see Jacob as much. He's got he had 2 kids then, he's got 3 kids now. I thought, I'll get to hang out with Jacob. I find Jacob funny. It'll be a good laugh. It's got a bit out of hand. We did Shepherd's Bush Empire to like 1,100 people in January, so it's gone a bit far. I think for me, I've been trying to work out, like you say, because literally everyone has a podcast and most of them are rubbish. I do think that it's like, it's just when you listen to 2 mates talking and you feel like you're the third person there with them, and it's often like in a very intimate environment, right? And I think this is why cricket commentary like is so beloved by people, and the radio is so beloved, because it feels like you're there with them. And a lot of the podcasts are like, let's just smash 2 celebrities together. Like we've always got this joke about like, it just wouldn't shock me if it was like next week it was like Gok Kwan and Bukayo Saka being like, what do you order at Nando's? Do you know what I mean? It's like we were 2 nobodies, relatively speaking, but we were mates, and it sounded like we were mates. And I think people respond to that like natural chemistry, I guess.
I was wondering whether to go kind of your relationship with cricket first, or more to the point where how Screen Rot's fandom overlaps with cricket. I was speaking to one of the guys who works for Surrey downstairs, and he was on the train in today, and the guy next to him was wearing a Screen Rot cap.
Oh wow.
And there's kind of people are spotted out in the wild, whether in the stands here, who are kind of big fans of the show. So why don't we start with your own relationship with cricket?
Yeah.
Where did that come from? I know you don't necessarily have a massive cricketing background.
Mm-hmm.
Don't play
the
sport. So how did it kind of infect you, as it were?
Well, I would say my dad is like a sport obsessive in a way where he's just like, he's basically into all sports. So there was cricket on at home. There was also rugby league on, bizarrely. I've got an insane working knowledge of like Leeds Rhinos players from the like late 90s. Big cycling fan. So like cricket was about, in terms of it was a sport and it was a thing. I was also 14 in 2005, and I do resent that quite heavily, because I thought we were always going to be good at cricket.
That's the norm. That's what happens every time.
Yeah.
You always get on the bus. There's all the people in Trafalgar Square.
Exactly. We get to do this once every couple of years. So I was kind of fell in love with it then, and it was bizarrely like it did cut through so much. Me and all my mates were obsessed with football. We were going round each other's houses to watch the tests, all of the tests that summer. And so it kind of started from there, and it just kind of like, I'm not by any stretch of the imagination a badger, shall we say now, but like I do have to know what the score is for all international matches, and we've got a mutual friend that works in the women's game as well, so I've now also become quite like au fait with that. And so it's like for both England and men's and women's international cricket, it's just like that's the rhythm of summer, I guess, now.
And has it? Because I think the 2 things seem a bit correlated. You mentioned listen to a podcast where it's 2 friends speaking. You feel like you get to know the people broadcasting, and then you feel also like you get to know the people who are broadcasting, whether it's from here, from the Surrey live stream, or Test Match Specials, the more probably pertinent example, or Sky Sports.
Yeah, I've heard of
working with them at the moment.
Yeah.
What about kind of here at the moment? Do you see an overlap between your fans and cricket in terms of culturally, as it were? Because I know like here has become quite a staple of the summer.
Yeah.
Like the Oval sells itself as like South London's beer garden.
Yeah, yeah.
And you come here on a Thursday, and it is a Thursday night, more to the point.
Yeah.
And there is a kind of, it feels like probably aimed at someone like our generation, basically, where we're probably doing all of the above. We're falling into the same Venn diagram of we're listening to Screen Rot, we're at the Oval on a Thursday night, we like cricket, we probably listen to football cliches as well.
Right.
Occasionally we go out for small plates, we're lucky enough. Does that sound vaguely sensible, or is that
No,
a mile off?
I think that's right, and I do think that like specifically something about like the longer forms of the game and Screen Rot, like the people that we're often talking about on Screen Rot, you only get to watch them on your own. And so Screen Rot kind of communalizes an individual experience. So like you know that a million people are watching Eating with Todd on or whoever on Instagram, but it's like the experience of Screen Rot is that we therefore like communalize that, and you feel like this niche concern that only you know about is actually a wider thing. And I think that kind of obsessive interest in quite a niche concern, I can see that reflected
that's
in county
really
cricket. I feel like that's there. So yeah, I think that's where there's an overlap. Look, there will be a number of probably balding men with very nice glasses in this ground now.
Oh, yeah.
That are here and they're pretending to be working from home, and they will listen to Screen Rot on the bus on the way home, and that fills me with joy. And by the way, it is men. It's mainly men.
I always think about, there was a blog called King's Cricket, I believe is the name of the blog.
Yeah.
And they basically made the case, I reckon this is 5 years old now, but I've always remembered it, where they made the case for why Test cricket is actually perfectly suited for the modern day, rather than the other way, where everything's shortened down TikTok and kind of short form immediate content. And they explained the phenomenon of something called dot watching,
right?
Where it was like whether it's the Tour de France or races across the Atlantic Ocean, and something where it can be on in the background.
Yeah.
And it can be a constant presence in your life, but you can dip into it basically. And so you'll be at your desk, and you'll go and check how your dot is faring as it goes across the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah.
In the same way with cricket, and you only look as far as like the BBC Sport live blog. It is dot watching.
Yeah.
It's on in the background. It's there the whole time. You can obsess over it. You can get deep into the weeds of the numbers as you so wish.
Yeah.
And you can engage in it at your own pace, basically. But
I think the ability to tell a story over a long period of time, like a stage of the Tour de France or a day of Test match cricket or a Test match within a series of Test match cricket, that is like, people are obsessed with like serialized long form storytelling. I've always thought that as well. That never really chimes with me of like, I'll just make it shorter so it compresses and fits into people's time. Like, no, people actually like a richness and a length of story. And I think that overlap again with podcasts of like, there's a passive consumption to it as well. You can listen to Screen Rot while you're doing the washing up. You can have the cricket on while you're meant to be working. Like and those things, yeah, they definitely reward modern world, I think.
In terms of kind of, you mentioned you're a child of 2005, I think like loads of people, I'm probably the same.
Yeah.
The sport has changed drastically over the last 21 years. And if we're talking about it in terms of, it did feel like more of a national game at that time. And I guess my question to you would be, as someone who's not necessarily within the stereotypical cricket spheres of 2026, as it were, versus 2005.
Yeah.
How do you find kind of engaging in the game? Do you feel it's something you're getting closer to, or do you feel it's potentially drifting further away and you go, no, this isn't necessarily what I first recognised? I don't know if that's too large a question.
No, I definitely know what you mean, and I mean I do have the feeling of like this kind of like, I guess I would engage with it on what might be called like a kind of hipster level, I suppose. Like I listen to Colo and Jeff. I listen to Final Word, and you on there as well. I listen to The Great Cricketer. I listen to all the Sky stuff, and like that gives you a level of engagement with it that obviously I didn't have when I first started. But and as someone who wouldn't classify themselves as like someone who's like cricket is their game or feels that ownership of it, this sense that like it's being taken away from what people actually want sometimes feels a bit grim. Do you know what I mean? Like this idea of like, actually everyone really kind of likes Test matches and like, but there's this huge other audience of people that are demanding it get shorter and all of this stuff. Like I do that sometimes I feel like I'm interested in that. Do you know, I'll listen to Colo, or I'll listen to people interview a cricket administrator. That's an objectively insane thing to do.
What, 45 minutes?
Yeah, right. And like, yeah, and when I listen, over the summer, it's just like I listen to Wisden every night. Do you know what I mean? I listen to Yaz and Phil and whoever, and if you were on it again. And so I think that's another way in which, like, it rewards the obsessive over a summer. Do you know what I mean? Like, and that is probably deepened my engagement with cricket. If you know, like, I kind of engage with it more year round than I did when I was like 16 and it was just a summer thing.
Any temptation ever to play?
Well, I actually have a bit of a kind of trauma experience where, so like, we did have this like 1 year program at school where we had a cricket team for a year, and I, for some reason, just decided I was a wicket keeper.
Why not?
Yeah, it looks fun. I can catch a bit. I like diving around. When I go play on the beach, like, I'm the man. Like, I'm like folks on the beach, and they let me keep wicket for a bit. And they eventually had to put a backstop in behind me because it was
humiliating.
Yeah, it was grim.
It's like Jacob Hawley.
Yeah, it was bad stuff. So I think that ended my burgeoning relationship with the game as something to play. Sadly, yeah. You know that like heat of embarrassment when a team of people are like, oh my god, and it was not
you
good.
You're ruining their day.
So yeah, I don't know. Every so often I walk past. What's the like small-sided game they play in parks?
Last Man Stands.
Last Man Stands. I sometimes walk past that in Camberwell, and I think, I could do this.
That could be it. I think you could as well. Wonderful, Jake. We've got 1 more minute, and to sign us off, kind of, what are the plans for Screenrot in the future, in the near future?
Yes.
I guess so. I mean, I think a lot of people will know where to find you anyway. But if people did want to find you,
yeah,
where can they go?
We're on Spotify. We're on all of the places you get your podcast. We've got a Patreon where we do an extra episode every week. If you sign up to that, you do get a free hat as well, which I think is the main reason people sign up. We're doing live shows. We're doing a live show with Greg James, actually, in Sheffield in early July, so people can come along to that, and we'll be on tour again in the autumn, so hopefully see some people there.
Jake, what a treat. Thank you very much for coming on. Jake Farrow of the Screenrot podcast, and we'll be back. Play resumes in 4 minutes' time here at the Kia Oval. Surrey are, Essex even, are 229 for 2. And picking up from comms on the other side, I believe, will be Adam Collins, and he'll be joined by Michael Atherton.
I believe I'm getting both wickets. Is that the plan? So batting card, both wickets, and then so it'll be about 2 minutes of chat before play starts.
Yes, all in a minute and a half from.
Okay, mate.
From coming on.
Okay, mate. Thank you. Cheers.
All right. Welcome back to the Kia Oval in South London. A gorgeous day, which so far Essex have made the most of, having been sent in at the toss. 222 for 9. The second session they added 101 runs, lost a couple of wickets. Dean Elgar undone by Jordan Clark, finding the outside edge after going over the wicket to him. Then Tom Wesley, the skipper, never looked comfortable, chopped on to Tom Laws. But since then, a sprightly partnership of 35 that's built between Allison and Paul Walter. He was 5 away from a century as we pick up play here. 32 overs remaining on this first day. Adam Collins with you, and Michael Atherton with me. G'day, Athers.
G'day, Colo, and yeah, good afternoon to everybody. Beautiful afternoon. Free entry now, isn't it?
Yes,
after
it
tea.
is.
They'll be flocking in. There's already about 4,800 here.
So free after tea. I think the instruction is download the app, and by the app I mean the Surrey Cricket app, and from there it doesn't take long before you'll be in that sun trap in the SSE Energy Solution stand, as it's named these days. There's a beautiful spot up there. I went up for a walk before, and you look out across.
And the tube
London.
strike's kind of dissipating now, isn't it? Am I right in saying? Post kind of midday today?
Feels that way. It was a bit messy this morning. But
looking behind me,
yeah.
I'm getting possibly-ish. I got a tube this morning at 8:30. They were running on the Bakerloo.
Yeah, my strike started an hour earlier than what was advised, so at least what was sent in the school WhatsApp group. So I got caught out. Yeah, lots of people over there right now making the absolute most of a glorious spring day. Nice when playing on that side of the square as well, where the fans tend to congregate when watching a championship game. He's been starved of wickets, Abbott, this season. He's played in all 3 games, only got I think, 1 for his trouble so far, a lot of overs.
Is this the first time he's bowled from the pavilion end?
I think it might be, yeah, both spells, yeah.
I think that's the end to bowl. Although, in fact, we'll see, because generally the taller bowlers have bowled from the pavilion end. And whether it's the fact that they've been taller or whether that is the end to bowl, perhaps this spell from Abbott will tell us a little bit more. Where you were talking about up there on that terrace, it must be one of the best places to watch cricket. You've got the view to the ground and then the City of London away to the right. It's amazing.
Well worked. Very organised player, Allison. Another boundary for him.
Yep, he's a good young player. There's a lot of talented players around, but Charlie Allison is one I'm sure that people will have their eye on as the next few years progress. Looks pretty well organised. He's got a bit of flair as well.
Got 100 here last year.
Did he get to it with a 6 down the ground, or am I completely imagining that? Seem to remember him getting a 6 down the ground somewhere.
Wait! Just 21 years of age, been through the pathway, of course, England 19s, that type of thing.
He's not tall, is he? There's been a fair few good ones who've been quite short over the years.
He played a square drive before tea that just whistled away. You can see he's got that gift of timing. He's got a few starts this year without really going on with it. Top score of 80. Ooh. 233 for 2. Yeah, it's a real addition deciding to go up with that stand when they built it. It was during the pandemic that went up, thereabouts, when they replaced the lock laker to give that extra dimension looking over the top of the stand we're in, the JM fin, back towards the city. And the lesser spotted option here at the Oval coming up. Dan Lawrence to bowl some off spin for the first time today.
It's curious, you know, each captain will do whatever he thinks best, but it seemed odd to me that long partnership between Elgar and Walter that stretched through 47 overs, that an off spinner with 2 left-handers at the crease wasn't even given a look in that partnership seemed pretty odd. He's got one of the more idiosyncratic actions, hasn't he? Dan Lawrence is a... Don't know, how do we explain this? It's all a whir of arms and legs with a fairly long run-up. You wouldn't say he comes gracefully to the crease, feet at 10 to 2, and then arms and legs everywhere, but he gets it down there and actually gets a bit of spin on it.
I've seen him interviewed about it. He says, look, you can almost disregard everything that happens until the bit when his foot hits the crease. And I suppose that's the...
Well, we count as commentators.
Quite. But his release point is, broadly where it would be for a conventional off spinner. It's just everything that comes before it, as you say.
No, it's the beauty of the game. If everybody bowled in utterly orthodox or played in utterly orthodox fashion, it'd be a pretty dull game.
That's lovely, Loza.
I often think that when you sort of hear in a high performance sense what they're after in cricketers, and it does all tend to be vaguely the same thing, especially with fast bowling, right? We want someone who does this, box checked, etc. But the beauty of the game is it does kind of take all types.
Well, the great curious thing about that is that if you think who's the best batter of all time, Don Bradman, people don't coach youngsters to bat like that. And who's the fastest bowler of all time, Jeff Thompson, probably. Bowlers are not coached to bowl like that.
Trying to mow his way to a ton. That gap at deep mid-wicket, inside edge instead. Not far away for Surrey.
Well, there's a long on in place and a deep mid-wicket. I wasn't sure where Walter was trying to go there. Maybe he was trying to go straight. I don't know.
From that replay, looks like he was trying to bisect them.
Yeah.
Or launch over the top of them. Short side of the ground for a left-hander. What a lovely way to get there. Paul Walter, sea of calm today. The big man leaving a big impression on this first day. 6th first-class 100, 2nd here at the Oval. He's been brilliant.
Well, the ball before, he was looking to loft it over the top. And this one, he just pumped down the ground. It was a lovely off drive and hit so firmly that the man was in, saving the single at mid-off, but couldn't get across to his left to cut it off. So lovely way for Paul Walter to go to his 6th first-class 100. And it's been a good innings. He's had 1 or 2 moments of fortune. Should have been run out on 13. Was dropped by Sean Abbott on, what was he dropped on? 53, I reckon. And nicked one between the slips and keeper on 87, but in these circumstances has played very well.
Consider the way that his reputation has evolved in the last couple of years, Mike, that he was a fairly highly sought after on the T20 circuit, played a bit of franchise cricket, but he's turned himself into an opener who last year averaged mid-50s, got 100 here against Surrey in that campaign. Pretty consistent so far this season, 100 here on day 1.
Well, he goes against the grain of something we were talking about earlier. We were talking about whether Rue, for example, could open for England batting in the middle order. Paul Walter's a good example of somebody who has done that, who's come from the middle order to open and done it pretty well.
Bit late on that, Allison. Extra movement from Abbott through the air. Right at the middle of the bat in defence. Makes a lovely sound. I saw you were writing about the bat conference during the week, which I must admit I was quite jealous not to get an invite to that. It sounded like quite the gathering of luminaries learning about the modern challenge that's emerged with the supply of willow and how the game's going to have to adapt to that.
Well, the challenge is the price, which has been going up and up. I think the cost of willow has grown 3 or 4-fold in the last 5 years or so since COVID. That's pushing up the price of bats. I mean, eye-watering now. I don't know whether you can remember what your first bat cost. I can't remember what mine cost. It's so long ago. But I remember where I got it from. I remember walking into a shop called Tilsley in Holbrook on Deansgate in Manchester. I mean, it's a magical thing, your first bat.
Mm.
But they can cost over £1,000 now at the top end. And of course, with the game's accessibility issues, that they're trying to find a way to hold down those prices at the bottom end, particularly the junior recreational market, when such an essential piece of kit, you don't want it to be unaffordable. So lamination is the way forward, and that will be the change to the laws in the game in October, meaning you can make more bats from one cleft of willow, which should hold down the prices. Well, what do you use, Colo? What's your poison?
Ends the over 240 for 2. Oh, look, it's almost a moot point when you're just trying to hit the ball as hard as possible with me. But I do have a Duncan Fernley, which are back in fashion now, which is a nice thing. But I do find that question of lamination interesting, because it's gone in and out of the professional game. As you put in your piece the other day, Graham Gooch made his 100 at Lords with a laminated bat in 1990. It was outlawed some 15, 20 years ago at the top level. Junior cricket permitted it, and now senior cricket are getting them back. I mean, can you just pace through, what does a laminated bat actually mean? How will it differ from a willow bat?
Right now, the laws say your bat has to be made of wood.
Yep.
Obviously, willow, top range English willow is the choicest form of willow. And generally now it has to be made from, it's a one piece of wood, whereas lamination means you can glue up to 3 pieces of wood together. So the front bit, the first kind of few centimetres, if you like, will be from presumably top range stuff, and then you can put less good, therefore less expensive willow, or indeed other types of wood behind, which should hold down the price, might make it more durable, which would be another good thing for the consumer. So it's essentially being able to use up to 3 pieces of wood to make a bat that still has to conform to the same size as now in the laws. But you're right, I played in that game that Graham Gooch got his 3-3-3, and I remember his bat, it seemed to go pretty well off it that day, I know, but all the testing suggests there's no great advantage to lamination. But why they don't want it back in the professional game is it's quite difficult to keep tabs on what people do put in bats.
Right.
So that's why they don't want it back in the professional game. Gucci had a bazooka in the middle of his. It went a million miles off his bat that day.
So you talk of willow as well, that the supply-demand challenge with bats, which has a number of inputs.
Yeah, I mean, it was explained to us that it's essentially a good news story for the game. The cost of bats is going up because the supply can't keep pace with the demand. The game is becoming more popular, especially on the subcontinent, and that's why the price of bats is going up, which is not a good news story for the game. So it's a double-edged sword, really.
Maiden from Lawrence, 240 for 2 in the session so far.
It's an amazing thing, though, somebody's first bat. It's the thing that stays with you, I think. You know, that I wrote about it in the paper the other day, and I added just a little bit at the bottom to encourage readers to send in their memories of their first bat, and the response was amazing. You know, people remembering the bat that their parents bought for them 50, 60 years ago, and the old names that have disappeared. Somebody had a bat that Montague Odd made in Sutton. He was W.G. Grace's bat maker. Amazing. All these little manufacturers that have come and gone, and still there's, you know, there's small 3-4 men operations making excellent bats around the country.
What was that bat that you got when you were a kid, your first bat?
Well, I don't think it was a Grey Nichols to start with. I think it might have been a Slazenger, the very first one. And but then I used Greys throughout my professional career. But Tilsley and Holbrook was a store in Manchester, and Cyril Washbrook used to work there.
Really?
When he finished playing, he was great Lancashire and England batsman after the war, and he worked at Tilsley and Holbrook for a while. But those retailers have largely gone now. Still some around, but not as many as they used to be. People just buy online, or indeed go to the shop to get it made.
And the volume of bats, or the number of bats that pros carry around and use. Remember we were doing Glenn Maxwell's book a couple of years ago. He sort of showed me the room of bat. I mean, they are given, and I'm sure it's always been that way to a certain extent. If you need a bat, you get a bat, and you go through them pretty quickly when you're a professional. But you know,
so the way they're practiced now. I don't know whether you read that story. I think I read it on Cricinfo the other day about the young IPL lad Mukul Chowdhury.
Yeah.
Who tries to hit 156 every practice session.
Oh, got big on him there.
So think of the number of bats you, in the end, must go through if you're whacking 156s every time you have a net session, which is presumably most days in the IPL.
How many would you, let's go sort of middle of your career, you're playing a lot of test cricket. How many bats were you probably carrying around, or would you go
around with probably four?
Yep.
You know, one for the match, one that will be ready to go, maybe one that you're just knocking in, and one that you're using in the net. Maybe 4, possibly 5.
Would I be right in remembering you were using an Excalibur at some point? Is that
yeah, Power Spot mainly.
Power Spot, yeah.
And then they changed their iterations a bit down the years, but mainly a Power Spot. I've still got some at home. And
as in the bats of significance you've kept?
Well, to be honest, they're not particularly significant. They're just some that I've got. And of course, the difference in shape to the ones now is extraordinary.
Had a lovely night. That steered away. My apologies. Thought it was going to third man. Instead, it's going to the rope. Well played, Allison. Played it late under his eyes and gets full reward. He moves to 33.
Joe Root-esque. That shot. Just let it come. Slightly run it off the face. Soft touch. Nice.
Just the two slips. Couple back on the leg side. Busy over 246 for 2. So 17 runs added since tea in about as many minutes. Lawrence bowling with a 4-5 field. The outside part of the bat found here. Yeah, had a nice moment during the Ashes. The man we've both worked a bit with, Simon Kadich, has had his wife actually has put a room together for him at their house in Sydney, where she found all of his old memorabilia, which was, sitting in cupboards and drawers or wherever else, and put heaps of work into building a room, but it includes every bat that he made a Test 100 with and other bats of significance, Shield 100s, etc. It's a cricket badger's dream, all this memorabilia that was kept across the journey, but the bats especially. How important they are to those of you who did it at the top level.
What was he? Was he a Graysman? I can't remember.
He had kookaburras all over the wall. Yeah.
Has he got a gig in the 100 this year, Simon? Or is he now... He was with Manchester, wasn't he?
Yeah,
And that's now just in Langer.
Just a Langer. Yeah, he's finished up here, not at the IPL, I don't believe.
Ooh.
Zip through off the surface. So Lawrence finding a bit of rhythm here. Yeah, well bowled. Of course, Lawrence formerly of Essex as well. His third season here at Surrey.
I guess he must have bowled much more here than he did at Essex, partly because Surrey sometimes play these 5-seamers, so he's the only spinner, but also at Essex, Harmer in the team. He's not going to be called on to the same degree, but he's a more than useful off-spinner.
Yeah, and he's bowled quite early in innings as well at different points. Yeah, there was a period of time a couple of years ago when they were picking Cam Steele and Dan Lawrence in the same 11 quite a bit. Cam Steele, of course, is now part of your stable at the Times, writing an excellent column about life as a county pro.
Well, he's got a nice eye for kind of slightly crazy detail. He wrote a brilliant piece, I thought, about a county cricketer's relationship with service stations on his Substack last year. It took my eye. Everybody who's played county cricket would recognise that there are moments in a season that are quite absurd, whether it's on or off the field. And often you're left contemplating life at 3 a.m. in the service station in the middle of the country whilst the coach driver has to take a break, and you kind of wonder what the hell you're doing with your life. And Cam has a way of putting that down quite beautifully.
Yeah, one of a number of excellent bits of writing. He said that he was writing a lot, almost for himself, before he sort of stumped up the courage to publish that Substack article. So he's well read. He says that he sort of reads recreationally quite a bit, and that comes through in his flourish, if you like, and yeah, laying a foundation for a post-cricketing life, if he wishes, I suppose.
Yeah, well, he writes a diary every day, as you say, is widely read. I mean, that in the end is the key to being able to write, to read widely.
Mid-wicket jumps over. Oh, shout. Straight at delivery. Gone. Abbott finally gets a reward. And it's a big one too. The man whose innings has defined the day so far, Walter, trapped on the crease, gone for 101.
It did look out. He was across his stumps, looking to shovel the ball on the leg side. And we haven't seen a replay yet, but I fancy that this is a pretty good decision. Yeah, the question for the umpire, whenever a bowler is round the wicket on the angle and a batter is across his stumps a bit, when it hits him on the pad, it's still got to travel towards the stumps. And on the angle, would it have gone on to miss leg stump? I think that's a pretty good decision. I think it would have gone on to hit leg stump. But it ends a very good innings from Paul Walter, who is prospering at the top of the order, and he and Dean Elgar have given Essex a tremendous foundation today. 248 for 3.
A partnership of 54 that's broken. And the ball after they chucked across that mid-wicket as well. So encouraging Abbott to bowl that little bit straighter and right away getting the reward as Matt Critchley makes his way from the stairs in front of the beds to stand out to the middle here at the Kia Oval. Started the season with a brilliant 173 against Hampshire, which he followed up with a bag of 5 for 9, player of the round in the first weekend of April in Essex's one victory of the season. So a very handy all-rounder. At age 29, he looks to be right at the peak of his powers as well.
Yep, good all-rounder, runs, and part of a group of leg spinners who had a pretty successful start to the summer, actually. There were wickets for Calvin Harrison, for Rayan Ahmed, for Critchley, for Mason Crane. He had a good opening game in the championship. Good to see.
I think you had some numbers crunched on that very point, didn't you?
Had some numbers crunched. They were, well, they were certainly on course to take more wickets in April than any time in the last 10 years. And already in that first round of games, they'd taken more than had been taken in April in about 7 or 8 successive seasons from about 2010.
Worked quite neatly for us here as you were writing that and we were having that conversation about leggies. We had Max Bennell join us during the Leicestershire game to talk about his book about Father Marriott, who you name-checked in that piece. That quite remarkable one-test career, but he's...
I hadn't realised he's an Aussie lawyer, isn't he, Max Bennell?
He is,
I mean, I've never met
Sydney.
him. He writes really nice books.
Yep.
But I hadn't realised he was a lawyer, an Aussie lawyer.
Watchful to start from Critchley. Can hit the ball very hard. Kind of a funny one in that, as we see the Walter dismissal back again, Critchley is the kind of cricketer you might have expected, might have seen international action under Brendan McCullum. Leg spinner who biffs it, has that flair about him, but not as yet.
Well, he would be in challenge with Rayan Ahmed, wouldn't he? I see Rayan Ahmed as a batting all-rounder in the same way. Probably, that's probably Critchley's thing as well. But Rayan Ahmed's younger. He's probably got more upside. He's just off to the IPL, actually, isn't he? He's got a gig there. And then although Harrison bats as well and has pretensions of being a genuine all-rounder, I'd see probably his stronger suit still as a bowler. Mason Crane definitely more so as a bowler.
I still like to believe there's time for Mason Crane. I know it's a long time since he's won Test match, but
he bowled much better than his figures suggested in that Test match. I know they were punishing figures and they're quite hard to come back from, but he actually bowled much better than that.
I think generally speaking, spinners, especially spinners, are allowed to get dramatically better around the age of 30 and beyond. History shows us that. So forming strident judgments around a spinner at the age of 22 or 23 is a fool's errand, and Crane has been a match winner in 4-day cricket, deserves to be considered again at some stage. Catches the call, but it squeezes through straight to the man at mid-off. Fielders converging, but not in time. Critchley off the mark. Frustration for Lawrence. 250 up as well.
Not sure I'd have Dan Lawrence bowling now, actually, with Critchley just come in. I think I might be going back to the seam. The 71 overs old, so that new ball is coming, but I might just fancy a berth. They've got 5 seamers. Only 2 are going to take the new ball, so I might have had a burst with one for 2 or 3 overs now.
I've got a theory about leg spin in England and what happens to kids here. I might save it for another day, but it has to do with the construction of nets in this country and how close the front bar is.
What, so
compared
you
to
can't
Australia.
get the ball up?
That's my theory. I reckon that it's so demoralising, and you would know, you're a young leggy, once upon a time. It's so demoralising having the ball land on the top of the net, and it strikes me that the net, we have one panel further forward to the bowler in the UK compared to Australia, so more balls end up on the top of the net from young bowlers. And
okay.
I'd like to test that at some stage. I don't know. Write a book.
I hadn't thought of it.
Ends the over. 7 runs taken from it. 255 for 3.
So 8 overs to go until Surrey can take a second new ball. It's a bit of a kind of phony war type period, this one, where you imagine Surrey will bowl Dagnall Lawrence for 4 overs from one end. Abbott from the pavilion end. Ian Ward alongside me. Bit of a bonus picking up that wicket of Walter with the old ball.
100%. That was absolutely perfect for Surrey and Rory Burns. I think you're right, Dan. I think it's going to be Lawrence up until that second new ball becomes available. I don't have to take it, of course. Slightly surprised he didn't bowl a little earlier in the day, just to give some of the seamers a bit of a breather, but Rory Burns saw it differently. He's done a decent job. Me, or is Abbott's arm getting a little lower as the day has gone on?
Well, I can't blame him. It's been an unforgiving season.
It certainly has.
For Surrey's bowlers. Before this game, they'd conceded 1,245 runs, I think it was. 1,235 runs for 20 wickets. Hasn't got any better today, really, but they've been presented with a diet of very good surfaces at the start of the year, blemishless for the most part. Another no ball. Had a few of them today, but got a bit of carry and he got a bit of bounce with a 72 and a bit over old ball there, did Abbott?
Well, I was saying earlier, I mean, the characteristics of this pitch have changed remarkably from my time. Well, that was 20 odd years ago, but it's always seemed to carry more here when the ball has swung. I don't know if it's just like that kiss the surface as you talk about. But just a hint of swing and folks has taken that comfortably sort of waist high.
It's been noticeable, hasn't it, also, that it's come from the pavilion end. We haven't seen that carry from the Vauxhall end. It's a peculiar thing. I mean, this is why cricket is so intensely fascinating. Because you've got a pitch there, you've got 22 yards. But it turns out that one end of those 22 yards behaves pretty differently from the other end of the 22 yards. So as a captain, you're constantly having to think which of my bowlers is going to be best suited. You've also got a shorter side on one side. A play and a miss again from Allison, who's looked pretty good for his 38 so far. Matt Critchley at the other end, who's one of those people that gets talked about in dispatches. There's Critchley. So you see, that's a genuine play and miss.
It's a genuinely good delivery, that. The previous one that beat the bat was perhaps, you could argue, a tad short, but that is just about right. He can go a little fuller if he dares, because he's got the protection with point, shorter, extra cover. And Atkinson at mid-off. That's the length, I think. There's only a couple of slips in. What we have seen, though, the edges by and large seem to go down, don't they? We've seen the ball carry through to folks, and some of the edges have flashed through when the batsman's gone really hard at it. But you're right about the ends. It's odd, isn't it? It's not like you've got a 6'9" bowler at one end and a 5'4" at the other. You could sort of put that down to physique and pace and whatnot, but there's definitely been more bounce from when you're bowling from the pavilion end. But again, it might be if there's a bit more, if the bowlers that are bowling from the end are genuinely can swing it a bit more. As I say, it does carry when it swings here. But I like Allison. He's shaped up really nicely. 259 for 3.
So yes, the next 7 overs are going to be, well, you would think they're going to be about managing until the new ball, but with the way Abbott bowled that last over, we've got a couple to go through really nicely. I don't think that'll make a difference to Rory Burns' decision.
Well, it might do, because I don't think Lawrence is going to bowl. He's still got his hat and jumper on. So he's wandering around, and Burns is not in conversation with Dan Lawrence. So, yeah, they're going to change it. I thought, like you, that they might have carried on with the off-spin of Lawrence until that new ball becomes available. Maybe there was enough encouragement and swing in that last over. See, a couple of the players really shining the ball on their shirt. They might have really got some nice shine, and that has encouraged Rory Burns to turn to Fisher from the Vauxhall end.
Well, Fisher came on third change, 5th bowler used today. And when he did come on, he did get some quite prodigious hooping swing out of the hand, you'd say. So that might be the thought process here. And I suppose that is one of the luxuries you have when you have 5 seamers, that when the new ball becomes available, there are going to be 16 overs left. You think about, well, Atkinson for 4, for example. You've got enough seam bowlers to bowl 16 overs, is my point. So you can afford to bowl Fisher here.
Yeah, I mean, that's valid, although Abbott's bowled a few now, hasn't he?
Yep.
So that's why I thought, like you suggested, they might have carried on with Dan Lawrence for a couple more. But it is Fisher. He needs to get his line right. That was a bit straight. That's straight enough.
Well,
and gone.
There you go. It's another wicket with the old ball. It's Allison. He goes for 40, shuffling across his crease, looking to turn the ball into the onside. First glance, it looked like he was bang in front. Height, I don't think, was an issue. The ball went down off his pads. And Fisher has made that breakthrough, and a very potentially significant one here. Essex, 183 before they lost their first wicket, have now lost 4 for 79. And he just, well, I mean, it's a tight one, isn't it? Was it sliding down? Was it not? Finger goes straight up in the air. I don't think height's the issue there. But Fisher, who's had a luckless season so far, will be delighted with that. A breakthrough at just the moment Surrey really needed it. Essex 262 for 4. It's something you see a fair bit, actually. You see Ollie Pope getting into trouble doing that, moving across his stumps. You've seen Dan Lawrence as well become an LBW candidate. Just moving across to off stump, looking to work the ball into the onside. Perhaps a little bit too full for that. Oh, he just basically missed the ball. Michael Pepper coming out to the crease. He's a pugnacious player usually, pretty aggressive, but now is not the moment for that. Essex are in danger of messing up a very, very strong position at 183 without loss. Look, they're still, when you've been put into bat, you're 262 for 4. that's not a bad place to find yourself. But there's two new batters at the crease in Pepper and Critchley. And a new ball available in 6.5 overs, although the way this old ball is behaving, Ian Ward, I'm not sure if they'd necessarily take it.
Well, that was my point earlier. The new ball becomes available. It doesn't need to be taken. And for a long period, well, I don't know, the half an hour or so ago, you probably thought, well, Surrey can't wait to get their hands on that second new ball. But now, with this Duke's ball into its 74th over, Abbott got some swing. Fisher's just picked up Allison, who I thought played really nicely. He shuffled a long way across his stumps to be given out LBW. But yeah, Pepper now to face his first ball. Critchley's only been in there for a short while, facing 8.
Oh, it's a very tight lead first up. Fisher with his hands on his head there. And that again, that's deviated significantly, and much of it after the batter's left the ball, but oof.
Good leave.
Good, well, a good leave. He didn't hit the stumps.
Good leave.
Didn't hit the stumps.
Well, that, I think, is what happened. I think with the movement that Abbott was getting, that changed Rory Burns' mind, and he thought, you know what, if there's some swing, let's go back to the seam. Park the new ball for a bit. It's still a way off. There's a few overs. We might get a few overs of swing and movement where we can nip a couple out. Well, they've got Allison. And as you say, 2 new batters at the crease, 2 slips and a gully.
Well, the other thing about this, of course, is that if you have got a ball that's moving a little bit, if it is not moribund and dead, 3 or 4 years ago when we had that batch of Duke balls that did what they did for 25 overs and then they died, and we saw them being changed over and over again as we see a replay, that he has moved across in front of middle stump. You could just see leg stump, I reckon, there, just about. Yes. We almost found ourselves in a situation where captains were managing 45 overs, weren't they? We saw it time again in the test matches that 5 or 6 wickets would go down the first 30 overs. I remember the 2 New Zealanders, it would have been Daryl Mitchell and the keeper Blundell batting time and time and time again in that summer.
They were thorn in England's side in that series for sure.
Well, as that ball got softer and older, but this one isn't. And the other part of it is that Surrey will expect to have to bowl tomorrow morning. They're not going to expect to bowl out Essex tonight.
Cue wickets tumbling.
True, very possibly. End of the over, 262 for 4, a successful one for Surrey. So, if they come back tomorrow after a night's rest and that ball is not 16 overs old, but is in fact 8 overs old, for example, lacquer kind of disappearing, and they've picked up another couple of wickets, then they can hope in the morning to get through Essex's tail.
Yeah,
so there'll be all those kind of calculations going on.
I mean, the argument would be obviously you've got a brand new ball which is harder, the seam is more pronounced, etc. But as we saw, and the pitch may have changed, you know, that was 11 o'clock this morning when we started. It didn't look too challenging, albeit Walter and Dean Elgar played exceptionally well. But I'd be loath to throw away a cricket ball that is offering you the most movement we've seen consistently throughout the day. Forget the numbers, that it's 74 overs old. So change now at the pavilion end with Laws running away from the members.
Well, he's been the most sparsely used seamer so far today, just bowled the 12 overs. 14, 16, 14, 14, the other 4 seam bowlers today. So, in theory, he's got a bit more in the tank. Of all the bowlers we've seen today, I'd say Jordan Clark's probably been the one that's impressed the most.
Yep, I'd agree with you with that. Thought he was also the most inventive. Not only did he run in with nice aggression, hit the crease hard, hit the pitch hard, but he also utilised the crease as well. He wasn't content just to stay in the same place. They were very slow, I thought, Surrey, to move from the plan of round the wicket to the 2 opening left-handed batsmen to try over the wicket. But Clark did try a few different things, and he made the change to go over the wicket to Elgar, put the man out on the hook, pitched it up and he nicked it. So he was thinking as well as running in hard. So he's been the pick. Some good signs from Atkinson, I'd say, as well.
Yeah, his first match of the season, isn't it? His first match, as you say, since Boxing Day, wasn't it? Boxing Day.
Absolutely.
Test match. So you imagine he's going to be a key part of England's summer. That's part of what we're looking at here, this early part of the season. We know that the selectors have talked a good talk, or I say the selectors, Rob Key's talked the talk, hasn't he, of engaging more in the county game. What that will amount to, we will see.
It's a really interesting one, isn't it? I completely agree with what Adam Collins and Michael Atherton were saying earlier about how England viewed the county championship and counties. I think some of the messaging was a bit off and a little bit, dare I say it, detrimental to what they're trying to achieve. But they're very well aware of what is going on. The scouting system is excellent. By and large, they've selected exceptionally well. And they've got their scouts watching every single ball. They've got data from every single ball. You see the umpires with the eye-hawk cameras on them, so they're logging all of what is going on. But in terms of actually the messaging towards the counties, perhaps that needed an adjustment. But I also think the counties, as we discussed, the counties have got to play their part a bit for England. And you know, the likes of Jamie Smith batting at 3 and not keeping James Rew, if he's going to get in the test side, has he got to open? You know, there's a balance both ways, I think, to a point.
Oh, taken on the second attempt, Rory Burns. It looked like he was going to spill it initially, but Surrey are on one here. They picked up 3 wickets with the old ball. Critchley goes for 8. It was a straightforward catch, which Rory Burns nearly spilled, but Critchley going after one, just may have moved away from him a touch, flung his bat at it. And now Essex, from a position of real strength, have lost their 5th wicket for 79. That's 2 wickets on 262, and a delighted Rory Burns. Delighted because he's dropped a couple this season at first sim. It's not a position that he's fielded in a great deal before. Normally Dom Sibley in that position for Surrey, but he's got that one. And well, his tactics are working here absolutely beautifully. He's whipped Lawrence out of the attack. He's kept with his seamers. The ball's doing stuff. And Essex are 262 for 5. Well, after a pretty somnolent day in the field for Surrey, suddenly this evening session has brought, I wouldn't say yet a clatter of wickets, but 3 have fallen for 14, and suddenly this game has a very different complexion as Fisher continues. What's going off out there, Ian Ward?
The ball has a nice shine on it, and therefore it is swinging, and therefore it is challenging the batsman. And I think this will completely change Rory Burns' decision as to what to do as and when that new ball becomes available. Don't get rid of a ball that's moving and swinging at the oval. You see how that carried to Burns. I know it was a bit of a flash from Critchley, but it does carry when it swings. This is Surrey's opportunity. The next sort of 10 overs got to be right on the money with the ball. And Essex have got to resist this momentum, because no doubt now Surrey have a bit of momentum going their way, having it been mostly about the 2 openers. Just saw a bit of width, didn't he? Quite a lot of width, actually, and he was livid with himself. Burns was almost airborne as he initially tried to catch that ball, managed to grab hold of the rebound.
It's one of those loopy ones, isn't it, that slip, where maybe it's a bit more comfortable if it comes out a bit quicker. Just sort of slightly dipped at the last the last part of its trajectory.
I didn't feel much in the slips at all. I wasn't very good in the slips, but when I did go in there, it's bizarre. You know your job is obviously to catch the ball, so you're waiting for the edge, you're concentrating for the edge, but sometimes the noise can put you off. It's almost like, bang, oh, that's me, I'm up. You know, it's like cue. Oh, right, here we go. Showtime. But you say he's not a normal slip fielder, as he normally parks himself at mid-off or mid-on or somewhere like that, and Sibley's in. I think Sibley must have a problem with his finger. He's got a bit of taping on it, because otherwise he'd be in there. But he clung on, and that's all you need to do.
Well, that's a delicious shot. Slightly over pitch from Fisher. Beautiful movement of weight into the ball. Pepper underway. He's off the mark.
Off the mark in style. See what the bowler's trying to do. Get the ball up to the bat. Encourage that swing that we've been talking about. Pepper has got into a lovely position. A little bit full.
Rory Burns isn't going to mind that, though, is he? I mean, part of the reason he's got these bowlers on now with this ball, 75 overs old, and it's doing something in the sunshine. Now, he might have got that fine enough. He has. That's going to race away for 4. There is a long leg, but he's very wide, almost down by the groundsman's hut, and that one's made it 30 odd yards to his right. Just straining onto the pads there and put away very easily. So you don't want to throw away this position they got it. They've got a bit of momentum going.
Yeah, as I was saying, there needs to be pressure from both ends. Just too big an overcorrection. Bit full outside off stump, hit beautifully through the covers. Tries to tighten his line and just overdoes it.
This game can make fools of you, though, can't it? End of the over, 270 for 5. You sat down thinking, right, 8 overs. You and I are going to have a nice quiet time. There's going to be 8 overs with 4 overs of off-spin bowled at one end. The ball's going to be dead. They're going to try to defend until they get a new ball. And actually, in the 76 overs we've been here, the last 6 or 7 have been among the more dramatic. The sun is out. It's quite warm. You would never turn up right now as you were walking into the ground and look at that and go, oh, 76 overs, lovely, nice warm day. This is a tricky time to bat.
Well, it has been. It really has, because of that swing.
He lets his first ball go through to the keeper.
The judgment that Burns is making here is the movement that is there. And the ball is obviously softer. It has to be softer. It's into its 77th over. You can hear it off the bat. It doesn't have that ping that you will with a brand new ball. We've seen a little bit of indifferent bounce, as we mentioned. Skidding down when bowling from the Vauxhall end. A bit more stand-up if you're bowling from the Pavilion end. With the heat baking down, the pitch must have dented a little bit. There was so much grass on it before a ball was bowled. So maybe that extra hardness in the Duke ball, the seam, might start to get it to nip around, and you'll get the extra bounce. Atkinson's a tall guy. You'd think he'd take the new ball as and when it's taken. I'm just watching Atkinson at extra cover, actually. He's just slowly starting to stretch.
Well, it's been intriguing looking at the footmarks today. We might be able to get a little view of them. But about 3 hours ago, they had that day one oval look. There was clearly a bit of moisture in the surface. They're a bit dark. Now, it's been a beautiful day, and we look at those footmarks now, and they're pale. Now, if there was a bit of moisture there early on, as you say, there may be just those little indentations. They may have dried. They may create just a little bit of unevenness.
Well, Atkinson is definitely going through some looseners at cover point.
That would be an indicator they're likely to take the new ball, wouldn't it? I mean,
yeah, it's either that or Gus just reading the situation, knowing that the ball will be available in a couple of overs. I need to be ready if the captain says, right, you go now. If he sort of stood there thinking, well, actually, we've got this ball swinging, he's not going to bother, then that's no good to man nor beast. So he might just be, he's either got the nod or he's just being diligent And basically saying, right, Captain, if you do want to take it, I'm ready to go, or as ready as I can be.
Ooh, that's gone through it quite. Not, it's gone through low in the end to Folks, but it's just carried nicely enough. That's gone through high enough over the stumps. Jordan Clark's also limbering up as a fielder drops out to deep mid-wicket. Last ball of the over, slight indication perhaps to be not too unhappy if Thane gets a single off this ball. Keep strike. Now this could be tight, but well, good running. I'm not sure Surrey will be too displeased with that, though. Thane gets his single, keep strike at the start of the next over, 271 for 5.
Oh, just watching Gus Atkinson there. Doesn't give him much away with his face, does he?
He's a very self-contained looking character. He often looks at the ground as well, doesn't he? Slightly diffident.
Most animated I've seen was when he got that 100.
Yeah. Well,
he actually cracked a smile when I interviewed him afterwards. You know, he's very within himself. That is not in any way a criticism. It's just his nature. But yeah, he doesn't give much away.
Well, it was one of the more remarkable hundreds,
Certainly
wasn't it? Because it was absolutely top quality. I remember, well, I wasn't covering that game. I was listening to it on the radio. And was he batting at times with Joe Root? Because there was this period when I was driving. And Jonathan Agnew was mixing them up. I think because he couldn't quite believe that Gus Atkinson had played a cover drive of such sumptuous beauty.
Had he been on the diesel oil again after Aggers or what?
I couldn't possibly say.
Quite hard to mix up Gus Atkinson and Joe Root.
I once did a game with the dear Henry Blofeld at Edgbaston in 2016.
Look, he's reliving his batting. Look, not worried about taking the new ball. Gus is thinking about his batting.
Wait, an outside chance being a night watcher tonight, but I think that would be quite dramatic.
Go on, blowers.
Yes, well, Moeen Ali was at one end and Gary Balance was batting at the other. Both left-handers. But dear old blowers, I've never seen Moeen Ali so crab-like in his crease. Very, very deep. Next over. I say, Gary Balance, a magnificent cover drive you'll ever see. I've never seen such a shot. And he had, by accident, for 2 overs, got them at the wrong ends. And I think you'd agree that Moeen Ali and Gary Balance are possibly even more different looking than Gus Atkinson and Joe Root. At least Gus Atkinson and Joe Root are both roughly 6'1".
I think Gus is a bit taller than Joe. I'm going with that.
Yeah, a bit, yeah.
Now we had Moeen was out with us covering the World T20 in the Sri Lankan part of it anyway. It was great to spend a bit of time with him. His cricket knowledge and brain is phenomenal to chew the fat with.
Ooh, now then. Because, you know, I'm sure you've been doing this, doing the mental gymnastics over who should be England's next selector. Too soon for Moeen Ali? Has he still got
Well, he's
fish
still
to
playing,
fry?
and he also resides in Dubai. So that's
awkward.
That's awkward.
That is awkward, yes.
So I don't think that's a goer. I think Mo's route, having conversation with him, he really enjoyed coaching with the Lions. He really enjoyed working out and did a bit out in Abu Dhabi prior to the World T20. Obviously, that got canned for obvious reasons after the World T20. So he's still playing. Well, he's out in PSL now, isn't he? And then he's going to be playing for Yorkshire. And the coaching route, I think, really excites him. And I think he'd make a blimmin' good coach as well. On so many levels. I think he's got terrific empathy with players. He knows how hard the game is. He knows what can happen if you make bad calls out in the middle and what the press are going to say about it and what you think about it internally. I think he'd be great to have around young cricketers.
Ooh, bit of inside edge perhaps onto the pad there, saved Thane. End of the over. Another one ticks by. 271 for 5. 2 more overs until Surrey can take a new ball. Will they, won't they? We shall see. Got it. Laws is going to continue. Jordan Clark has definitely been going through his paces. Gus Atkinson as well. Back to Moeen Ali. I mean, he was a man who's batted almost every position for England, from sort of 1 to 9, isn't he, I think? And that's another thing that will make him a good coach, make him a good reader of the game, because you know, there's sometimes a guy comes into the team, does it magnificently successfully, doesn't actually get to see it from quite as many different perspectives, whereas Moeen Ali has been a kind of backup spin bowler, he's been the main spin bowler, he's opened the batting. He's batted at 3 when England couldn't find somebody to bat at 3. He's done whatever England needed him to do. So he's kind of witnessed the game from almost every perspective, hasn't he?
And all around the world. And now if you throw in his franchise experiences, you know, he has the complete knowledge of the modern game, really. He's seen it from when Test match cricket was the be-all and end-all, really, to T20 coming in and then IPL and all the rest of it. You know, been out there, IPL for several seasons. So, as you say, a very rounded cricket knowledge. I think a very empathetic guy.
Oh, now he's gone for this. And it's going to land safely. We haven't seen too much of the short ball today, and we also haven't seen it taken on very often. It's a fairly rare pull come hook. And it wasn't played particularly well by Thane, but he's got away with it.
Now, Walter took on a couple, tried to take on a couple, got in a bit of a muddle against Jordan Clark at time, but yeah, that's one area I think Surrey could have mixed it up a little bit more, the odd bumper. Quite a rarity these days in the county game. You don't see too many.
Well, they tried it a little bit in the first game of the season here, and it just didn't get up.
No.
It just got taken to the cleaners to the short side.
Said, talking about Mo, he said something actually that Will Jacks heard. Would have been talking with me coming off air or somewhere in one of the games in Sri Lanka about that role that Will Jacks was performing down at 7 and, you know, occasionally opening the bowling. You know, Liam Livingston tried it for a while and found it difficult, had his success and had his failures as well. And Mo, of course, had to fulfill that position. He said, you know what, in the end, you just have to fully embrace it. You know, I wanted to bat in the top 4, but no, I can't bat in the top 4 because I'm not getting in ahead of X, Y and Z. I might have to bowl in the power play. And his advice really to Will Jacks was, you've really just got to park any ego. It is what it is. You've got to work it out. You've got to embrace that role. And I spoke with Will after one of his Player of the Match awards, and he got 4 of them. And he actually said, and Mo was stood next to him as well, and he said, you know, I listened to what you said, and it really resonated with me, and it's put me in a much better headspace. So I think that's the sort of character Mo can be, in terms of just having a quiet word with someone and just putting it in their head, get them to think about it. I think he'd be an excellent coach. I'm not saying he'd be a bad selector, I just don't think it's possible, and I don't think that's the way he's going to go down.
End of the over, 79 gone now, 274 for 5. What do you think are the qualities you need for a good selector? I was mentioning this earlier. I was thinking about Jeff Miller, who was selected for quite a while. And at a time, actually, when England made it up to #1 in the world test nation. And he was actually out of the game for a long time. Insofar as, you know, he probably played his last game in, off the top of my head, say about 1990. And we're talking about him being a selector in sort of 2010 and onwards. That's 20 years out of the game. We do tend to think that we want our selectors to be nearer you know, to the point when they retired. But are we looking at this side from the wrong end of the telescope? I don't know. I don't know what would make a really good selector. You know, much of the time I think, well, you know, you guys watch so much cricket. Mark Butcher, you know, you watch so much cricket. It's somebody of that sort that would make a good selector, but who wants to do it? It's a job with not a great deal of job security. You'll be doing it for a regime that's, you know, with the best will in the world, however successful Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum are, it's unlikely it would continue much beyond next year's Ashes, just because of the ages of the people, and the fact that McCullum would have then done it for 5 years. It's a long time for a coach, and often selectors and coaching teams, wide for height, presumably. You know, it's a tricky post to fill, isn't it?
I think they're finding it tricky to fill, because I think there are more people taking their hat out of the ring, it seems to me, than they're putting their hat into the ring. I completely take your point about Dusty. He was out of the game for a long time, then came back and was selected, and he did some miles. My goodness, he did some miles.
50,000, didn't he?
Watching all over the place.
Yeah, 50,000 a season, I think he told me.
The streams now negate a little bit of that, but not all of it. But now there is so much analytics in cricket, and particularly in white ball cricket, but test match cricket as well, that I think someone who is up to speed with that has probably just come out of the game, or recently come out of the game, or at least has worked in that sort of area. And it also depends what the actual role is. You know, are they picking the squad and then handing it over to Brendan and Ben, or Brendan and Harry? My view of a selector is he's the eyes and ears for those that can't see all of the games, or the games that they're not playing in. Is it a case that whoever gets the job literally goes to Ben or Harry and says, what are you looking for? What do you want in your side now? Well, if you want that, I suggest X, Y, and Z. Or is it a selector that says, this is the lad you've got to play? I don't know the answer to that. My personal view is the captain should have the last say, absolutely every time. He's the one that's got to lead it. He's the one that's got to create the atmosphere. He's the one that's got to take the side across the field.
I think we've got I think might have a broken bat here. That sounded horrible, that last ball.
Broken bat. Mike Latham was writing about that. It's about a grand that's just gone
Yeah.
kaput.
Well, I did think that sounded fairly horrible, the last one.
We looked straight down at the toe and immediately called for something.
Yeah, I take your point. It's, I suppose, until I don't know whether we'll ever get to find out.
Well, we might do when we speak to or hear from the new selector. I mean, also, what is his role going to be in terms of being in front of the media? Because Luke Wright did very little of that. You know, Rob Key's been doing an awful lot of that, the majority of that. Is he going to be the face of the selection panel, or is he going to be, in effect, a chief scout? So there's a lot of things to consider, and I'm not sure there's a mass amount of candidates, because I don't think you continue. People were throwing Steve Finn's hat in the ring, his name around, and don't get me wrong, Steve Finn's a terrifically bright bloke, and would make an excellent selector and a judge of a cricketer, but probably wants to carry on with his media a bit. And you can't do both. Definitely can't do both. So you're sort of narrowing the criteria of who is actually going to fit the bill. The first thing says, what do you want me to do? Am I going out and finding players that you want in your team for your style, or am I saying, no, you've got to pick this bloke? Don't know the answer to that.
No, and again, it is one of those strange things where there isn't somebody in place to do that, and we'll have had, what is this now, the 4th round of county championship matches? 3 more to go before a test squad is selected.
Well, I can guarantee you whoever has put their hat in the ring will have had to have been watching some county cricket. You can't go into that interview. You can't go in that interview and say, well, yeah, I'd like to do this job, but you know what? I wasn't a ball bowled yet in the county championship. That's not going to get you the job. That is not going to get you the gig. I think the other thing that the chief selector will do, and I think Luke Wright did this a lot, is work and watch quite closely what's happening with the pathways. So the Lions, the under-19s, you know, the guys that are going off and working with a Moeen Ali or an Andrew Flintoff or whoever. and find out what they are when they take them out of the county game and test them in different ways in different conditions. I think that will be a key part of the role as well. I would imagine. I genuinely don't know, Dan.
The last ball of the 80th is safely negotiated. 2 off the over. Surrey can take a new ball, but the old ball has been pretty fruitful for them. We shall see. 276 for 5. 16 overs remain in the day.
The new ball is due, and it has been taken by Surrey, who toiled for a long time on this first day. It took them till about 3 o'clock in the afternoon to get their first wickets, but they're in the hunt now. They've got 5 of them. They've got the second new ball available. Essex find themselves 276 for 5 with 10 overs remaining of this day's play. No, more than that.
16.
16. I'm in test match mode. 16 overs. Cameron, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm very well, Mike. How are you?
I'm well. Enjoyed the day. Beautiful day, and terrific crowd here at the Oval, as you come to expect now in Championship cricket. More than 5,000 in today. It was a pretty chilly start, but they've enjoyed it as it's warmed up. They're sitting away to our left, where the place to be really. That gets the late afternoon sun, and obviously the pitch is slightly over to that side as well, so they get the best view of things. And yeah, it's a beautiful scene late in the day at the Oval here, and it's been a competitive day's play after that mammoth first wicket stand between Dean Elgar and Paul Walter. Jordan Clark is taking the second new ball. I think actually he's been the best of Surrey's bowlers today. They've been blessed with the return of Gus Atkinson, his first game after tweaking his hamstring in that Boxing Day test match, but Atkinson wicketless. Clark the best, what do you reckon, Cam?
Well, it is a change of plan for Surrey. You had Atkinson and Tom Laws with the new ball this morning. I think Clark has been potentially the pick of Surrey's seamers in the 2 matches he has played. He missed out on the opening round. I was going to say he's been an image of consistency before he dropped short and wide there. But he was. I was saying to Ian earlier today, Clark was kind of leading the charge on a reset of standards during the Leicestershire match, where Leicestershire got 690. You see his wickets of Dean Elgar earlier today, which was the first wicket to fall after the Essex openers had put on over 180. And he was bemoaning that Surrey had 2 bad sessions in a row against Leicestershire, and that wasn't their standards. So he's been leading from the front.
He comes bustling in again, but this time he's strayed to leg, so he stands with hands on hips because he's followed up a short wide ball with one that was too straight and has been clipped for 4 to the leg side boundary.
Could this be a change of plan? Surrey didn't want to not necessarily go back to Atkinson and Laws. I guess the best case scenario is you're not bowling for 80 overs full stop. Or is it just a kind of show of their riches that they're able to chuck the new ball to whoever they want?
Well, as I say, I think he's been as good as anybody today. He's been driven here down the ground. This will be at least a couple more. I thought they were right. When I was last on commentary, there was about 8 overs to the second new ball, and they were drifting away with Dan Lawrence. And just before we went off, I said I thought they should take Lawrence out of the attack, given that they'd had a breakthrough. They've got 5 seamers. Only 2 need to take the new ball, so you didn't have to bowl Lawrence and just take things up to the second new ball, and that's exactly what they did do. They brought back a seamer, picked up another wicket or 2 before that new ball. So that's one of the benefits of having 5 seamers. Ooh, now then, young Noah Thane has
has got one amidships, and it ain't pleasant.
He's taking a minute. He seemed okay-ish to begin with. I think. What was it? DOMS, delayed onset muscle soreness.
Something like that. Deep breaths. He didn't go down quite as dramatically as Ben Stokes makes a thing of those, doesn't he? I'm not saying he's a drama queen, by the way, just that he tends to make the most of them.
I've always thought he's a photographer's dream, Ben Stokes.
Exactly, he'd be writhing around and mouthing off. Whereas Noah Thane has taken a moment out to compose himself. And it's going to be Atkinson to take the new ball from the Vauxhall end. This will be the first time I think he's bowled down here all day. 14 overs so far have all come from the pavilion end, where he's found some bounce, and he's found some bounce again there. But I think that's a measure of Atkinson, because nobody really has found much bounce from the Vauxhall end today. That one's just trapped Pepper's finger against the bat handle, which is never pleasant.
Well, it's a feature of Atkinson's bowling that he's able to extract that extra life and bounce out of the surface. He changed towards a more wobble seam type bowler a few years ago.
Shouldn't I be congratulating you on something? Didn't you win some tremendous award recently?
Well, it's very kind of you to bring it up.
What did you win?
It was a Young Journalist of the Year.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Who was this? Who was it? Cricket Writers or ECB or?
ECB, the ECB, English Cricket Board.
Gotcha.
So,
well done.
I just about managed. I thought you were going to be in for it as well.
Oh, now then. Atkinson thought he might have been in there with an LBW, but looked as though it nipped back a bit sharply, and I think feels it would have gone on to miss leg stump.
I thought it looked all right on first viewing. Maybe enough doubt in the mind of the umpire. That was the last of the young people. 30 is the cut-off.
30 is the cut-off, is it?
Snuck in right at the end.
How old are you? 29?
30.
Oh, you're right. Just turned. Good effort.
No. I remember I had a couple of drinks that evening to celebrate with my friends, but not that many. And I woke up with quite a sore head, so I was doubting my own youngness.
As you get past 30, that's the way of it. Mentioned terrific crowd, and an interesting crowd, because it tends to be often a young crowd here for Championship cricket, which is not always the case elsewhere in the country. Obviously, Surrey are blessed with their position next to the city and in the heart of town, really, but it is an interesting crowd to analyse compared to what you see elsewhere.
Well, I've kind of long jokingly referred to it as the Dalston Day Out. You get kind of the East London, the trendy types coming over and having a day out in the sun at the cricket.
Yeah, what's not to like? So Atkinson completes his first over with the second new ball, 283 for 5. It's a good comeback, this, from Surrey, because they were toiling, really, for most of the day. But they're well in it. When you think of the batting that they've got, all of whom seem to be banging form, you know, you score 300, 350 against Surrey, and it's often not enough.
It's a timely return to form with the ball as well for Surrey. We've had a bit of a rough time of it in the opening 2 matches of the season. Leicestershire got 690 here a couple of weeks ago.
And when Essex were 180 for no loss,
absolutely,
it's looking pretty worrisome as well.
So Noah Thane, Cambridge lad, or is East Anglia, I think, played his club cricket, but part of the Essex Academy. Obviously Essex have their tentacles out in all their neighbouring national counties like Suffolk and all those counties to the east. England under-19 player trying to crack the first-class game.
Would you have had the likes of the Bunbury competition at under-15s?
Yeah, it wasn't called the Bunbury. It's a long time ago. Well, it was called the England Schools Cricket Association under-15 competition. England North, South, East and West. And it was held in my time around Caterham Way, I think. We played at Caterham School or Cricket Club and those clubs around Surrey. That's where that particular festival was held. And then David English took it over a few years later. Well, he was in pain the first time around, and he's clearly in even more pain this time. And Jordan Clark has found the funny side of it. I'm not sure Noah Thane has.
Well, once is unfortunate, twice feels careless from Noah Thane.
There'll be a bowl of ice waiting for him when he gets in.
I don't know what happens if he gets hit for a third time. Does Jordan Clark get a prize or something? Is there?
Well, the physio will be reluctant to come out.
I was actually in Suffolk earlier this week, and there was a couple of people who played cricket in that area, and they were referring to, I don't know if point of pride is too strong a word, but there were two Suffolk under-15s who represented the east of England in the most recent Bunbury competition.
Terrific shot, especially having been whacked twice and in a bit of pain. That is an excellent drive down the ground in response. Who are these guys? Suffolk, do you know their names?
I can't say I
no?
know their names, but I think the point they were more raising was, if you are of the standard of player who at 15 are playing at Bunbury, not having necessarily been taken by a more local major county, for want of a better phrase, in Essex, for instance. Because the trajectory between the Bunbury competition and the professional game is pretty direct.
I guess it's after that 15 point where, you know, that more serious look at the academy intake will start to happen, and then you'll have 3 or 4 years on the academy. The problem, or one of the issues with the game, is that after 19, the avenues to keep improving your cricket are few and far between. And not everybody's ready at 19. Some are late developers.
I know they're setting up an enormous 289 for 5 after 83. Setting up an enormous cricket centre down in Brighton at the University of Brighton, where they're trying to kind of create the Loughborough of the South, as it were. It's Rob Furley and Sir Rod Aldridge down there, who are putting in a lot of money and time. They've got an enormous facility. I can't remember how many lanes it is, but it's the second biggest indoor net in the world, behind something in Australia, which isn't a phrase I've often said in my life. But to try and fill that
hold that you mentioned to a certain degree of giving people the opportunity to keep on playing in a professional setup-ish after they're 18.
It's the short side. It'll definitely go for 4. It might well have gone for 4 to the long side as well. It was a long half volley from Gus Atkinson and put away with some conviction by Michael Pepper. I was down at Hove actually for the second game and had lunch with Rod Aldridge. He was telling me very proudly about what they're doing down there at Backer, that connection between the state schools that he invests in and the university. He's got a school in Darwin as well, in Lancashire actually. Doing a lot of good work down there.
I've been working with Sir Rod myself over the last year. We've been trying to get together a book on his behalf about the state of the state school game. And Rod spent a lot of his life and money on trying to invest in projects, and of course his school down in Falmer, just outside Brighton, where they have an amazing indoor facility and a cricket ground on site.
Mark Robinson is coaching there now,
Yes.
isn't he? Former seam bowler, obviously, for Sussex. And did he play for Warwickshire? I can't remember. But anyway, he coached Warwickshire, coached Sussex, coached the England women's team, of course. And he's doing that good work down in Sussex now. Nice for Gus Atkinson to get a wicket. Long time out of the game. Long layoff since December, the Boxing Day Test match. Over 4 months, so understandable if he's a bit rusty and easing his way back in.
He missed out at Adelaide. He played the first 2 test matches of the series, in Perth and Brisbane. I think he was a bit of a surprise omission, albeit for Josh Tongue, who came in in place of him and then did very well. But it feels a long time ago, Melbourne.
Sure does.
Scott Boland is his last wicket. He was opening the batting, no less.
He's bowled all right today without looking anything special, really. Just, you know, he's bowled lively enough and bowled a line as he does. Hasn't really looked like making inroads, but as I say, after such a long layoff, you'd expect him to be better for the run next time out or tomorrow. 295 for 5, 84 overs gone. Dozen overs remaining. Beautiful evening here at the Oval, and Essex going pretty well. 295 for 5, but Surrey will feel at least that they've had the better of the second half of the day after conceding more than 180 for the first wicket. There was 100 earlier in the day, if you're just joining us, from Paul Walter, left-handed opening partnership. Walter, 6 foot plenty. Dean Elgar, a bit more pint-sized, and Elgar fell 8 runs short of what would have been a good 100 for him after a very sketchy start to the season. So that really was the run of it for Essex until about 3 o'clock, and gradually Surrey have hauled themselves back into the game. Some wickets spread around. None yet for Gus Atkinson, who's playing his first match since the Boxing Day Test match. 5-man seam attack. We've seen a little bit of off-spin from Dan Lawrence. 1 or 2 chances went begging. Paul Walter should have been run out, possibly could have been run out. Was put down by Sean Abbott. And 1 went begging between the keeper and slip. So 3 opportunities before he scored a very good 100, his 6th in first-class cricket. And that's a very good drive. Essex just beginning to put a partnership on here between Thane and Pepper as they move up towards 300.
Out towards the long side from Noah Thane, who, whilst his set of the crease hasn't been comfortable, he is slowly settling into his work. Moves on to 17, a strike rate of almost exactly 50. This will be a challenging little period for Essex. The ball is obviously still new, just 4 overs old. And if these two can be set fair until the end, Essex will feel they've won the day. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. Being put in, the pitch was emerald green this morning. I mean, 2 things there. At the start of the day, I'm sure they'd settle for this. From 180 odd for none, would they settle for it? Possibly not. And then, of course, you just got to weigh up the strength of this Surrey lineup, which is among the most powerful in the game, with Burns and Sibley, Smith bang in form, averaging almost 100, Pope in form, Folks averaging over 100, Lawrence as well. So that's a stronger lineup as there is really in the county game. So one of those sides that even if you get a decent first innings score, you're never confident that it might be enough. And it'll be actually a good test for the likes of Sam Cook, who we look forward to seeing bowl tomorrow at some stage. Essex, of course, have got a slightly more balanced attack. They've got a top-class off-spinner in Simon Harmer. Imagine the pitch will stay pretty good. It usually does here.
No run.
299 for 5.
Simon Harmer had a fantastic winter, didn't it? Bowled incredibly well and guiding South Africa to that series win against India in India. I remember interviewing him, kind of being a bit taken aback by the simplicity of his genius, if that's not too extreme a phrase to use. He was talking about his variations when bowling in India. It's effectively all about controlling whether he wanted to land the ball on the seam or just on the lacquer, where it's going to skid on a little bit more, and the constant conversations he was having with his Aidan Markram at first slip, who would tell him when it was biting, when it wasn't, and consistently tinkering.
Well, he won't get as much help here, I don't think, looking at the pitch. Although, I mean, traditionally the Oval was a great place to come and bowl spin. Cheers for Essex's 300, of course, 300 for 5. But in more recent times, Surrey have pushed towards the many championships that they've won. This will be their 5th in 9 years if they win it this year. And they've been doing it in a rather different way, with green pitches and strong seam attack. Less of the need for a front line or top class spinner.
It's part of the reason why they're so excited about Ralphie Alberts here, because if he develops into the player they think he could, then he balances that side perfectly. He's a spinning all-rounder that can settle in at number 7, potentially progress further as he gets older. And then you are able to have a bit more of a threat in your spin department and still have 4 seamers to accompany him. I don't think he's going to get much of a game whilst the surfaces look a bit like this.
He's left school now, hasn't he? Or is he still at school?
He's still at school, and he's been told, I think, to be honest, fair enough, he's not allowed to play any school cricket this year. I think if I was a neighbouring school and I had to come up against the bloke who's playing for the team who's won 5 of the last 9 county championships, I'd cry foul.
Thomas Rue's still at school as well. He's finishing his A-level. So Ralphie Albert signed a professional terms here despite being still at school, but then will go full-time, one assumes, the year after. Very proud, his granddad, Jimmy White, follows the stream when Ralphie's playing. I chatted to him last year and he said even when he had a tournament in China, he'd have the Surrey stream on to see how Ralphie was going. I think it got a bit lost in translation with his Chinese opponents from time to time. More runs. It's a lovely shot from Noah Thane. It was driven Atkinson wide of mid-off. Atkinson just can't find any movement, really. It's gun barrel straight and straight off the middle.
Beautiful angles from Noah Thane. An aesthetic drive, high elbow. Out of the middle of the bat. And scratch of the guard for good measure.
.304 for 5.
I feel duty bound to mention, as a good friend of mine is director of cricket at Banstead Cricket Club, where Ralphie Albert plays. He's one of 2 professionals at Banstead. Nathan Barnwell is also on the books here at Surrey and at Banstead. And I imagine they'll be hoping to see as much of Ralphie as they possibly can this year.
What's that? Surrey Premier League,
must be. Yes, indeed. And I was looking through a couple of scorecards from last year, and I was looking at the one where Gus Atkinson played a game for Spencer, which is my own club where I grew up, and they were playing against Sunbury, and Sunbury had Hugh Vibegin, who was the Australian under-19s captain. At 3, they had Caleb Faulkner, who scored the under-19s century for England in the World Cup final at number 4, and they had Navya Sharma as well. And so I think it's a scorecard to look back on in a few years' time.
Yep. Who's that for? Sunbury?
For Sunbury, yes. Where Toby Rowland-Jones came through there as well.
That's his club, isn't it? Yeah. And that must be right on the border between Middlesex and Surrey, mustn't it? Sunbury.
It is, because Sunbury tend to produce, well, Middlesex professionals. Caleb Faulkner, Navya Sharma, Rowland-Jones. I'm sure I've missed someone out there. But they do compete in the Surrey Championship.
Yeah, Caleb Faulkner and in fact Navya Sharma, they're both young players to look out for.
A couple other pros in there as well who aren't quite as name catching. Van der Merwe has played at Northants recently. A few other second 11 county players kicking about. So it was a good game. Good game.
Spencer in the Surrey Premier League as well, are they?
Yes, they are.
And the standard is regarded as pretty decent, presumably.
Well, it's too good for me. So
what team do you get in the thirds?
Mike, please.
Seconds.
There we go. A bit more respect.
Lovely. This is a really nice partnership. Thane on to 25. That's at least his 3rd boundary that he's driven in the last 4 overs. So after Surrey getting back into things with a clatter of wickets either side of the new ball, this partnership just taking Essex into calmer waters as we get towards the end of the first day.
I just wonder if Surrey have been searching for a bit of movement with this new ball and occasionally drifted full.
There just hasn't been much movement at all, though. I mean, it's sometimes the way with these Dukes balls that you've got to wait until the lacquer comes off, which can often be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 overs. But so far for Atkinson and Clark, there's been very little there.
Would there have been a temptation to stick with the old one if they took 3 for 14? Whether that was just circumstance.
Well, I think fair enough. They were in the hunt. New ball. I think it was a perfectly fair enough decision to take it. But it hasn't done much.
Even feels like the surface is just, I don't know if quietened down is too extreme, but those balls that rose from Atkinson early on, a couple of caught Thane in the midriff, it seems to be coming through a bit lower.
I mean, it's been a pretty good pitch, hasn't it? 309 for 5. When we got here this morning, you couldn't really see much of a difference between the strip and then the surrounds, the square. It was very green. But, you know, that's been the way of things here at the Oval in the last couple of years, and tend to still be pretty good batting pitches.
A few more fans enjoying the evening sun. Now it's past 6 o'clock. It's a beautiful sun trap over on the gasometer side of the ground. Why wouldn't you come down for a bit of county cricket?
Lovely. Great. Nice ground. Good cricket. Pleasant way to spend a couple of hours in the sunshine. Free entry. Good transport links close by. Finally gets one past the bat, but no luck for Gus Atkinson, still searching for his first wicket of the day.
Just beating Michael Pepper on the outside edge here. Maybe a fraction of movement, but nothing more extreme than that. Not too long ago, Michael Pepper found himself in an England squad. Got himself out to the West Indies for the white ball stuff.
Did he actually play? I don't think he
didn't
did.
play,
Everybody
no.
was desperate for the day that he opened with Phil Salt, weren't they?
Oh, of course. Sub-editors and headline writers around the world clamouring. But he got himself an SA20 deal. He was playing for the Super Kings earlier this year. Also played in the ILT20, so he's carving out a pretty nice career.
Well, he gives it a whack, that's for sure. Finally, a bit of success for Gus Atkinson. It's taken a while. 88th over of the day, the 8th with the second new ball, and Atkinson, back in cricket after a 4-month break, has got his first wicket of the season, sneaking one through Pepper's defences, and Surrey have their 6th wicket of the day.
Well, from the MCG to the Kia Oval, it's been a long wait for Atkinson. Both since December and today. Past 6 o'clock, 17 overs into his work, and that ball's just jagged back. Seamed in to Pepper. He's been cut in half and appears to be cursing his luck a little.
Yeah, well, pleased for Gus Atkinson. It's a long layoff. He's bowled pretty well today, as I say, without looking distinctly threatening. But he always bowls a good line because his action is so simple. There's very little that goes wrong. Everything works in straight lines. And he just finds the inside edge there, and whether it hit pad or not as well, I'm not sure. But onto the stumps. Delight for Atkinson and Surrey, who've come back into the day rather well after a difficult start. And they got Simon Harmer in their sight, so if they can knock Essex over for anything less than 350 here, they'll feel after that opening partnership that that's a job well done, and then they can set about things with this rather strong looking batting lineup.
I think it'll be a relief for Surrey in the context of their season as well, having struggled with the ball so far. Also at the Oval, I think we've had 5 games it is since Surrey last won here.
Yeah.
4 draws and the defeat to Nottinghamshire, which eventually decided the title. So to get the first 10 wickets out of the way quickly will be a relief.
That's lively. Yeah, they haven't won since beating Yorkshire here May last year, I think.
You're testing me, but I'll find out.
I think that's accurate. Obviously, you think of a strong side like Surrey, the home ground would be a stronghold, which it has been traditionally and historically for them, but just not quite of late in the last 12 months.
Our colleague Yaz Rana has informed me that you are correct.
Yeah, it was Yaz who told me, so.
This all makes sense. I can place this one together.
Suddenly Atkinson always looks a bit lively when you've had a wicket, doesn't it? Picked up a wicket and a bit of a spring in your step, and ball suddenly starts to nip a bit off the pitch. He's got an extra slip in now, a 3rd slip. Palmer gets himself off the mark. 311 for 6.
Eight overs remaining in the day. It's intriguingly poised. Essex started so well, 183 without loss, but Surrey have got back into this contest. 6 wickets to fall since Dean Elgar was the first to go for 92. With 8 overs remaining in the day, plenty to play for. Sean Abbott, the Aussie overseas, to bowl from the pavilion end. Dagger's a lot to play for in the final 8 overs.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And when you consider how we were viewing things at the end of lunch and then at the end of tea, no, I don't think any of us would have predicted that 311 for 6, and potentially now with 8 overs, if you can take a couple with you, that actually turns into a fairly equal day. We were looking for Essex in the realms of thinking 450, 500 at one stage after being 2 down for... Yeah, after being 2 down for what? 248 for 2. And now to be 311 for 6, I think Surrey will be delighted. It also gives a little bit more of a burst of energy in the last stint of the day for the Surrey bowlers, knowing that there are not tail-enders, like Simon Harmer's way better. You couldn't class him as that. But there are wickets to be had in a new ball. So that's why it's 4-day cricket is the best in that, you know, you can wait all day for something to happen. It can have a completely different complexion.
Yeah, it keeps you on your toes, having to be on his toes there as the ball drops by his feet. It's those 3 wickets with the old ball, Walter, Allison and Critchley, all departing after the 70th over but before the second new ball was taken by Surrey, that just changed the momentum of the day. And now Surrey, they've already struck once with the new ball. Atkinson in the previous over, bowling Pepper for 17. 7.5 overs here to get right into this Essex tail. You mentioned Simon Harmer with the bat. He started very well this summer with the bat, averaging north of 40. Came into this round as Essex's 3rd leading run scorer in the championship. Surrey not quite on the money first up this morning, having won the toss and elected to bowl, but much more disciplined as the day is played out.
Oh,
very nearly chops on. It's a good start this from Abbott. We've seen Surrey's lines be very impressive over the last 15 or so minutes. Very little loose.
Well, I think, yes, they've been better after lunch. I think the first session was pretty ordinary. They were going at 4.5 and over, or just a little shy of that. A touch wayward, and almost just feeling, after 2 unsuccessful innings of bowling in the first 2 games, it just felt like they were searching a little bit, not trying too hard, almost just putting the ball there rather than actually bowling it. And the only bowler really in that first session was Jordan Clark, who showed any real ferocity, hitting the pitch hard and basically showing Surrey attack how to bowl in. I think they've been a lot better after lunch and subsequently after tea.
Defended by Thane. It's a maiden over. Essex 311 for 6. We talked a lot today about how actually in April the stats will say that it's one of the best months for years. One of the best months in the year to bat. The numbers suggest that actually if you take out the Kookaburra rounds that have occasionally been played in the middle of the summer over the last 5 years, it has actually been the best month to bat. There's not a lot of pace in the pitches. As a bowling attack, predominantly made up of seam bowlers, what's your plan when there's not much pace to work with in the wicket, as we see at this part of the season?
Constantly making batters think. You know, whether it be a situation where the keeper comes up, you know, let's keep batters, rather than it gives them something else to think about surrounding them. Oh,
Harmer pulls out at the last minute.
So yeah, when you crowd, you might put a short extra cover in. Batters thinking, well, that might not mean anything, but just, we talked about change of angles for bowlers, building pressure. All batters want to score. So do you say, all right, we're going to go one slip, one gully, we're going to have a ring field, we're going to have a sweeper on the boundary edge, and we're just going to bowl that channel and not allow you to have anything? I remember a long time ago, we had a game against Lancashire up at Liverpool. And Philip de Freitas was our captain, and he said, right, I want you to bowl a channel a foot outside of off stump on a length that is not a drivable length, it's just on a good length, and we're going to make them leave it. And I was like, okay, Philip de Freitas said it, so I might as well. And Stuart Law, and Lancashire were battering as they usually would, but Stuart Law was batting, and he was getting so frustrated, because we weren't giving him anything to hit. It wasn't the right length to hit. It was going to be his risk. And eventually, he wants to be scoring, and we were just bowling boring maidens after boring maidens, and he did something rash. Now, okay, in the long and short of it, Lancashire end up winning the game. My point is that you've got to do something to make the batter change a little bit. And so just giving them something else to think about when it is a hard attritional day, a day full of toil, maybe not the movement that you want to see from the ball or the swing perhaps.
Got to hurry here. Ooh, would have been in trouble. Jordan Clark at mid-on. Simon Harmer called early. But I think if that was a direct hit, he'd be on his way back to the dressing room.
He'd given up. Had Harmer. Didn't even slide his bat, knew he was gone. Similarly with the Walter incident run out chance from earlier on in the day. And you just watch Simon Harmer, who's taking strike here, and you see at the back end he gives up.
Yeah.
Knows full well. And so another possible chance, and that would have been just a gift. The other thing I'll say here, in this particular period of play, is that now Essex are in a bit of a sticky situation. In fact, they're trying to see out the day. And Surrey now are sort of moving in for the kill. They want to take a couple of wickets with them as well. So you're not actually going to get the batters playing in their normal free-flowing way. They're going to have to, they're thinking about tomorrow morning and kicking on again. And weirdly, when you're not playing your natural way, it does allow for chances to occur.
I think they've been really disciplined with their length over sessions 2 and 3. I think they perhaps got a little bit greedy first up this morning. But since the lunch break, we've seen a lot of deliveries like the one 2 balls ago where Surrey seamers have attacked sort of bail height, just above bail height, and relatively straight, giving the Essex batters very little to work with. And since then, we've seen the scoring rate drop throughout the day, picked up a little bit in the evening session. Another over passes, just 1 run from it. Essex 3-12 for 6.
From an Essex perspective, I mean, yes, they've had a pretty good day. Elgar and Walter and Allison look good today, but I think they will have, given the position that they were in, they would have expected far better from this. So they'll be a little frustrated. That's not to say that that 450 plus target is not achievable. It totally is. Noah Thane is a very good, young, organised player, and Harmer has been around the traps for a long time and knows the situation and is a very good reader of a cricket game. He will want that surface to be disrupted a little bit more if he's to have any bearing on the Surrey batting innings, but that's still very much there for them if they can negotiate this period.
Sean Abbott goes up. Comes of nothing in the end.
Just didn't quite look right.
No.
Maybe a little leg side-ish, a bit high as well.
I think Surrey going to come at Essex hard in the final 6 overs of the day. Just seeing Tom Laws limber up at deep square leg. Got through a lot of work today, the Surrey seamers. Only spin we've seen is from Dan Lawrence, who's bowled just 4 overs. But I think we'll see short and sharp spells as we approach the close.
And I agree, and even if it's to say Jordan Clark have an over, just have the last over of the day, and batters might just be on their guard. Another change of bowling. Don't be afraid, Rory Burns, of actually just flip-flopping your bowlers. They're all pretty loose out there, you would imagine. Can't see who's warming up on the boundary edge, deep square, but don't be afraid of giving an over here and an over there.
Again, Abbott threatening the stumps. When Simon Harmer came out to bat, Noah Thane just gestured to him that the odd ball's skidding on. We saw Atkinson claim Pepper with one that nipped back. Pepper defending on the back foot. We've seen a little bit more life and carry from the pavilion end where Abbott is bowling from. But we have seen the odd ball scuttle through a bit low too. Oh, that drops just short of mid-wicket. Briefly interested.
Well, just looking at this field that Sean Abbott has to Simon Harmer, I really like it. What he sees in front of himself is a very straight mid-wicket, a straight extra cover, and then mid-off and mid-on. So you've got 4 white fielders in your eye line converging. And when you're bowling the channels that Sean Abbott is bowling, then there's no way you feel of scoring other than square of the wicket. A short ball, you've got 2 men out on the boundary edge. So you've got a deep backward square, a fine leg, and so your gap, your one real gap, is, or I should say 2, is cover point and deep third. Well, you're not aiming for deep third. So that's your real one scoring. And when you don't get that opportunity of width, that Abbott, it's that pressure build-up. Throw the odd short ball in, see if he has a dip. Good tactics for me.
Harmer pinches a single off the final delivery off the over, just 1 run from it. And that is where Surrey have been really disciplined over the last 2 sessions. Because it's much easier said than done bowling with a vast gap at cover point, vast gap at deep third. But been very disciplined as we take a look at the wickets to fall. so far today. That was the big one. Tom Wesley really bogged down, 1 of 27. Abbott getting Walter just after he reached 3 figures. And these are the wickets with the old ball. Critchley falling to 8 off the bowling of Laws. And then finally Atkinson with the second new ball, beating the defence of Pepper, bowling in for 17. Here is another change in the bowling attack. Tom Laws will come on from the Vauxhall end. 5 overs remaining in the day. Laws with figures of 2 for 57 so far. The wickets of Wesley for 1 and Critchley for 8. 2 slips and a gully alongside Ben Folkes behind the stumps.
If you're Sam Cook, you're Jamie Porter, up on the Essex balcony, yeah, you've probably got your pads on, just hoping that you're not going to get out there this evening. But taking on board how Surrey have bowled today on this surface and what has worked and what hasn't, you've got 2 really good channel bowlers there. And they've had a great deal of success already this season. The 2 accomplished operators with the new ball. And so they stick to their channels and their areas. They too can have a sort of similar kind of success. And if you, especially with the first new ball, when you're fresh, and I think they should be taking a lot from seeing how Surrey have operated in the later 2 sessions.
That one potentially keeping a little bit low.
1 or 2 have. Just wonder if there's any indentations in that surface a little bit that might cause a bit of consternation down the road of this game.
Take another look. Yeah, that pitch is well back of a length. Short mid-wicket in now.
Like that position we saw earlier in the Abbott over. Harmer does have quite hard hands, so he pushes and forces at the ball, and that just, if it just comes off the pitch slightly at a different pace or a slower pace, that's where you can get a little bit unstuck and the ball being in the air. So I like the position. But Harmer's playing it well.
And good dish from Laws, making Harmer play pretty much every delivery here. Keeping him honest. Short mid-wicket, very much in play with those lines.
There's 4 overs after this ball remaining in the day. And I know he's not going to. He doesn't shape up to be bowling. But I'd just like to see a little 2-over burst from Clark.
Left alone by Harmer. Maiden, Essex 313 for 6. And I guess it's not. And I guess it's not just the getting through to the close, it's using up new ball overs.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I agree with you.
Punch past cover, and that'd be at least 2. It's the longer side of the boundary. Well retrieved, and that'd be 3. Dan Lawrence, I think, not enjoying that chase at 6:27 p.m. Daggers.
Just thinking exactly the same thing. Yeah, this is the last thing you want is a ball that's seemingly escaping from you as it goes over that hard turf of the square. And you've got to go and fetch one. And you know then you're actually catching it up. It's one of those ones where you're chasing after it and you're secretly hoping it goes. So you can stop your chase halfway through. And with every step of the chase, you're cursing the batter for not timing it better.
Flicked in front of square on the leg side. They briefly think about 2, but decide against it. No risks at this point in the day, you imagine. Especially after that near miss a few overs ago. So Daggers, 21 deliveries remaining in the day. If Essex get their 6 down, get to the close 6 down. Very good day for the visitors.
Yeah, I think so. You know, after being inserted as well, and granted they were in a really commanding position. I mentioned 248 for 2. I think Surrey have come back very, very well. They've stuck to good principles and been very, very disciplined, and that has brought them success. And what I've also enjoyed is the bowling attack, knowing full well, you know as a bowling attack that there's not a great deal going for you. No huge pace in the surface, not a great deal of sideways movement, so you've got to then hunker down. But I also think that if you are visiting the Oval and you've been asked to bat and you've kept Surrey in the dirt for 96 overs and you're 6 down at the end of the day and you've got over 300 on the board, I think you've had a pretty good day. I think you can build on that. The last thing you want to do, and how often do we say it? It's so cliched, my apologies, but the first hour of the day tomorrow.
Big first hour.
It is a big first hour. You know, Essex gets scuttled for 350. Surrey in the ascendancy.
Another over passes by, just 3 to go. Essex 3-1-7 for 6. And especially when you start throwing the game forward, how could this game play out? What are the different permutations and scenarios? The game just becomes that much harder for Surrey to win. The more Essex get, if they get north of 370, 400, 420, the time that takes out of the game for Surrey to better that and still take 10 more Essex wickets becomes very difficult.
It's also, you know, it's a warm day today. I know in the shade it's a little cool now. But I think this is the first, you know, proper sunny and warm day that we've had in the county championship season thus far. And it's draining and it's energy sapping. And if you, and for Essex, even if the run rate is 2s for the first session of the day, and you might just lose a wicket, maybe 2. But you keeping Surrey out in the middle for 4 sessions, that does have a bearing on your new ball bowlers, Porter and Cook.
Nicely played by Thane. Defended late and down into that gap towards the deep third boundary. Moves into the 30s. Very important innings from the Essex youngster. Coming in at number 7. Essex, for the first time in the day, in a bit of bother, losing wickets in quick succession. 194 for 1. Came 262 for 7. And they actually lost 3 wickets for just 14 runs. And Thane has steadied the ship nicely.
He's a good player, this kid. Remember watching him in the 19s in South Africa, along with Benkenstein and also with Charlie Allison as well, part of the same group of under-19s cricketers, and liked him back then. Thought he was more of a batter who bowls. But he is organised, got good temperament, excellent technique.
How much of a boost is it in the dressing room when you see one of your youngsters play a knock like this? It's not necessarily the score, it's the match situation. Don't get carried away, he's only 32 not out. But given what could have happened as the day developed, Essex, from a position of complete dominance, 2-4-8 for 2, suddenly 2-6-2 for 5, your youngster comes in and he's the guy actually who steadied the ship.
It's a great point. What you want any youngster coming through into the first class game, or red or white ball, it matters not, but you want them to be aware. You want to have cricketers who read situations, who understand situations. That comes from the cricket you play at formative years, but also that what you glean from veteran players. And it gives you a huge boost when you see players play in this fashion and understand 3-2-2 for 6 at the end of the 94th over of the day, so they understand what is going on. It might not need telling. It's great that Simon Harmer's out there with it. He's played a million years of red ball cricket and played at the highest level. Maybe Noah Thane needs a reminder, maybe he doesn't. But when you see young players reading the game, I think that is... you take any young player, they can all play an extra cover drive or a lap sweep or a paddle or whatever it is. They can all have those skills, but having the mental capacity and the understanding of how to play certain situations is massive.
Just 11 deliveries left in the day. Can Surrey manufacture another chance?
There is an argument to say, of course, Yaz, that those at the top level could read the situations a little bit differently after the winter we've just seen.
You went there, not me.
I mentioned no names.
No, it is interesting seeing how almost conventionally played out this has been from a youngster like Noah Thane, because it's not what we see all the time these days. And I know you're alluding to the test team, but I think that has filtered down to the domestic game as well.
Well, the reason it has, I'm not going to go too deep into this, but the reason it has is because of the thought that the test team you had to play a certain way to make your way into the test team. Now, whether that's true or not, that is the perception of what maybe we were talking about a little bit earlier. So you might think, oh, well, if the lap sweep or the scoop is on here, I'll go and play it because England might like that. Everything that is thought about at the top level, of course it filters down to the domestic level, because everyone wants to, those who are qualified or eligible want to play international cricket. So you're going to do those things that you might not necessarily do if you think it's going to give it a better chance. And now, given I think the winter has actually given pause for thought to say that there actually is another way of playing here, and there is a way that Test cricket's been played for 150 years. And that adaptability.
The thing that I've really noticed in the last maybe 3 years of domestic cricket is how players handle the short ball. You'll often have, as Surrey do here, Abbott bowling with 2 men out on the leg side, the shorter side of the ground, so man at deep square leg, man at deep fine leg. You can sometimes have 3 or 4 players for the pull shot. And the number of players who take it on almost every time, and it does quite often end in failure. And today, actually, Surrey have dangled the carrot for a lot of the day with the short ball. And with the odd exception, Essex just haven't been interested.
No.
They tried it to Walter for a long period in his innings. I think he took it on once or twice, but by and large, just got underneath it. And didn't just get underneath it, you could tell he made such an early decision to get underneath it.
The thing is, when you're bowling a short delivery to Paul Walter, it has to be, 3 or 4 feet in front of the popping crease to get it up to his level. And he's a guy who plays the hook shot, and he plays it well. So yeah, now and again he might have a flap at one, but generally speaking, I think Essex, there's nothing more. There is actually nothing more soul-destroying than having a field set for the short ball and a batter just completely ignoring it, because it's knackering. It is tiring bowling short deliveries. It takes that little bit of extra effort and energy, and you're hoping that batters evade it or it causes a problem and they play it with high hands or even have an attempted hook or pull giving you a chance. But them just kneeling down or weaving either side of it, and you have to go back to your mark and bowl another. It's I think they've played it very well.
Well over 5,000 punters enjoying a sun-kissed Keir Oval. What a lovely day's play they've been treated to today. Essex 3-2-3 for 6 with 1 over remaining. It'll be Tom Laws that bowls it. Northane on strike. Stump cam shows us that the sun just setting behind the JM Finn stand. Rory Burns just directing his troops, trying to be as precise as possible. Just 5 deliveries remaining in the day to create one more chance.
I always think as well, if I'm Rory Burns now, they've just moved deep third a little bit finer and moved points into a more square position. What's the harm? Just stick a man on the drive. Go on, just stick one in. What's the harm in doing that? Another couple of runs isn't going to make a great deal of difference. Just put something in the batter's head. Don't let the game meander even at this stage.
Tom Laws just slips in the follow through, but looks like he's okay, which is good to see.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the effort from Laws. He was a little gentle in his opening burst. He got the new ball earlier today. It's a pretty decent return. 2 for 63 from his 17.5 overs. I think he's worked really hard today.
No, he's someone who was a big part of Surrey's 3 title wins in a row. Just 23 years old, he's already a 3-time county championship winner. Played a fair bit of cricket with the England Lions now as well. And his batting has come on well too. Started the season really well with the bat. So very exciting young cricketer. Short and comfortably played by Thane, who gets on his toes and just directs the ball to deep third. Gets off strike. His work is done for the day. He'll finish day 1 33 not out. Over to you, Simon Harmon.
He'll be delighted. Thanks, young'un. And he's the only bit, he's in that one little slit of sunshine. The whole rest of the strip is in shadow and he's just bathed in sunlight.
Make a good photo, that. Laws to deliver the final ball of the day. Left alone by Simon Harmer, and that'll be that for day 1. Essex finish it 325 for 6. It's been a day, you'd say, almost of 2 halves. Essex started so well. Dean Elgar and Paul Walter putting on 183 for the first wicket. Dean Elgar fell 8 short of a century. Paul Walter 1 more than. But Essex started well. Surrey fought back well. After taking the wicket of Elder, Wesley followed soon after, a 27 ball 1, and Surrey fought back well with the old ball. Daggers, 3-2-5 for 6. How do you see it at the end of day?
I think it's been a really good day's cricket, and I concur with you about the day of two halves. If I was being brutal, I think Essex have just got their noses slightly in front, but only a tip of the nose, as Rothesay and Simon Harmer remain undefeated. Good little partnership from those two. That after Dean Elgar and Paul Walter. A fantastic 180-run partnership to kick things off. Elgar falling 8 short of his century, and Paul Walter getting there, but falling soon after. Charlie Ellison looked in pretty good nick, but there is still that little tail to come. Work to do for Essex tomorrow morning.
Yeah, word two for Noah Thane, who ends the day 33 not out. Did very well, just as Essex had a little bit of a wobble against the old ball. Look at the bowling figures for Surrey. A lot of work done by that predominantly right-arm seam attack, all bowling between 17 and 20 overs. And they fought back really well in the day. Those economy rates were generally above 4 runs and over when we got into the lunch break, but they've all come back down as the day progressed. Wickets shared around, 2 for Tom Laws, 1 each for the other seamers. Dan Lawrence's off spin, we saw a little bit of it, just 4 overs. He finishes the day, none for 14. Thanks for joining us on Sky Sports today. We'll be back at 10:55 a.m. on Sky Sports Plus with the game fascinatingly poised. Essex 3-2-5 for 6. Thanks for joining us today. I'm Rana. I'm with Charles Dagnall. See you tomorrow morning.